Boom. Recording. We are good to go.
All right, we're live.
We're live. Doesn't it sound better?
It does
Can
sound
you hear,
really
like,
good.
It's just quiet.
Yeah, it's like when the kids leave.
Oh my God, the peace.
I might just take a nap.
Right? Hold on, I didn't realize it could get that quiet.
Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, went by the meat market today. My favorite place.
Yeah.
And
Chad likes all the meat.
Yeah. They see me like twice a week because I feed my dog raw dog food.
Oh yeah.
So it's usually like a different guy each time. The ones that know, I walk in, they walk straight to the hamburger meat pile and they're like, how much? And I'm like, 10 pounds.
Do you get the 80-20?
I get the 80-20 and it's only like $3.99. So I get 10 pounds for $40.
That's not bad.
And it lasts them probably like 5 days. And then I started buying chicken quarters so that you can get all the ligament and all that part. But he still won't eat the organ meats, you know.
I love the chicken quarters personally.
They are good. Well, they cook, you know, it's a bigger piece, so you can kind of treat it worse.
Yeah.
And then it's still juicy.
It's super juicy.
Yeah, but I went up and the kid was like, you feed this to your dog? And I'm like, yeah. And I was like, well, what did dogs eat 100 years ago?
Or less, probably.
Yeah.
When-
Let's just say 100. 1900, let's say. What was dogs eating? Like dead animals, rats, and
Scraps.
The dog food used to be like 90% protein. Now it's like 90% grain, you know?
Or
And
meal, like bone meal.
bone meal.
filler.
Yeah. Or what else do they call it? The byproduct.
Yeah, all the meat byproducts.
the juice on the floor from the meat, you know?
Right.
And then you're like,
The
damn.
carpet that got rolled into it that
Yeah.
has juice in it.
Yeah, and then all the dogs are living 10 years. And it's like, you want to know why? Well, shit, just eat Doritos every day. We might only live 10 years too,
Yeah, no shit.
you know? And so the dude was like, mind blown. Like he'd never heard any of this.
Yeah.
And I was just like, imagine your dog eats a bunch of kibble. Then he has to go drink 2 bowls of water to hydrate that kibble. That's should be dehydrated protein, but it's dehydrated multigrains with some protein sprinkled in there.
Yeah.
Then that process of softening up happens internally. And then 8 hours later, they shit it out,
Yep.
you know? And then there's a big old
Almost
pile.
in its whole.
Yeah, almost all
Yeah,
of it because
yeah.
they've got 10% of whatever it is. You
You know, I heard somewhere that dogs didn't even used to really need to drink water
Right.
because they should get most of their hydration from the food that they eat.
Yeah, I heard an even crazier one. That same thing, but about people,
Really?
right? Because you have your H2O3 water, which is in fruits, the
Yep.
structured water. So I think at some point I need to show you that.
Yeah,
you
we
can
were
get your
talking about that a
scientific
little
brain
bit.
to give me a little
Yeah.
insight on it. I've seen a lot about it, so I know that it's a thing, but I can't explain it.
Right.
You know, but I know that it's in nature. Like you get, if all you ate was melons and mangoes and water, you don't need a bottle of water.
Right.
You know, that makes a lot of sense. And that water could have been dirty, and that fruit cleaned it.
Yep. Exactly.
You
Filtered
know?
it. Yeah.
Filtered it.
Yeah.
So it's pretty crazy. Like the dogs,
Refined it. Yeah.
yeah, the dogs love like cantaloupe. If I'm eating it and there's that piece, you're kind of like, meh. So I look over, he's just drooling. He's like,
I can't
a
get my
beard.
dog to eat that crap.
Really?
I wish you would.
he loves it.
Yeah.
Every time I'm eating a cantaloupe, he's getting a portion of it for sure.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I love my dog, but not enough to feed her like you do.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough some days. But the thing with raw feeding, you don't have to do it every day.
Yeah.
It could be every few days.
It's supposed to be every
if
couple
you
of
throw
days.
him a whole
right?
chicken, you know, a lion would eat a whole gazelle. He'd sleep for a week.
Right. Not
You
have
know?
to eat for
Yeah.
a while
Yeah,
until
they're
they're hungry.
carnivores. They're
yeah.
more predators, really, you know?
Yeah. Your iPad's on.
No.
I heard do 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 do
Oh.
do do. Sounded like, what is that? Law and Order.
ESPN, which I don't which billed me when I wasn't wanting to get billed.
Oh,
But now you're like, well, shoot, I better know what's going on here.
ESPN. That's terrible.
I know, I hate ESPN. They probably had a fight once or something that I needed it for.
So how's your week been? Or a couple weeks? It's been a couple weeks since. I've
Man,
seen
it's
you
been
last.
hot.
Yeah.
God dang, I've just been staying inside, like looking for a reason not to leave.
It's tough.
It is tough.
It's tough. I've been busy.
What about you guys?
Fucking so busy. Just working. Work. Still trying to just get some different things established and converted over, but kind of finally at the finish line of that. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears.
Yeah, I did finally make like some CBD tinctures and some of the stuff that I've been needing to make.
Nice.
When it's not 110 and we can go out and do some pop-ups. You know?
Yeah. Do they even do shows in this weather? Probably not,
Yeah,
right?
they try
Do
because
they?
people are desperate, you know.
Yeah.
But if you go to a show and there's no food vendor, who's going to be there?
Yeah.
And if they are, how long are they going to be there?
Yeah.
You
I
wanna
always
go-
go hungry expecting to get some crappy, some
It's
sort
nothing
of.
worse when they don't have good food either.
Yeah.
You know, so to be a vendor and to see that, you start to see like, maybe I shouldn't do this show because they don't even have any food.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and if they got 4 food trucks, those food trucks have a big financial incentive or risk, I guess. They're buying
Right.
all the food, you know, whether you're using EBT or not, you know, that's out to the jury still. But they're buying all this food and it's either going to go bad,
Yeah, they have to sell it.
right? So they ideally sell out, but then you got 40 people in line that are angry
Yeah.
because you didn't have enough.
Right.
That's the problem you want.
Yeah, the food trucks do bring the crowds, right?
Yeah, like Rusty Roots. Have you guys been out there yet?
Haven't been to one
It's
yet.
great. It's like right up your alley too.
Yeah.
Like I know you don't like to shop around necessarily, but the stuff out there is like very particular stuff. It's, you know, handmade most of
Yeah.
the time. There's not going to be 18 purse ladies out there and shirt
Nice.
makers.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be handmade, more expensive type stuff.
Yeah, I can appreciate a good, you know, vendor session and
Yeah.
stuff like that, right?
Yeah,
Like a
they have-
pop-up.
Sinks that are made of onyx and stuff like that from like Mexico, you know, just like all kinds of different stuff. And you're like, who buys this?
Right.
But obviously people do.
Yeah, someone comes in, probably, I mean, one person comes in, where's that sink guy? He makes his money.
Excuse me. Yeah. I've been looking at those sinks plenty of times. I'm like, man, this would be dope. They're big, you know,
A nice black onyx sink.
and the onyx isn't always black.
Right.
That's what I thought. I was like,
It's kind of, it can have purpley hues and stuff.
yeah, there's
too,
like
right?
a whole, you know, lighter, like beige kind of look to it. It doesn't
Yeah.
have to be dark.
Yeah.
There's black onyx, and then you have other types. I think there's even white onyx.
I thought onyx was black.
Me too.
Because that's the color, right?
Yeah, you think I would have known that sooner than like a few months ago.
Yeah, as long as you've been doing crystals.
Yeah, but that's the girl's job.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, shoot, other than that. Man, was that you driving by?
Revin.
Yeah, when I got right here, it started pouring rain. And so the road was wet, like dry to wet. So I tapped that traction off button.
What?
Almost ended up in the grass over here. I was like, okay,
Fishtailing
let's
it.
stop. Let's
Yep.
stop.
Don't have too much fun.
Yeah.
that first part of the rain too, when it's super slick and oily.
Yes, all the
especially since
oils.
it hasn't rained in like a year.
Yeah. Yeah. And the sun has probably been bleeding out whatever juice the road will give it, you know?
Juice,
Road juice.
road juice. That's terrible.
Yeah, they worked on my street today, and the city was out there tearing up the street. So now it's all tar and just all, I don't know what they're doing.
They're doing that all over the place. I've seen the freeway where they're ripping up and then putting down fresh. And I'm like, this must be the time to do it right before fall,
Yeah.
winter.
Have you
But it's
seen-
not like it gets any fucking rain here anyways.
I know. Have you seen all that black fencing going up down the freeway? It's not really down here yet because the problem's by my house.
Oh, it's like posts, right?
With like sharp points to it.
What's up with that?
It's because all the homeless people from around here live on the freeways now. It's like some LA type shit.
Got it.
So down there, like on Lovers and 198, it's like homeless encampment.
God, they're gonna push them all my way.
Dude, this is the ways to walk. But yeah, they're probably at the park. That's probably why they're not on the freeway because you got the park right here. You know?
Yeah, and a lot of this is farmland around here, so the farmers do not take kindly to vagrants.
Yeah, it's funny how the farmers don't have a problem keeping people off their land.
Yeah.
But the city,
Yeah,
they
no
don't know
shit.
what the fuck to do.
Yeah, the farmer comes. Hey, you got 5 minutes to get all your stuff, or not.
Yeah.
But you better be off my land.
Yeah, they'll just drive you over and like, oh, shoot.
I got my tractor.
Now
and
he's
my
a bale of
shotgun.
hay.
Yeah.
How'd he get in there?
Oh man, who knew? He was sleeping. Who knew? In the field.
Yeah. It's crazy how much agricultural area this is, but if you grew up here in Visalia, you're not exposed to it like you are if you're in Tulare.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Tulare people are like that documentary Forks Over Knives, Spoons Over, I don't know. It was one of these vegan documentaries.
Oh gosh, yeah.
That was like a 4-letter word. You couldn't even bring that up in Tulare.
I'm
you know?
anti-vegan.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily pro-vegan, but I'm pro learning.
Yeah.
I'm just not anti. Don't hear about it.
Hey, I know people are happy living a vegan life.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, you could. I think we've talked before. Like even Mike Tyson, I've heard him say, like, you could be a fat motherfucker and be vegan because it's all these ice creams and all this shit.
Yeah, it's
You know?
all crap that your body still can't process
Right.
the right way, or
Right.
you're not burning the energy and you're just eating empty carbs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I like my meat.
Oh yeah, me too. Speaking of meat, you seen that Liver King dude yet?
No,
Oh my god. You want to look at
Liver
him?
King. All right, let's
It'll
do
be
it.
a quick search because he's all over the internet. Ain't gonna be like the last time.
Oh yeah.
Ain't gonna be like trying to find any pictures of Hunter Biden.
Anything negative about Biden?
Fuck.
Liver King. All right, let's see what we got here.
Look at this dude. There's a lot of videos they call him Natty or Not.
Well, look. Oh yeah, I have heard about this, guys.
He's all over.
Heard
So
this guy.
everything's exposed, blah blah blah. But
Eating raw liver. That's right. He eats raw liver all the time, and it's supposed to be
testicles, everything.
Oh,
He
testicles.
claims, and I haven't looked into it, but he claims that medically there's proof that, let's say you have damage to your testicles, there's certain things in animal raw meat that you can't get once you cook it.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of that. That's why a lot of Aborigine like tribes and different things like that, they will do that still.
Yeah. So I know that he's juiced to the gills. Like just any video of him walking around,
Just want to find a short, like
you can see
2-minute video.
I know it's like more on like TikTok type shit where there's these little clips. He was in London walking up to like a Burger King, no shirt on. Everyone's like, bro, you can wear a shirt. They're still going to recognize you.
Right.
But if you really look at his physique,
There we go. Just go straight to TikTok.
yeah, there you go, be shorter. He's got the, it looks like, I should say, I'm not an expert, but I worked at a gym for a long time. But look at this dude. He's a beast.
That's pretty.
But look how skinny his legs are. You guys have got the same size legs, but look at his upper body.
Yeah, no shit. Don't skip leg day.
No, and I don't think he did because they were shredded, but he doesn't have the genetics to be a bodybuilder.
Right. But
So-
he's still shredded.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's a monster, and the workouts he does, he'll carry like, I don't know, 250-pound dumbbells. He's got a weighted vest, ankle weights, like all kinds of stuff. He does like, I don't know, a mile or a couple miles, something like that. There he is. What's he eating?
This guy's a kook.
He eats good.
Yeah.
He doesn't eat only raw.
I was gonna say that's not raw liver.
But he's gonna scoop that shit that I would give my dog right there, that femur bone. He's gonna eat it like ice cream.
The bone?
Out the inside, the marrow.
Oh, the marrow. Yeah. Well, marrow's really good for you too.
I'm like, whenever I get a marrow bone, it smells like fish.
Yeah, I can't eat the marrow. Thank you very much. Oh, go Liver King.
So anyway, no one looks like that without help. At minimum, he's on TRT.
I was gonna say now that can't all be fucking raw liver.
That's what he wants to claim.
Yeah.
You
There's
know?
no way.
So people will do it for like a month. The way he started, his kids had allergies supposedly. So
Okay.
he started feeding them this way. And it worked for him. Like Michaela Peterson, she eats only meat. And Jordan Peterson's daughter, she
Okay.
was really sick.
Yeah.
And the meat diet cured her.
Yeah. I've heard that.
So I don't know. I guess it depends on what you got going on.
I think we all have different body styles, body types, different heritages, right? So there's a lot of like the ancestral dietary thing, right? Like where paleo kind of came from and stuff
Yeah.
like that. And I think it all ties into, you are what you eat. We were built to eat what we could catch or what we could grow.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, and it wasn't really meant to be cooked all the time.
No. I agree with that. I think there's a lot out there about it.
Yeah.
That's the Dr. Sebi or that Yahi Awaken dude that's like you would be born with a Bunsen burner in your hand if you were supposed to cook your food.
Right.
Right? But there's also these things that come off of food when we cook it that we breathe in, and it's unhealthy.
Yeah.
Like when I'm cooking, I notice like it's like smoking a joint of some bad weed.
Right. Yeah, because the oil, think about the oils that you put on that are vaporizing that
Yeah.
probably aren't necessarily good to be smoking or inhaling.
There's like a word for it, but it's way too long for me to
Yeah.
and scientific for me to remember.
Yeah, we were talking. I mean, I'm sure it's something simple or similar to like carcinogens.
It was like something amines,
Yeah.
but it's basically the fire and the fat burning as it's dripping, and then it's flowing up, and
Right.
the smoke coming off, and it's like lung cancer and stuff like that.
Yeah, and that's got to be the same thing true when we're smoking, like when we're barbecuing.
Yeah,
Right.
maybe
Or even
worse.
around a campfire.
100%.
Or right. Like that's got to be. I do feel like, oh man, I smoked cigarettes yesterday or something.
Yeah, it's like
No,
you're smoking a cigar.
It was just around the campfire. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm still fucking. Don't talk about cigars. Still having fucking flashbacks from that quarter of a cigar that I smoked.
I had to bring my nubby
Your butt plug.
electric. I hide it in here, but I put it in this way,
Yeah,
so
you
my
gotta
lips
put it
only
in
go on
that
this
way.
side. I make sure this sticks out.
Exactly.
It's still good.
Those look so naughty to me. Alicia had me break down and buy her one. She was like, I want a tobacco one. So we went and like picked her out a real cool flavor.
Yeah,
They're so good.
They are really good. That's what I was telling you. The tech is there as far as like the device.
Yeah.
One puff, mouth's full.
Mm-hmm.
More than you want, maybe.
Yeah. Well, we could make like the weed to be that, but the reason that it does that is all the artificial additives that are added.
Right.
The propylene glycol and things like that. That
Giving
help.
all the extra vapor.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it's cool not to get all that vapor. What I really would like to do and what I struggle with is the flavors, right? Like, I wish I could replicate those flavors, but it's the same struggle. It's all like
Chemicals and shit.
chemicals. Yeah, you're not going to get, even with a botanical terp blend, you're not going to get something that juicy.
Well, when I smoke, carts, mainly Ganjfather brand.
That's a good brand. I've heard about that.
It is good. I don't get a sore throat. You
Right.
know, if I smoke this or cigars or anything or even weed all day.
Yeah.
So it's like, I guess if you're just trying to get fucked up, it doesn't matter what kind of beer you drink.
Right. Exactly.
Right. But if
true.
you're trying to take something therapeutically, you don't want to have a whole bunch of shit in it.
Yeah, or you don't want it to ruin the fact that it could be enjoyable if pleasure is your end goal, therapeutic if that's your end goal, right? Like you don't want to take away from the experience.
Yeah, there's a big difference between a therapeutic medicine and just medicine,
Right.
Yeah.
What the MD world wants you to believe is working compared to what really does.
Yeah. Like cigarettes. Look how bad cigarettes did everybody. And look at cannabis. We've been smoking weed every day for like 20 years. Yeah, like 20 years.
Longer.
Maybe Corona was the only time I didn't smoke for like a week.
Yeah.
And then shit, you got higher than you ever been before.
Yeah, my Rona wasn't even that bad, so I still smoked.
Yeah, mine was pretty bad.
Yeah, you were out for like 3 weeks.
Yeah, I was in bed for like 2 weeks. I mean, I wasn't going to go to the doctor or anything, but it was weird because I started craving Jamba Juice. All I wanted was like cold pressed juice.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what got me on that kick of like, hey, this is actually a lot of nutrition here.
Yeah, I go through that time. Well, fuck. Sometimes when you can't eat food, a smoothie just sounds amazing.
Yeah. Well, it fills you up, especially like protein. I was talking to my sister yesterday when we used to work out, like you were talking about, not maybe getting enough in after your workout. We used to get strawberry milk and they'd mix protein in it because it was at the coffee shop on site of the gym.
Yeah.
And they had like Rosa Brothers milk.
Ugh.
And they would do protein and it would still be chunky, but you didn't even care. You're so tired. You're just like, It was fire.
Yeah. That's something I haven't really looked into is adding more protein to my workout regimen because I'm sure I'm not probably recovering as good as I should be.
For sure, no. It's hard to take as much protein as they say.
Really?
It's
See, and
really
I
hard.
thought you could overdo the protein and then it turns into sugar and then you're just kind of
You would just shit it out.
You would.
It won't turn into sugar.
Okay.
Like carbs will turn into sugar.
Yeah.
Like at night, you let the kids have a soda. Why do they get all crazy? Because their body's like, burn this.
Yeah.
And you're like, stop acting crazy. And their body's like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
I'm getting fatter. And then the kids, of course, like, what? Huh? Everything internal is telling them, run, motherfucker.
Yeah. Burn these calories.
So when mine are like that late, I'm like, yeah, run.
Yep.
Go. Talk faster. Yell louder.
Go outside.
Yeah, go outside. Go run around.
The block is quiet right now.
Yeah, that block's been pretty quiet. But shit, at nighttime it's still 80 degrees.
Oh my gosh. It's 91 degrees right now. It's almost 9:30.
Well, that's saying something. Have you did we talk about the China heat wave at all?
Nah, we haven't. We've been saving it for today.
Okay. Have you heard?
I've heard that kind of segues into like the next topic is like, what the fuck is going on in the world today? It's like everywhere is going through this not just the excruciating heat wave. Like that doesn't even touch on like the craziness going on, but yeah, like China is probably in the biggest drought they've ever seen in history. I think they're saying, right?
Yeah, I've seen people sleeping on the rivers. Americans, we'd be dead. First off, we're too fat. Those beds would be in the river, drowned. Only Asians can string, I don't know what's across the river, sheets, something,
right,
and sleep right there.
Tie each other to their toes.
Yeah, they're all linked in arm, you know. But
that's crazy.
They're just different culture, a lot more resourceful. You know, I don't think everyone's so city, but they said they have 9 million people.
Yeah, they got a bunch of people.
And it's 95 at night.
That's 9 million people is probably just like mainland China. You're not talking like everything.
Yeah, that's just like one city that
Yeah.
they're experiencing this really bad heat. But I guess the heat can't really get out of there.
Right.
You got all these people moving and ACs and different stuff,
Well,
you know?
and that's what I'm wondering about like the entire planet right now, right? Like as a whole, because even in our own country, we have places that are experiencing droughts and heat waves and water shortages that never have.
And it's weird too. I wonder if it has something to do with the constant tic-tac-toe game that's played in the sky. I don't know if you ever look up.
Yeah. The
And it's
grid,
just
the,
like-
the grid that's up there.
Yeah, and if you go on some of these sites, it'll explain certain grids create certain weather effects.
Right.
So if you see crosses or you see the tic-tac-toe,
Right.
it's supposed to be
Yeah.
either rain or no rain. And
Well, and now they're not even trying to deny it. You sent me something this week where now they're not even trying to deny that it's man-made clouds, right?
No.
What was the term? Do you remember the terminology?
no, I'm trying to remember.
I wish I don't even know where my phone's at, but
Yeah.
it was good because they were like, it was like humano-cirrus.
Yes.
Like that's probably pretty close where
Yeah.
it was like humano made by humans, cirrus clouds.
Yes.
Right.
Right. Yeah, that's how they name shit. Yeah, I seen one video and they talked about the first time they ever made a cloud, and it got way ahead of what they thought. They made it too big,
Too much
and it
juice.
monsooned like on some other country and killed a bunch of people.
Yeah, go figure.
It grew to like 80,000 feet, like higher than they could even like measure it, and all this stuff. And that was like back in the 60s.
Right.
you
When
know?
they were playing with fire.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I mean, even still, I feel like we're playing with fire. Now, I don't know if they're up there like making a UV barrier, perhaps. Like, because we don't know what we don't know.
No.
But at the same time, like, I don't usually get a warm, fuzzy feeling about things that are being done that I don't know about.
Well, when something's like, that's a conspiracy theory, and then 6 months later, they're like, oh, you mean geoengineering?
Right. Right.
Well, chemtrails, I don't know about that, but geoengineering?
yeah, it's totally
that's
yeah,
normal.
we've been doing that for decades.
Yeah, what
right?
do you mean?
Yeah, you voted for it.
Yeah. And so no one, they've kind of ostracized people that are like chemtrails.
Yeah.
Just kind of like the flat earther thing.
Right.
You know?
And chemtrails is just a different term for what's happening.
Right. It's just a different term. It's just to call this unknown phenomena.
Yeah. And I wonder, do we see it? I know because when I was in Washington, I would see them too, but not as much, right? And in Washington, it's the total opposite weather where it rains all the time. Like 10, 11 months out of the year, you get like 30 or 40 days spread out that are pretty decent.
That's
But it's
crazy.
raining all the time, and you see less of that happening. Whereas here, you see a lot of it happening, and yet we get like no rain.
Right.
So is it like, are they trying to like cause this drought that we're in? Is this a man-made drought? And in our area, I could see why, because we have like the monorail coming in, we have lots of farmland, lots of reliance on water, and they're like, nah, we're just gonna pump it in the ocean.
Yeah.
Whatever water we do have, we're just gonna pump it in the ocean.
Yeah. Well, not only that, we're just going to dam it all up and not let it out.
Well, dams would be good because then they could at least release it to
Well, they
the
have
farmers.
that. That was like on that Tulare Lake stuff that I was looking into.
Yeah, tell me about that.
So I just seen a TikTok about it, as we learn. And it was probably some dude from around here. And I'm like, Tulare? I'm like,
Yeah.
there's no way it's Tulare.
Artillery.
And I'm like looking at the map and I'm like, That's Tulare, because Visalia is right there. Fresno's right there. And they say that Tulare Lake was here, like in the 1800s, early 1900s. And basically, it was the biggest lake, top 7, counting whatever the Great Lakes are.
Okay.
So top 7 lakes in the United States.
Wow.
Right here in Tulare. So that's why our farmland's so good, because we're at the bottom of a 13,000 square kilometer water lake.
So even us, I'm
freshwater,
assuming, right?
obviously.
Yeah, even us, probably all of this was underwater at a certain point.
Yeah, I think so. And then there was islands inside. This lake was so big that there was islands in the middle. That also the largest tribe of Indians lived on this lake. So at the time this was all happening, there was a point where the governor of California created, basically it was a genocide on those Indians. So the ones that were trying to get away were in the middle of the lake on the islands.
Yeah.
And a lot of them lived there. And then eventually they cut all the water off to the lake.
Yeah.
So there was no more lake, but it was like the Kern River, all these different rivers that we know, but like the Kauai Dam, all this kind of stuff. And I remember being a kid, my dad would be like, all this would be underwater if it wasn't for that dam right there.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because we wanted to build stuff.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know?
True.
But they make it sound like that dam's keeping you safe.
Right.
No, we would have just built up a little higher.
Right. Totally.
Still had there was even names for the islands.
No shit.
Like Bird Island, like strange names. And
and native stuff, native names,
native
right?
stuff,
Yeah.
old maps and stuff.
Yeah.
But it was really
That's
interesting.
fascinating.
And I grew up here my whole life. I never knew that the reason that we're the salad bowl of the nation and we grow so much is because we genocided a whole bunch of Indians, got rid of the 7th biggest lake the biggest lake from the Mississippi to here.
God, it all makes sense now. That's why we have some of the biggest casinos and these tribes around
No
here.
wonder. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
That's why they're letting them get a little ass piece out there.
Right.
And kill it.
Yep. And kill it. Right. They're killing it for sure.
As they should be, because we killed them.
Because we killed.
And it's funny to me.
Repopulate your nation.
We live in this time where everything's all woke, and
but it's
I'm
really
not for that woke bullshit.
Yeah, it's really not.
It's not.
Yeah, because if we were woke, we would be like, let's fix a lot of the problems.
Well, what about those Indians we killed to be here? No one's saying that.
Right.
No one's mentioning that at the Ag Expo. No one's dressing up like a bunch of Indians.
Yeah, I miss that. Now you can't even dress up like an Indian for Halloween.
Well, maybe we should.
I'm so down. I didn't even see it at the Halloween
Maybe
store.
next weekend I'll be in here with a big feather in my fucking cap.
That'll be awesome.
I've been wanting to be, speaking of Halloween, not to get too far off track, but I want to be Hulk Hogan.
Okay.
I've been wanting to be Hulk Hogan.
You would make a great Hulk Hogan.
And they sell the boots, like
old school Hulk, right?
Hulk. Like, take your vitamins,
the red boots,
work out every day, and say your prayers before bed.
Come on, brother.
And then you got his boy Randy Savage.
Yep. God, I miss those days.
Those dudes were Randy was so spun out. They were spun out.
Oh, I bet.
They were tripping.
Bet.
They talk about being on a sick one. That fool was on a sick one.
Shit, it'd be so weird to watch that back, as an adult and be able to look at them and see it. Oh my God, they're so spun right now.
I've watched it a few times. One time he wasn't even facing the camera. He's facing the wrong direction. Snap into a Slim Jim. And he finally turns around. He's like, "Oh yeah, over here." You know,
there's the red light flashing.
Eyeballs are like this big. But yeah, I watched it actually more recently because I would love to be the Hulk Hogan with the Macho Man. And then all in that because they were the superpowers back then.
Yeah.
But then they broke up because Hulk might have messed with his girl.
Oh.
It was all
Oh, okay.
It was all part of the story.
Okay. It was for the show.
For the show.
Yeah.
So that's how they broke them up.
They were like, you guys are getting too fucked up together.
Yeah, I was never really into wrestling too much though. As I got older, look back, you could respect the glory days guys. Yeah. But I never went to a wrestling show or.
Me neither. I watched a couple on TV. Oh my God, Hulk Hogan's gonna be on TV.
Yeah.
Or The Rock and what's the bald guys? Or they were both bald, I guess. Stone Cold Steve Austin. I watched a couple of those on pay-per-view or whatever.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I didn't pay for it. My family, it was at some place that had it, but
yeah.
It's way different, right?
Well, I remember our boy Mike telling me he used to be a lot more into it.
He would go to the actual
He would
events.
go.
Yeah.
And he's like, I remember one time he got in and he got to touch Triple H. It was like a girl at a concert. I got to touch their dick. But he's like, man, I just jumped the fucking wall, ran over here. I was like, fuck it, you know? And I'm like, he's like, I got right there. You know?
Did you high five him or
Yeah,
did you
right.
just
Like cup his balls,
yeah,
you know?
give him an attaboy?
Yeah, slap him on the ass. I don't know. We'll have to ask him.
Yeah, we'll have to ask
I
him.
don't remember.
That's awesome.
Probably got sweated on or something.
Yeah, I remember he would talk about that. Like they would go to the big arenas and actually like see that shit live. And I bet live, that shit was probably badass, right? Because you get all the energy and all the excitement and everybody else is going crazy. Right. So it's like, you know, well, he probably didn't know at the time it was fake, but you know what I mean? You're having fun regardless.
Yeah, exactly. Man, we went to those fights a couple weeks ago, and there's one that sticks out the most, which is the old buff dude getting face down on the mat by, I think, one of your guys' dudes.
Which one?
I don't know the names, but it was like I think a Hispanic guy, taller, thin, and he was fighting just the most jacked, closest thing to a bodybuilder. It was a bald-headed white dude, you know, with a big old knot on his head.
Oh, yeah.
It was on the other side of the ring when he went down, so I didn't see. But I'm just thinking, there's no way this little thin guy if this big dude gets one, and he's just chucking at him, right? And obviously the thin dude was calculating.
Yeah.
You know?
Taking his time.
I've seen the other dude before, too, like at the bars and stuff.
Oh, okay.
So I know he's from around here, obviously.
Yeah, a lot of the guys are local. There's some that come in just because it's such a big fight, but a lot of the guys
I recognize
are local.
quite a few of them from working at the bar.
Nice.
You know, I'm like, well, at least you guys know how to act, you know, when you're out.
When you're out.
Some of you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm like, if I was a betting man, I would have bet against him and I would have lost all my money.
Yeah.
And
There
was
a couple of those.
How did that even happen?
Yeah. You get surprised. Well, you know what? Stamina really takes it. And when you're in the ring, especially in an MMA fight, right? Like you have to be able to go, I don't know, what were ours? 3 or 5. It's either 3 or 5 minutes for 3 rounds. That's a long fucking time.
Yeah.
I think
those might have been 3. I swear some of them were 2.
Maybe like so I know the jiu-jitsu was 5 and I thought everything else was 3.
Maybe it was.
When you're having fun, sometimes time goes by real quick.
It was hot out there. I'd love to go to one that's inside, like an arena type thing.
Yeah.
So I'm going to see what other ones they do all over the place.
They did one at the Hanford, the Hanford Fairgrounds. And it was cool inside, but it was more cramped. Yeah. You get that real cramped feeling.
Gotcha.
And you have all that. Whereas at the other venue over at Wake House, it's really open. It's really when it's
nice.
not 108 degrees, it's fucking pleasant. I'll tell you that.
The heat was tough because you had to slam your beer because it was getting hot.
It got hot instantly.
Instant hot.
I didn't bring my koozie with me.
Yeah, I needed a koozie for a cup koozie.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was fun. There was a lot of fights though.
Yeah, it was. I think there was like 12 or 13 fights total.
For me, I kind of felt like being in a seat like at a wedding. Those chairs they had out there were very uncomfortable.
Yeah. The fold out plastic.
The base, white plastic, fold out. The legs are spreading.
Yep. You can feel everything expanding.
And there's just really not a comfortable spot on it.
Yeah.
So once your ass goes numb or flat, like you're just squirming after that.
Yeah.
So that'd be the only thing. If I was at a VIP area, I might have like different chairs.
Better chairs.
Yeah, better chairs. You know, I get it. It's not like it's a multi-million-dollar event. You know, they're just trying to make it work. Throw some chairs and tables out there.
Yeah, it's grassroots.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It's kind of what you go into it expecting with grassroots. But, you know, the tickets weren't inexpensive by any means, too.
No, I thought
VIP, right?
I thought for that, you know, it might have been a little bit, but I was not saying that I didn't like it or anything.
Yeah.
But if I was going to pay that all the time, I would expect more.
Next time we'll bring our own chairs.
Yeah.
Bring our I'm gonna be big old recliner chairs.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like one of our other boys, you know, bring my own chair so I don't break anyone's chairs.
Yeah. Stop breaking my shit.
Yeah, I'm like, God damn it. I'm already breaking them.
The fights were really good. Valley Fight Club is who we were representing, and we had quite a few wins, couple losses, but the big guy, he won the belt at the end.
Yeah. Eric, right?
Yeah, Eric. He won the championship belt. His 4th fight. He's ranked #1 in the state already, and he's been doing this for 9 months. Like, that's epic.
That's kind of thing that kind of motivates me as a big guy, because I don't think there's a lot of big guys out there in general.
There's
so
not.
It's a little bit easier to be the best big guy. Like, you know, so when I see some of these fights, and it's always different from the crowd, of course.
Oh, yeah. You get fired up and you're like, I want to do that.
I could do that.
I want to do that.
Yeah, but it's like, do you want to train every day?
Yeah.
You know?
Train every day. These guys put in 30, 40 hours a week, you know, training.
Which, hey, I mean, that would be fun to put in that kind of time and then get to go put your hands on somebody.
Right.
I know what it feels
totally
like.
Would be worth it.
0 training and I'm downtown. It's great there, but it's not pound for pound.
Yeah.
It might be 3-on-1. You know,
Right.
But still, they're all
it's nice to have a
pounds.
ref there too. Right.
That's true. That's true. So their buddies don't run in.
Yeah, exactly. Or some weapons show up.
That girl fight was pretty good.
Yeah, I was surprised.
With the smaller one.
Yeah.
I guess she ended up winning against the girl from San Luis is what it was. It was like tall, thin girl from San Luis and then the girl from Fresno.
Yeah.
And the only reason I know she was from Fresno is because half the crowd was barking. So I was like, don't talk shit to her.
Yeah.
You might have a problem out there.
There will be an issue.
Yeah. I'm like, go Fresno!
Yeah.
Get him! But she was doing good. But man, she was a lot smaller than that girl.
Man,
like,
they
height-wise.
beat the shit out of each other too.
She came out like a little Mike Tyson in the beginning. And I was like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was an impressive fight. I like watching girls beat the shit out of each other. I'm not going to lie. There's something about like girls because they're perceived as dainty and, you know, like delicate. But fucking girls fight. Like they go out there scrapping. Every single girl fight I've ever seen has been pretty intense.
Yeah, I feel like girls and like little dudes are kind of similar because they're all underestimated. So they have to go out hard.
Yeah.
The big guys go out slow and the little guys go out quick.
The big guys got to conserve
big guys
that
are
energy
like,
too.
Someone, if either one of us gets a straight headshot, the other one's laying down.
Yeah.
If you're 250 plus and someone jams their fist in your temple, I don't care how much you train, you're gonna lay down and be like.
If the contact happens.
So it's more of like who's gonna put their arm out there first, so the other one can try to sock you where you're not covering.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't like going to the ground, and you see a lot of guys go to the ground because they're better down there, and you see like. For me, I'm better up top. Like I'll swing all day long, kick, whatever. But you take me to the ground, I don't know what to do. I turn into a toddler down there. I'm like, change my diaper. You know what I mean? Like it's so confusing. But some of these guys are so good down there, and like all of a sudden you're like wrapped up and you can't breathe. And don't forget to tap because you'll pass out. It's crazy.
I remember even back in the days when we used to all wrestle like on the trampoline.
Yeah.
And it was to choke out because no one wanted to get beat the fuck up.
That's right.
You know, so we'd be like, all right, no punching.
No punches, no bruises.
And then it wasn't like no high school, you know, you got to have the arm in there. It was like,
yeah, we did stupid shit. We used to make each other faint on purpose.
Yeah, shit, I remember that. I remember a few times, like, hit your head. I'm like, I didn't think you were going to fall all the way. I'd always, every time it happened, I'd like wake up like a foot from the ground just in time. And I remember a couple times letting you fucking clunk. I'm like, oh, God, I thought he was going to pop up.
I would always just go hard, like, okay, I'm really going to pass out this time.
Pin you up against the garage right there in front of your mom's house.
Oh, God. They're going to kill me.
That explains a lot. Just think how much smarter you could have been.
Yeah.
Maybe that helped. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it probably killed a couple brain cells.
Yeah.
But I'm sure I've done worse things
Yeah.
anyways, right? The couple times I passed out, you know, whippets probably weren't that great.
Yeah, I don't remember doing a whole lot of whippets.
Oh, man, whippets are so fun. Nitrous oxide, you can't beat nitrous oxide.
You know, it turns out, you know who tears up whippets is coffee alley girls. If you work at a coffee shop, you got whipped cream.
Oh,
what's in there? Minus the cream.
Yeah.
Whip it, baby, with a dispenser.
You just don't flip it upside down.
Passed out on the floor in there. Don't ask me how I know.
You roll up
High
and all of
school
a sudden, like, bitch, are you okay?
You roll up, you're like, I'm just trying to get a juice. Your girlfriend's all passed out on the floor. Like, damn, you guys feeling good in there?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's good times.
Good times. Yeah, I don't really miss those days, to be honest. It's better these days.
Yeah.
I like having more control.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I guess at that age, you have all control all the time. Not of what you're going to, but of yourself. Like you're not stoned, you're not drunk. There's no pacification for you when you're 8 to 13 or 14. And then you're like, oh, I'm having a bad day. Oh, I smoked a little bit of weed. Why was I having a bad day again?
It doesn't feel so bad anymore.
You know? And then your tolerance gets up and you're like, all right, I got to take 6 dabs to get that effect. Don't talk to me until these dabs are done.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Speaking of smoking, didn't you bring some good?
Yeah. So, I don't know if you've seen The Little Mermaid.
Oh, yeah.
But this is the Triton.
Let me see that.
Yeah, see if it'll show up over there. It's been known to take down parties. Maybe we'll do a Canagar in here one night.
Ooh, that would be fun.
We might need help for that.
Yeah, we couldn't just do it on ourselves. Or
Yeah,
by
we
ourselves.
have to bring. Yeah, either I'd be stuck like your cigar was last time over here, a quarter of the way down.
It's because I inhaled.
I know. I told you not to.
I should have taken a note out of Bill Clinton.
So I've been secretly researching how do people smoke where it doesn't wreck their room, right? So they have these smokeless ashtrays, certain things. They have carbon filters that, but at the end of the day, it makes noise. Right?
Yeah,
it
does.
That's the thing. I would have been in here with a $40 one, like, hey, we're trying it again. We'll just see you tomorrow. And I'm going to burn sage when we're done.
I know. I did feel bad to tell you. No,
I already knew you did, but I was like, and I was bummed. I'm like, damn. That's like 20% of the fun right there.
It was a lot of fun. I will say puffing on a cigar was a lot of fun.
I don't get a lot of opportunities to.
Yeah.
Because if you're around your girl, they're usually complaining about the smell or whatever.
True.
Someone that, might put on 8 sprays of perfume or body spray. Like, your cigar smells. Okay. Well, I guess I'll put it out. Yeah. And in Vegas, it's nice because
it all goes up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're pumping fresh air
for that.
in.
Yeah.
I can't even talk by the end of a Vegas trip because I've done smoked 14 cigars.
Yeah, you don't even realize.
I ordered some because I'm going to the beach this weekend, and they're not going to be here in time. Ordered some shirts, ordered some cigars, and they're all coming the day before I get back.
That's a bummer.
But luckily, I do obviously have a few.
What beach you heading to?
Cayucas.
Oh, okay.
So Central California beach, I guess.
This should be pretty nice.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 80 tomorrow.
Yeah,
which over there is like 100.
Yeah, that's
for
hella
the beach.
warm.
And they're all going to be out there in like booty shorts,
right? Actually in the water.
Yeah, maybe. Do we have a lighter?
Yeah, you know what? We do have a lighter and an ashtray, but not here. So this is a good time for a pee break, anyways. Okay. When I look at this from a distance, all I see is boobs.
It looks like porn, huh?
Yeah,
out of the corner of my eye. Boobs. Before you even said it, I was like, I already know where he's going.
I mean, technically, they are some pretty big boobs.
He's got that like GH gut, you could tell.
Is it?
Mm-hmm. Start looking like a bullfrog.
Yeah.
Yeah, their organs grow.
Oh, no shit.
When you take GH, because it grows everything.
Got it.
Barry Bonds grew a whole hat size.
I remember
during
that.
his time, so it's the thing.
It has gone back to normal though, right? Or is it like permanent?
Oh, Barry?
Yeah.
No, I think that's permanent.
No
the
shit.
GH, yeah, like you could take a bunch of tests and blow up and get little, but if you maintain it for a long time, you're gonna keep a lot of it.
Gotcha. Yeah, shit. I was just talking about all those baseball players.
I know, man, like the Mark McGwire days and all that shit, and it was all just based on steroids.
Yeah.
Or, performance enhancers. PEDs.
Yeah, it was crazy. Because my wife's from Seattle, so when the Mariners were big, like they had Ken Griffey Jr. and he kind of stayed clean.
He did,
but he was fucking doing it.
He might have just been. They only had him back then, so it's like Michael Jordan. You might get a little wiggle room.
Right.
You're carrying the whole.
It's Michael Jordan, guys. Come on.
Yeah, come on. Mike's allowed to smoke weed on the days off.
Yeah, I was gonna say
this ain't Allen Iverson.
I don't think Mike ever did any enhancers. He looked pretty natural.
No. Yeah. Well, he did just practice every day. He did the Mamba shit.
Yeah. Practice all day, every day.
Yeah. 2,000 shots a day.
Yeah. That'll do it.
Yeah, I mean, will.
It will fucking do it. Anything.
Well, let's get this birthday.
You found a lighter.
I have the same color one over there.
Oh, yeah. I love the way that sounds when you light it.
I know. I was like, let's get it close to the mic. Crackle, crackle.
I will say, even though we our last one went really well, and I think drinking a little bit more helped.
Oh, maybe I haven't watched it.
I just felt a little, more looser, relaxed.
For me, it's so hard to stay on topic when I start getting fucked up that if someone can keep me there,
Yeah.
I got plenty to say.
Right.
But I got branches of this tree, baby. That's getting out there.
That's kind of what I feel like, is I feel like we've been so like on topic, right? Because
Yeah.
before I think we were struggling with staying on topic.
Yeah.
And that's like unseen footage that maybe people will see someday.
Right.
When we're
In
famous.
clips.
Yeah. In clips when
In
we're super
clips.
famous, like as
Yeah.
bloopers.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, look at us.
Yeah, but I feel like, now we're just like, okay, let's try and stay on topic.
Yeah.
Toe the line, where it's like, there's so much more to talk about, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's nice for the viewers to be able to follow something. But a lot of times when I'm listening to some of these podcasts that I'm in love with, I'm partying with them.
Yeah, exactly.
And if it's some COVID doctor, well then yeah, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm trying to listen.
Right.
But this ain't that kind of podcast yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I would love to get some cool people on here and interview them, though. I'm sure there's a lot of people that got a lot of good shit to say, and that's future stuff, which I'm really excited about.
Well, once we get our viewership up, people want to be on here.
Yeah, fuck viewership. We'll just get people on here to get messed up with us,
Hey.
and then we'll get viewers because they'll have a good
Yeah,
time.
fuck the viewers.
Yeah, no, fuck the
I mean,
viewers. Fuck viewership.
Viewership. Sorry, guys, not you.
Because the algorithm's gonna hate us anyways. You already know that.
Yeah. Well, look at me.
We're gonna battle that.
Blonde
from the
hair, blue
beginning.
eyes.
Yeah, you got two guys
Yeah.
on a mic just talking about.
I'm
what?
like the result of some Hitler eugenics program. 6'8", 280, blonde hair and blue eyes.
The perfected.
Naturally in shape.
Yeah.
I feel a lot better these days than when I used to eat like 3 cans of Pringles every day.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's a
I
lot of
wonder
Pringles.
I wonder why you feel better.
I don't know. It's like dog food. Why does your dog feel like shit when you give him some dried pile of fuck? At least you have a dog that can handle it. I mean, imagine what they would be on a primal kind of diet.
Mm-hmm.
And it'd probably be way less, obviously, than what I feed. It's a little bit more work.
Yeah, you got a big beast.
But you're feeding them hand. Like, there's nothing like feeding your dog raw meat from your hand every time they've ever ate. You
Yeah.
don't think that relationship is going to change?
Yeah,
Then
right.
you just giving them some stale ass old dog food. And it's funny because you've got
I think the dogs really don't care, to be honest. Right? Like at the end of the day, it as long as they have a full belly, they're happy.
It's like our
Some
teenagers,
love, right?
right? They don't really care if it's a filet or a fucking freezer pizza.
Yeah,
But they will eventually be
Yeah.
like, damn.
yeah.
They don't care. But I do think when you're cooking a birthday cake every day for somebody, they might start like you a little
Yeah,
bit more.
right.
Or maybe they just
It's
expect
my
cake every
birthday.
day.
Yeah. All of a sudden, they start acting like cats,
Don't eat that.
all entitled.
Yeah, fucking cats, dude. This middle one must have a little bit less airflow.
Yeah, you can tell it's probably packed a little tighter.
Yeah, I took this over to a bike club, and everyone smokes. Everyone's all about smoking.
Nice.
They made it as far as probably we're gonna make it, and I had to smoke the rest by myself.
Wussies.
Yeah, who knows? I used to party on many levels, and weed wasn't always one. I wanted to interrupt some of those, so to each their own.
True.
Man, what did we have on our list here?
Oh man, so many things.
I know at least one thing. Did you see those pictures of Kim Kardashian?
No, I
Oh my
didn't.
God. Pull it up. That'll be easy to find.
Oh my god. What's my Google search?
How about Kim Kardashian new modeling photos?
Oh
You
my
might
God.
not even recognize her.
Is my wife gonna get mad at me for this?
No, because we're gonna make fun of her.
There we go.
But there probably will be many other times where that could happen.
Which ones?
Do like new or It's funny because like I never search things on Google.
Yeah. How are you finding?
I'm trying
it?
to think. Usually like probably Instagram because it's like, but her ass is out and she has blonde hair and she bleached her eyebrows blonde. So she's
What?
She kind of I'm trying to think who looks like that. Almost no one.
Like that.
Yep. That's close, but that's not it. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick.
So, are you a fan?
No. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm not a fan.
Oh my God. We're supposed to be talking good about the Kardashians.
Oh, to get us.
Because yeah, we need that algorithm somehow. Sorry, Kardashians.
All right, let's see. It's probably on her Instagram page here. Yeah, here it is. How do I send that to you?
That is weird. That's
Look at
all
those
kinds
legs,
of
bro.
weird.
I'm sorry, but those aren't the thighs I'm trying to get in between. Just because someone shot some shit around your hips, you ain't got no thighs.
I'm sure that's photoshopped to all fucking hell
Yeah.
too.
Look at her.
Unfortunately.
But it's the first on her Instagram. It's the first one.
That's crazy.
They don't even look like
That
her.
does
huh?
not look like her. I wonder what she's going for. Is this like a new look or is this for something?
Well, she broke up with Kanye. He used to dress her and design her, so now she's like designing her own
Right.
shit.
Yeah, that's right.
And what's cool right now is not showing all your parts.
Right.
Someone should tell Ray J.
Yeah.
I'm like, Kim, isn't that how you got popular? Sucking and fucking on tape? Sorry, but isn't that what got you in the door?
Yeah. No, it's fucking.
I mean, I wish I was a girl.
yeah.
I would have been in the door 20 years ago.
No shame. Oh man. Yeah, and then she broke up with the new guy too, right? The comedian. What's his
Man,
face?
and
I like him.
he's got their kid's name tattooed on his neck.
Oh my God.
Not their kids, Kanye and Kim's
Yeah,
kids.
Kanye and Kim's kids, and he dealt with all the Kanye drama.
Yeah.
I knew she was gonna dump his ass. He was just
It's,
a rebound.
Pete.
Yeah, Pete.
Pete something.
He's great. He is funny as shit. If you watch some of his stand up, he's
Yeah,
great.
he is funny.
Okay, so that was terrible. We need a new topic. Poor Kim.
I know.
She-
No,
you know she's getting so much shit for that. Oh my God, that's terrible.
yeah, and she's trying to do like some Lady Gaga, Madonna, some
Yeah.
kind of shit. You could tell.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You're
I,
a brunette, ho. Go back to brown.
and I thought that's what everybody was doing. It was embracing their own like inner beauty and look. Now all of a sudden she's back to the bleach blonde.
I guess maybe at her level.
Wonder if it's a wig.
I'm sure it's a wig.
I think everything is a wig. Yeah, that's what my wife would say. She'd be like, "Of course it's a wig. It's always a wig."
Yeah, I never used to know that.
Me neither. Until just recently.
It's like when you watch a movie, everyone has a wig on, so
Yeah.
it doesn't look weird
Yeah.
because everyone's got the big wig hair.
Yep.
But if you were to see one out of that, they'd seem like a bald rat.
Yeah.
Because everyone else got this big old 3-dimensional hair.
Yeah. Yeah, and the wig, because it's the same every time.
Yeah.
You know, they can take it off, put it on. The person takes care of it and grooms it.
Yeah, exactly. That's like that documentary, Good Hair. Have you seen that?
Uh-oh.
Bro. Culturize yourself. Okay? If you want to know about African Americans people hair, Chris Rock will break it down for you back in like 2008.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And it's good.
Okay.
And he goes into barbershops. You learn all kinds of shit.
I totally saw that. Probably
It was
fucking
it was a long time
2008.
ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago.
I do remember that. That was awesome.
It's good. I
That was
never knew
awesome.
about wigs and weaves and kitty perms and why you ain't got no hair when you're 15 because you've been frying your scalp or someone else has, you know?
Uh-huh.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I didn't even know.
Yeah, that is fuck. All his stand up is good, but that was kind of like documentary based.
Yeah.
It was
Speaking of Chris Rock, I'm sure you saw that shit with him and Will Smith.
good. Oh yeah,
Do you think it was real?
no,
It was staged?
I 100% believe it was. Staged.
I agree. Why do you think it was staged?
So I came to the conclusion like when it first happened, and then I've kind of just like put up a wall ever since. But there's like,
So it just didn't seem legitimate to you?
no, it was acting. Like I've been on stage. I've been around enough actor. Like I know, like there was acting. The slap was just total. For me, it was acting.
Right.
I saw it just plain as day.
Yeah.
A lot of people are fooled by that. Like they can see that and be like, oh my God, you know. But I mean, I don't know. I feel like one day, you know, Chris Rock was like, "Hey, homie, my ratings aren't doing this great. I got my stand up that I'm doing right now, my show. Like, like help a brother out." Right?
Had you heard that factually that his ratings weren't good for his show prior to that? Because that's true.
Not prior to that.
Okay, so that was true.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so that exists.
And then
so as a possibility,
everything after that, he was sold out. All his shows ever
Sold
since
out.
have been sold out, right?
Smart.
So, I mean, for me, like if 1 + 1 = 2, like I just kind of see these things. And like, for me, I'm like, okay, that's a fact, right? Like I don't buy it. I don't always take things when someone's like, oh, this is what happened. Nah, I mean.
Have you seen that clip from like the 20s, 30s of a black and white clip? And it's the exact same thing in a movie.
So they were probably restaging,
They were.
right? They know.
They were.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, so why did you bring this up? What's your whole thing?
Just the reason I asked you is because I was wondering if you had seen. I knew most people thought it was fake.
Yeah. I think a lot of people
initially, a lot of people were caught up in it.
Yeah.
Because it's like two rappers getting in a fight.
Right.
But then all of a
East
sudden now
Coast,
they're
West
sold out
Coast.
records.
Yep.
You know. But I was just asking you because I was curious if you had seen that clip, which just makes it
I
no
haven't.
question.
Yeah.
And it's just an old ass clip
gotta
of
pull
the
it
exact scenario, and it's in a movie. I don't know the name of the movie, so we might,
How would I find it? Do you think
you might
it's-
have to put like old movie depicting or something with Will Smith and Chris Rock, and then old movie or something like that. It's funny because we Google, like, in the old days you had to get real specific on the wordage you used and what angle. Like, you might take the same 6 words and just remix
Now
them to
we
try to
know
find the
Will
right
Smith
stuff.
copied an old movie.
There you go. Let's see.
Jeremy,
Turn it up.
I saw you on the red carpet. Looks like you lost those last few pounds. Angela, looks like you picked up that bit of weight Jeremy dropped. Could have been a carrot in that dress, but I guess you brought pumpkins back in season tonight. Good thing there's no fairy
Same thing,
godmother
right?
around
He's
to be guarding
laughing while the
Cinderella
wife's
off to the
not
ball.
thrilled.
There's so many similarities here. It's undeniable once you
Yeah.
see it.
Yeah.
Oh, what's this?
And I liked Will Smith.
Elijah taking the stage.
Yeah. It's word for word now? Oh, I missed
Oh,
the
you missed
slap.
it. Yeah, go back. It's just the same. Watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly the
Yeah.
same.
The fake slap.
So they're paying homage to something, I
Yes.
feel like,
It's
right?
like some kind of like ceremony. I don't know. I don't want to get too deep on
Yeah,
it.
well, no, I was just going to
Elijah
say the
Lewis
same
just
thing. It's got to be
slapped
some
Hollywood,
It's
right?
Hollywood thing,
So-
some kind of
It means something.
Illuminati-ish type.
Relax, my
I mean,
friend, it
we
was
don't.
just
It's
a
symbolism
joke.
for sure.
Symbolism.
It's all right
Elijah.
there.
That's
you know
crazy.
how it is.
Oh, I'm so. Yeah, that's going to have to
disrespect,
be.
Angela, you're
I'm going to
gorgeous.
overlay that afterwards so
Okay.
people can see that
Good,
for
good,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah, because that's going to be good.
Yeah, everyone. Once you see that, it's like, okay.
That's
So that's been all over TikTok. Of
I
course.
actually respect the scenario more now, because as actors, they were paying homage to something, and it's one of those if you know type things, right? And they probably didn't give a fuck one way or the other, and they're like, sure, I'll issue an apology.
Yeah.
Fucking who cares, right?
Who does Will Smith give a fuck? He's already made his
Nobody.
billions.
He's freaking
millions,
a
whatever
gajillionaire.
it
Same
is.
thing with Chris Rock, right? Like, maybe it was like hook a brother up type thing, and maybe it was like, let's have some fun with this.
Yeah, yeah. It's I don't know. It was crazy, and I don't know about you, but I don't know about the women around you in your life. Sometimes, if they
My
get
woman's
caught up,
amazing.
does she get caught up in any of that?
Drama?
Like if she sees that, was
Oh
she like,
yeah,
oh my god,
yeah.
They
But
all
she
talk about it. And
She
stuff.
will turn to me. I will say that and I hope this is true because I feel this way.
My woman's amazing, also, and I'm the most happily married man in the world.
Hold on, that's not what I'm saying.
Continue.
Jesus Christ.
No, I was just getting my piece in there. Okay.
Yeah,
All
you
right.
want to get lucky too, right?
Yeah, to not die. Yeah, just not death is lucky enough.
I think like when that shit happens, I feel like Alicia immediately turns to me and like if I say like because I'm already analyzing and I have an opinion,
Yeah.
and she'll be like, "What do you think?" And I'm like, "Well, this is what I think." She's like, "Oh, okay." you know, and then she'll come up with her opinion. Like,
Right. She had her own, and now she knows what she thinks. So
Yeah.
she has something to kind of weigh it against, and it's probably different,
Right.
because she's a girl and you're a guy.
Yeah. But I don't think she really talked about that much. That wasn't something she got wrapped up in.
Yeah.
Now, if it would have been like Will Smith's wife actually slapping somebody else, right? Like
Yeah.
it would have been
If I was
totally
that bitch.
housewife status, you know?
Yeah. No, it's funny. I think it's kind of directed at certain people when we watch shows, like to get an emotional response from, just like football.
Yeah.
We know what it's for dudes,
For sure.
you know, grown cheerleaders basically.
Yep.
But
Yeah. Yeah, I never really have been like armchair cheerleader like that.
yeah, the armchair quarterback. You should have thrown it here. You should have handed it off.
Yeah, I never like. I always kind of was like, about those guys. But now that like I've gotten into MMA and going out and watching these guys like do, and I think it's different because I know the guys maybe too, right?
And
like
you
I
know what
see
it
them every
takes,
day. Yeah,
right?
yeah. Oh my god,
do
yeah.
it.
I do.
You may
know,
not be getting in the ring yet, but you're doing it,
I
and those
do.
are the dudes you do it with.
Exactly. You know, I probably do a third of the training, but that's still a third more than a lot of the people around me do.
That's 100% more than a lot of people around here do. A third. I don't know if you're grading on the right curve there. I'm not a teacher, but
Yeah, maybe I did that right.
I don't know a lot of people around here that do anything but sit at work,
Yeah.
sleep at night.
Yep.
Well, if you work for 8 hours and you sleep for 8 hours,
16 hours of your day is gone.
and your day's 24 hours.
yeah.
So
that's
late,
2/3.
your feet are like this, which your metabolism slows. Everything slows down when your feet are like that.
Right.
16 hours of the day.
Right.
And you're like, damn, why
No
can't I
shit.
lose weight?
Yeah.
Well, fuck. Those other 8 hours, maybe 4 in between, 4 after you get off of work. What are you going to do? Slam beers, smoke weed, and sit more?
Yep.
And then in the morning, maybe you got to stand up to take a shower. I don't have a seat in mine, but,
Yeah.
maybe not everybody. But it's like, come on.
Yeah.
Like,
I used to live that life, man. I will say MMA, like working out at the gym and actually committing to it changed my life. Like I'm in the best shape of my entire life, even since I was a kid.
You are.
You know, and yeah, you can attest to that.
I can attest
right?
to that.
You actually, out of the people that know me.
And not
from
that I'm
then.
some kind of, I don't put in 90% of the effort that I could as far as working out, but from being at the gym and working there so long, you see other people's, path and things that worked for them and didn't, and
Yeah.
falling on and getting back off, and whatever.
right, yeah.
Falling off, getting back on, rather.
Yeah.
Or they get sick, or and-
well, there's always excuses.
yeah.
There's
And
always excuses, but I look at it like, a lot of people are like, man, that's all you work out 3 times a week. I mean, it's really not that much, but some people think it is. But I'm like, man, I can't afford not to.
3 days a week for how long?
An hour.
Yeah, that blows people's minds.
Yeah.
They
And it's,
sit
I
on
mean,
the
it's a hard
toilet.
fucking hour, but
They're
I mean,
spending
shit.
3 days a week on the toilet for an hour
Right.
on Instagram or TikTok,
Yeah.
getting a hemorrhoid. Because when you sit on the toilet too long, you get hemorrhoids.
Yep. Oh,
People, don't be doing that.
that's right.
Get off the toilet with
If you
your
don't
phone.
go, get up.
Yeah, if you ain't going, just get up and come back.
You know what I started doing? I saw it. It was on just, random motivational stuff that I see when I am doing the swipe. Usually I'm not on social media swiping. It's for like networking and work stuff. But, sometimes I have a pretty good feed. It's not a bunch of bullshit.
I only do cocaine for networking and business purposes also.
Yeah, that's true.
You got to make friends.
There's a good market for that too, though.
Man, especially without fentanyl. I don't know. Maybe the fentanyl stuff costs more now.
It's
All these opiate addicts, they're like just buying cocaine instead.
well, because now they're like, fuck, fentanyl didn't kill me in my
Once they take it, they don't want anything. I'm
Right.
pretty sure they continually want the fentanyl. I don't actually know anyone personally that douses themselves in fentanyl regularly.
Yeah.
But, a friend of a friend, you hear things. And apparently they like it.
Yeah. But anyways, what I was talking about the motivational shit that I was watching.
Yes.
What I started doing was, because I do a lot of positive things to try and make my day better already, but first thing I always do is get on my phone. Check my messages, right? Because I feel like I wake up and think about work, so I need to like start working as soon as I wake up.
Right.
And one of the guys was like, and I've heard this before, like even in past things, like when you wake up, your first 30 minutes or an hour, don't spend it reading the newspaper. You know, spend it on you, like getting ready for your day. So I stopped being on my phone for the first 30 minutes of the day for the last few days. And this is new, but I noticed a difference like the first day in my productivity and even my mindset, like, and the urge to be on social media even more, it was gone, right? So it's really positive thing. That's something I would recommend.
That's good.
Out there. Like, you got 30 minutes of no phone. Come on, those messages will still fucking be there, right? They ain't going anywhere.
Yeah. Well, a lot of times, like, those messages might, you know, you get up pretty early. So a lot of times for me, I look at my phone, I've already got messages. And now I'm like, fuck, I got to get up, you know.
Right.
I might be losing money, you know, let's get this day going.
True. Yes, I do start my day like early. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I have that time, which is nice too, right? That's part of getting up at
you can
that time.
allot that. I know there's a lot of dudes I listen to that say that, like, you know, like that Joe Dispenza and those guys, like, don't grab your phone first thing. Like, they basically say if you can go an hour and just wake up and just, because also when you're consuming all this content, you're not thinking of original ideas.
Right.
Even though sometimes it's giving you a high, like a dopamine high, you're loving. It's like listening to Tyson.
Exactly what it is.
So it keeps you high, and then the next video, but you don't actually ever do anything with that energy.
Right. Well, and that's what it is. It's ambition without action is nothing, right? So
Yeah.
you can have all these ideas and all of this talk and all of this whatever, but if you don't have action, and I noticed that, like, you get the same dopamine high from thinking about doing something cool, or as, you know, actually going out and doing it. So a lot of people just feed that as they're like, oh, I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to do this, but never actually doing it because they've created all these cool things in their head, but have nothing to show for it. Right.
Right.
So that's exactly the dopamine high thing, I think is.
Well, I think that's why TikTok is so addictive.
Right.
Because even though you come across some real info, unless you're going to jump off and go, you know, duck, go that, you know,
exactly.
You're just going to be on to the next crazy mind-blowing history thing that you never knew about because you were raised under the indoctrination of the school system.
And it doesn't even give you time to process and absorb the cool shit that you might have just learned that maybe was that you should be like, man, that's going to do something in my life. No, you're already on to the next one and on to the next one, on to the next one. All of a sudden, fucking 45 minutes later, you're like, oh, how many miles did I just swipe?
Yeah, it'll be like, and they're 3-minute videos and you've watched like 100 of them.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah, do the math.
I'll catch myself. So, like, I got a nice iPad. It's almost too big.
Right.
You know? Even my son will drop it on his head when he falls asleep. You know?
Yeah.
Your phone, you can just kind of lay there. It's a lot easier to just kind of lay there with your phone and just keep doing this with your thumb.
Uh-huh.
And I swear when I first joined TikTok, the videos used to skip. You know, maybe this is like a mandala. Let me know if anyone feels like their TikTok used to go to the next video all by itself.
Oh, yeah, definitely look up
and
what
now
a mandala effect
it just
would be, too.
repeats the same video 4,000 times if you don't change it.
Yeah, I thought it went too. It would go to the next.
And then I was like, maybe I had my teenager help me and change that at a time. But so then since I went in there and it's like, no, that's never been a thing. And I'm like, what do you mean? I thought it was double stuffed, not double stuff.
Right.
Or double stoof.
Right.
I don't know if you've seen that one, but there's a lot of mandalas out there.
There is. Yeah, just Google mandala effect.
God.
That's a trip. That's a trip because for me, I have like dozens of them that I like, and I even see them. Little mandala effects every day. There was something today I was talking about. I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, big ones like the Bernstein Bears. It's
yes.
the Bernstein Bears.
Yes.
You know.
And you have to actually see the covers, right? And the spelling to be like, oh, it is that one. Oh wait, no, it isn't, because it's pretty undeniable for a lot of us that. Yeah. And if there's a movie out there, Mandala Effect, have you seen it? It's like a scripted, like actual movie.
Probably a long time ago.
I think it just came out a couple of years ago.
Well, maybe
it's
not.
like a Netflix thing.
Oh, okay.
So good. You should watch it.
Check it out.
Yeah, you should watch it. All right. And we're back.
All right. Feel much better.
Yeah.
What do you got for us, sir?
Some Knob Creek. Good shit. 100 proof, 50% alcohol.
I used to have a little friend that liked the Knob Creek. Not like that.
I was gonna say that sounds very naughty.
Yeah, it was
naughty for the knobby.
Yeah, he knows who he is. Small and brown, just like this whiskey. Bourbon.
I think it's bourbon whiskey,
Okay.
but it
Bourbon
doesn't have
whiskey.
it doesn't have that bourbon flavor. I don't
Okay.
like the bourbon flavor.
All right, well, cheers, man.
Salud. Yeah, now it's time to get in trouble.
I like these cups.
Yeah, my wife got this for me for Father's Day last year.
I wonder. It's funny how small this continent is down here. Did you know on the maps that we see now that the upper ones are bigger than they really are, and the smaller ones
Yeah.
are smaller than they are?
They've always said it's not to scale, but they're making them way.
It's like America
off.
looks huge, Europe and Asia is huge, but
Yeah.
in reality, South America and what's the other one?
You got. Well, let's see. You got
Come on.
South America.
What do we got down here?
You got
Africa.
Africa.
Africa's massive.
Asia.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure they're all a lot bigger, but see, we don't really know what we don't know when it comes to like the topography of our planet.
No,
Anyways,
but what I do like to look at, which interests me, is some of these like 1,000-year-old maps
yeah,
that have exact to the coordinates, the continents and
coordinates of
Canary Islands, certain stuff like that we know today, like GPS coordinates.
that's cool,
Latitude, longitude, latitude, whatever it is.
right? Yeah, and that's undeniable, right?
Yeah, I
'cause
mean,
you can read that. From,
How would you know that?
Yeah.
You got to be up.
Yeah,
So I don't think this is the only time in our history, the last 2,000 years as we know it, that we've been in the sky.
yeah, for sure.
It's either that or someone from the sky told us.
Well, I think it does involve this guy because at the bare minimum, astrology, right? Because a lot of the wayfinders back in the day, that's what they would use as the stars to figure out where they
you
were.
are.
Exactly, because you can know based on the time and the date. Astrology has been how we've been. It's not as popular anymore, which it should be, but that's been how we've been maintaining history and time for the most part throughout thousands of years.
Well, you have stars that never move from the position, like you have North Star and this type of stuff.
Right. Yeah. Right. You
It's
have
always
some of
there.
those that are always there, and then you
Some.
have some of those that kind of wrap around.
Yeah. Have you
do
ever seen
other
those
things.
pictures where they show like the lines, like, because supposedly we're spinning and all this, like a
Right.
spiral. So when they take like a time lapse picture, like the stars are all wrapped like in a circle.
They are. Yeah. Well, it's
the
kind
way
of
it catches them. 'Cause
correct,
They're,
yeah.
they're slowly moving,
yeah.
and they're all. It looks pretty cool.
It's super trippy.
But it's also, I've never taken a picture myself like that. So
Yeah.
I see these guys on TikTok. I'm like, damn, I need to get you into a telescope now, or like a P1000 camera.
Don't get me.
They're zooming.
I can
in.
get a telescope lens for that probably.
Bro, I just want to know what it really looks like because I never trust no one on TikTok.
Right.
But they'll be showing pictures and they'll be showing planets that are far away, and they look like, right?
Really?
You can see Saturn; it's got rings.
Yeah.
Okay, but I want to know like if this is really how it looks, and also like
What they're doing.
why
to
it
edit
looks like
yeah.
that. If there's something you can change, whereas if we were doing it, I would know that.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure like the motion that you're talking about is just seeing something from so far away.
Yeah.
And the way the light's reflecting off.
That's
of
what I
it.
was thinking. So then when NASA will let out pictures, they'll be perfectly clear.
Right.
And
Well,
so they'll
from
say
space,
they're not pictures though.
Oh, they're not.
They're images or they're photos.
Yeah, they're.
There's no pictures.
What they do is they take like it's like infrared images or something, and then they doctor it up and make it add the colors.
Add the color.
Yeah, make
based
it
on what
visually
they,
appealing.
right,
Yeah,
right. Kind of like the blue
exactly.
marble,
Right.
right, which wasn't real.
Oh, really? So
You
what's
didn't-
this? Yeah.
So
what's
the blue marble is just the first round picture of Earth that we ever saw from space,
Okay.
and it was actually filmed in a way that made it look round, but it's not.
Okay.
We'd have to kind of look it up and show some
let's
stuff, but
fucking look it up.
maybe put in like
never
blue
heard of-
marble conspiracy,
Oh, I need to
something
save
like
this
that.
tab.
And they've admitted now, like there's in the clouds it says sex. They've used the same clouds to copy and paste. Like they created something that they. And
Hey,
let's say
in
it
Lion King, in the clouds, it said sex or something like that,
fucking
right?
Hollywood, bro. I'm telling you.
It's all fucking related. Blue
Jordan
marble
Maxwell,
conspiracy.
the occult, learned something.
Secrets behind the most famous Earth image. Yeah, come on, just show me.
Just put, is the blue marble a real picture?
Let's do that.
Try that. Just like we're an everyday person.
Well, you know what it's going to tell us.
I know, but I want to see it. Oh, shit.
Don't break it.
Good thing that wasn't a candle.
No.
Knock your bulb out.
You can break that. Don't break that.
All your beautiful decor.
The blue marble is an image of Earth taken on December 7th,
An image.
1972, from a distance of about 29,000 kilometers, 18,000 miles.
Can we look up what an image means
From
after this? Just for the record.
the planet's surface, taken by a crew of Apollo 17.
Those guys. Wikipedia.
It's one of the most reproduced images in history. So this one.
That's the one that they say was
Oh,
the first one.
that is an... Yeah, okay. So...
That's supposed to be...
What's the definition of image? Not imagery. Come on, autocorrect. Only read my
you
mind
mean
when
imagery.
I want you to.
If you want me to
A representation of the external form of a person or a thing in art. The
Right,
general impression that a person, organization, or product presents to the public.
That's right. That's right, ladies and gentlemen.
It's
So-
like you almost knew what the answer to that question
And I've never
was.
looked that up.
You never have?
No,
Oh,
no.
I like that.
But I just knew.
I love when organic shit happens
Yeah,
like that.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's
nice.
crazy. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously,
So
right?
they're not saying it's a picture.
So here's what I want to know. So what? How
why can't it be a picture?
far is?
If we can take pictures of the galaxies,
so have
Earth
you,
should be easy.
have you heard of the radiation belt?
Yeah.
And you know that they've slipped up and said that we have never physically passed the radiation belt,
Which we would
in a
have to
couple
get to the
instances.
moon, right?
Which we would have to get to the moon, but we'd also have to get 18,000 feet above into the air. Which,
Oh, really?
The outer
didn't know it
radiation
was that
belt
close.
is typically 8,000 to 36,000 miles above Earth. And where was that? I think it said kilometers, so 18,000 miles.
Yeah, that sounds a little bit.
Right, so
It's
they
up
were
there.
right in the middle of the radiation belt
That
that
we've
we've
never-
never been able to get through.
Right.
But then sorry NASA, but then the guy that was talking about this, the ex-astronaut, was like, because somebody asked, "Have you been through the radiation belt to get to the moon?" And he was like, "The radiation belt? What? Oh yeah,
They
we
didn't
went.
even know-
We went through
Yeah,
that."
I saw
and he was
that.
like, "Oh, but do you know they said that you can't physically go through the radiation?" He's like, "Oh well, we had that technology back then, but we destroyed it."
Well, and that's what they said about just being able to go to the moon in
The
general.
moon landing
He's
in
like, I
general.
would go to the moon in a millisecond, but back then we had the tech and, we got rid of it.
Which I almost believe, but I'm
Maybe.
like, you know what? I mean, it could be like the aliens gave us something to bring us there, but I'm like, fuck no, it was a race to
What
the
they
moon.
try to say is that because at the time we were going broke to go to the moon.
Right.
So that's why they were able to make the technology. What was the technology? Just
The technology
huge
they
machine?
made was basically the room that they built that was supposed to look like a moon
Right.
with all of the shit that they put
Yeah.
in it. That's the technology.
Yeah, no wonder movies are so good now.
Right. I mean, because if you were to look, I mean, even now, like I haven't looked at the lunar landing in fucking probably a decade
You
or
should hear
more.
what Buzz Aldrin says. Have you seen
I'm
all those
surprised
clips?
He's still alive. No, what's he saying?
Well, it's like he's frustrated. There's a kid that asks him, he's like, why haven't we gone back to the moon? And he just gets this look on his face. He like can't handle it. You should just pull it up. Just put Buzz Aldrin, kid asks question, something like that. It's funny because I swear, like when I'm on TikTok, I'm like, they're not going to let me learn
No.
one science experiment, but they're going to show me all this shit. Or
Buzz Aldrin kid asks about moon. Is
There
what
you
I
go.
Put in.
okay, here I'll just
See, you got to find it.
Are you on Google? Come on now.
I know.
It ain't-
I
it ain't
was
gonna-
about to pull up DuckDuckGo.
I just had to finally switch my search engine a while back, and now I don't even realize any difference. At
Yeah.
first, I did.
Well, because what I find is 90% of the time I want the algorithm to know what I'm looking for. It tells
I get it. I get it.
Truth to a child.
You're using it for
Is it this one?
legitimate. Yeah, I think so. Just click.
Why has
Yes.
nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question.
Yeah, because my daddy
my
told me to ask this question.
I want to know,
said,
but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice
this really
to know
Buzz
why
Aldrin?
it didn't happen. So
Could be a
in the
mask.
future, if
CIA
we want to
disguise.
keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
What did stop?
That
him?
was a lot of wordplay.
Yeah, it sure was.
Money
Look at
is a good thing.
Money.
Money, yeah.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long
Just
Let's
gonna
hear it
replay
again.
it. Yeah. I'm good with that.
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped
Right.
in the past that we wanted to keep it going. Is a good thing.
Why?
We don't need to watch it a third time.
No.
That's crazy. Is that really Buzz Aldrin?
Put another one up of him.
Let's see.
There's some guys going around having him try to sign on the Bible that he's telling the truth, and they get all heated. All the astronauts are
this is-
against it.
Conan, and it's short.
Oh yeah.
Are we allowed to play
If you
YouTube
don't know, this is a
videos?
segment where
Copyright
viewers
wise?
try
I think
to
it's probably
find
okay, right?
mistakes on our show.
We'll find out.
Okay?
I don't think
So
the audio we're
far,
allowed to
hundreds of
play.
challengers,
But we're gonna
not
post it on
one
YouTube.
winner.
We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll
We
find out.
don't make mistakes.
I know when I watch Rogan, and
Well,
then there's
tonight, a fan with
usually
the
no
screen
sound.
name Animation
Oh, this
B
is gonna be stupid.
thinks he caught a mistake.
Yeah. Well, it's only 3 minutes. It might be
cut to the
good.
middle.
If you don't know, this is a segment where viewers try to find mistakes on our show. Okay? So far, hundreds of challengers, not one winner. We don't make mistakes. Well, tonight, a fan with the screen name Animation B thinks he caught a mistake. He says it happened during one of my regular comedy segments, Conan's video blog.
Hello, Conan. You did an error on your show in your video blog segment, the one where you Batmanified a bunch of famous people. You had a picture of Buzz Aldrin, and you put a Batman mask over his space helmet.
Famous images where everyone is Batman.
Neil Armstrong on the moon. Batman.
You said that it was Neil Armstrong, the first man on the moon, when in fact the picture was of Buzz Aldrin. So that's an error. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
There's one too about him saying how it's.
Well, first of all,
It might be
pal,
on here.
we
It
don't
might
need to
be
go
with
further than
Conan, but the gist was, he said that. Oh shit! I'm losing my train of thought.
that. We'll keep playing.
Yeah, keep
Good luck
playing.
with
What
your
was Buzz
planned
gonna say?
sailboat invasion of coastal Russia. Okay? I don't know. Yeah. Hope.
Thank you, Conan.
Children.
Thank you, Conan. Hey, Animation B.
Okay,
You're
that's Buzz.
Yeah,
For
that's
real.
Buzz. There's another
Okay,
video.
I guess this was done a long time ago.
Yeah,
But-
he's been out there saying all kinds of crazy shit.
Oh, here's the
False.
false.
By who? Because I posted a lot of TikTok videos on my Instagram.
What are we on? Oh, we're on Snopes. Okay, did ball
Snopes.
Yeah, I don't even. Did Snopes get bought out? The dude got
is the
arrested,
worst.
right?
Yeah, Snopes is basically dog shit now.
Dog shit.
There's no fact checking now. You know what fact checking is? You yourself going on about 15 different websites.
There she posted. Why has nobody been? Yeah. See, there's more wordplay.
Yeah. I don't know.
Send 'em- Yeah.
I
Yeah,
never
look
had
at
a
this.
telescope.
The child didn't ask Buzz Aldrin if he ever went to the moon. Rather, she posted the question, or posed. It should be posed the question. I'm already. You guys, Snopes, you suck.
Yeah. What they're trying to. Well, here's how they're going to spin it. I don't even need to hear it. they're going to say what he meant was we didn't go back.
Right.
Not that we didn't go.
Yeah, exactly.
We didn't go back.
We didn't go. But
Well, why didn't he say that?
Straight up fucking
He said we didn't go.
We didn't go.
You know, and he's old as shit.
Long pause.
Maybe
long
in his
pause,
mind.
Long pause.
Yeah, you know.
Fucking buzz. So yeah, I mean, look, we've been talking about the flat Earth stuff between you and I, and like, I don't know. I'm not going to buy into the Earth is flat or the Earth is round at this point because we.
That's
don't know.
exactly. That's what I would say is the best. The best position to take.
Yeah, until
You
somebody
don't know.
proves it to me. Yeah.
Does
and what does it fucking really matter?
Does
to
J.D.
me?
Rockefeller, his education system that we've been under for the 150 years, is that meant to open our minds or teach us how to work?
No. I mean, if you get lucky, you know, get a good teacher here and there, but what are the odds of that happening when you make $20,000 a year with barely any benefits?
Well, maybe we should pull up one of those Project Veritas videos.
Oh,
that just came out.
That
I think
sounds
there's
fiery.
1, 2, 3 parts of it. Don't get me started on the schools.
Veritas, E-R-I-T-A-S. They just have a website, right?
Yeah, because they can't be on any platforms.
Nice.
So there's like part 1, 2, 3.
Is it fast?
They're fast, yeah, and
right.
they're right to the point.
Should I start with 1?
Yeah, might as well. They kind of lead into the others. Read the little headline. What's it say?
All right. The Secret Curriculum, Part 1, Exposed, Greenwich, Connecticut, I guess, CT? Yeah, Greenwich, Connecticut, got to be. Assistant principals hiring discrimination ensures subtle child indoctrination. Only
best
subtle,
kind. The
not
best
obvious. Kind. Right, because obvious is easy to pin out. All right, anyways.
Yeah, we can't get obvious.
You don't hire Catholics because they are more conservative. Progressive teachers are savvy about delivering a democratic message. Yeah. Wow, that hurts.
Scroll down.
Jiminy Crickets. All right, is this the video right here?
Yeah.
All right.
That is, I believe that's
So then what do
Sorry, that came in hot,
Whoa.
ladies and gents.
Hot.
Hot.
you do as a Catholic if you find out?
Still hot. Come on, guys.
Oh, so then what do you do as a Catholic if you find out someone is Catholic? Then what?
Assistant principal.
Who was watching it, I wonder?
A hot ass chick, bro. Look at his face.
Oh,
They had
yeah,
to put
tell
their-
me more.
She had to put her camera on her belt. It's in her purse so we can look at her titties.
He's like, make eye contact. Make eye contact.
Look at that.
Wait for it. He's going to miss it.
He thinks she's scooping it up. And she is scooping it. For Veritas.
This is fucking bullshit. This is 12 minutes long.
Okay, so we could skip on. We got the point, right? They said, fuck conservatives. We're never going to hire
This is
bitch
actually
ass.
okay, but
I'm not
here's
even
the thing:
conservative.
is that you can't say this was faked, right? This is the guy.
Yeah, this
and-
is cheaters style filming.
Yeah, and this indoctrination is happening and has been happening, and it's spreading like wildfire.
Yeah.
And I do agree that school is terrible in certain ways. However, I look at it like a tool to be used. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As such, it could be.
Take advantage of the good parts.
Take advantage of the good parts. Trying to educate your kids as best you can about what to be prepared for. You know what I mean? Like, we're dealing with it right now. Like, fucking my son just came to me the other day and he's talking about his friends, yada, yada, yada. And all of a sudden he's like talking about his female friends because they have a big group of friends. And he just names off so-and-so's bi, so-and-so's gay, so-and-so's pan. All these girls.
Yeah.
At 11, 12 years old.
Yeah.
And I'm
That's the
like,
age.
the girls are the first ones to get it and start feeding it to us. And he doesn't get it, right? And I'm trying to explain to him, like, look, the sexuality thing, like, you'll get it when you're older. Like,
Right.
when it hits.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You'll know
Don't
when
try
you
and
know.
figure it out now because you're going to figure it out the wrong way.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like,
You're going to mutate it.
you're going to mutate it. That's a good way to put it. You're going to make it something that it's not necessarily just because you're trying to figure it out before you're mentally and physically prepared for it.
Yeah.
And like, he's not going to get that. I already know. Right. And so that's something that I'm dealing with because you got, 30 other kids in the class and 30 other parent styles.
Yeah.
And,
Well, and you have a teacher that obviously may feel one way or another, and they're not going to say, hey, here's what we think, and here's the opposing view.
Right.
They're going to teach what they feel, like we all would. I'm not knocking the teachers. Yeah. We all think we're doing the best.
And that's true.
There's people that think Biden right now is doing the best. There really is.
Really?
Yeah.
Still?
Well, if you have hella college debt, yeah. If you have hella
college debt,
have a
what
degree,
is $10,000? And what about all the other poor saps that already paid off their college debt?
I feel like the headline is better than the real bill.
Yeah, but I want to know is what else got written into that fucking bill. I haven't read it. I should.
It's only probably a fucking 4 foot tall.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you got to read it all.
The senators will say, what am I supposed to do? Read this? That's what they say when they get these bills.
No, they don't even say that. They're like, they got 2 people on each side, and they're like, which one's going to feed me a nicer steak dinner?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, they used to say, what the fuck? And now they're just like, lobster?
Right. Lobster sounds good. Oh, you got T-bone?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, Pfizer, hey, that'd be a good sponsor.
Hey.
But we're not going to say the right things.
No, we're not. Unless you guys do a 180. Don't come around here.
No, it's not happening.
Don't send your black teal SEAL 6 over here to fucking knock us out, drone strike us.
No, it's all those guys that are like okay with doing things. Right?
Doing things.
I
don't know any guys like that.
I wish I did.
Yeah,
I could.
I know you hang out with a whole bunch of guys like that. Don't lie. Just because people are listening.
I mean, nobody's okay with doing things.
You hang out with all kinds of killers.
Killers.
You got
to say.
If you train to hurt people 3 days a week, you might want to kill somebody.
Yeah,
but you may not need to.
Coming back to the fight, that warrior mentality, like you can see which ones have it and which ones don't.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like,
especially about round 2.5.
Right. Or sometimes even before that.
When the fatigue hits.
Right. Who's going to be like, oh my, like fight or flight, and their option is not the first one?
I don't know. Like, I've always given this up to the MMA guys.
Yeah.
The fact that waiting all night to fight someone, that's the worst part.
So that's just one aspect of it. I've been now like exposed to the preamble. These guys train for months ahead of time. They're limited to how much water their hydration levels. How do you think that influences you throughout like those months that you're training? Do you think you're getting proper, rehabilitation through those training days when you can't actually just hydrate your fucking body?
And do they have like a regulatory body that makes sure they don't do it a certain way like the UFC does? Or is it we at a level where that's not really
we're
a fuck about?
I
mean, your coach cares.
So,
but there's not someone saying you can't be this weight and then 3 days later be this weight. If you're weighed in, you're weighed in.
No, yes. So funny story is one of our guys actually couldn't fight because he was 3 pounds over. And this is 2 scenarios. One of our guys was all of our guys made weight. One guy was 3 pounds over. The guy was like, okay, let's do it. One guy was 25 pounds over.
Damn.
I'm like, how do you? He was like, but on my scale yesterday, I was good. I'm like, bro, you didn't even try. You're scared, right?
Come on.
That's got to be fear.
It has to be.
Right? Because I know if I'm in there, I think my fighting class would be 145. I'm 155 right now.
Bro, I want to see you in there tomorrow. Tomorrow.
I would have fun. Even if I got the shit beat out of me. I think it would be so much fun. I got a lot of aggression.
Hey, everyone gets the shit beat out of them. It's just one of those things.
It would be so much fun.
Yeah.
I probably will do it. I probably will do it once.
I was like, eye locked. Like I'm on like every move. I can't even respond, react. I'm just like laser vision.
It was great, right?
It's hard to get fucked up because I'm so into the other high that I'm getting.
Yeah.
And then I hear all this drama in the crowd that I'm ready to just run over there and just fucking
all of a sudden, fuck at the one in Hanford, dude. There was some, I'm pretty sure bulldogs there. And it got a little feisty.
Did it?
And one of our guys was security at that event, and he was
guys that trains at the gym.
Yeah, he's one of I don't want to shout him out too much because he's military.
Yeah, that's cool.
But big guy, and he was security that day, and he was strapped because if you got a CCW, like these guys are totally all about it.
Every
right?
security should be strapped.
Every security should be strapped. Everybody should be strapped. Fucking let's strap every American.
If everyone had a gun on their hip, it'd basically be like everyone being my size. If everyone was
right here, and you knew
6'8",
right?
It's like, you know, I'm going to bring this up. You're driving over here. You're in a car. This kind of relates here. Little guys in a big car, or even a regular car. You know, how much does a car weigh? Like 2,000 pounds?
No, you're looking at like 3,000 to 4,000 for a normal car.
Okay.
You know, our trucks are probably like
so you're
5.
140 pounds, 155 pound, average size guy.
Right.
Driving around in a 3,000 pound vehicle, brake checking people.
Right.
Driving up all crazy.
Oh, God.
I'm like, bro, you don't even know how close from just getting broken in half you are right now.
But they're probably strapped.
Maybe. They should be. If we were in a field, would you just stop as I'm running behind you? No, dude. You would never do that.
No, you know.
Why is it you get in a vehicle and you feel like you're the Hulk?
I think it's unintentional a lot of time. Like
we're all separated. You know, I wish we could have like some kind of like Roblox, how you say something and it pops up above.
Right.
Like, hey, bitch, you ain't shit. You know, or something, or some kind of communication, because there's a lot of miscommunication happening, a lot of road rage happening.
Right.
And then people that'll never get out of their car. Well, then why the hell are you road raging? You better just pull over to the side, because God forbid everyone pulls over. It ain't gonna be good for you.
Oh man. And
but if we were all strapped, or we were all I guess if everyone was a giant, then we would.
But you have the gentle giants too.
Well, yeah.
That we're like, fuck, I don't want to fight.
It's the same as when you've got a pistol on you. You know, at the very end, you can actually end it.
Yeah.
In a fight, I'm going to go 75% until I realize it's serious. And then I'm going to end it.
Fuck that.
You know?
If you're strapped, look, the thing is, if you're strapped the way you're trained through the CCW courses, if you feel like you're threatened, like no hesitation, because the last thing that you want is all of a sudden in the wrestling or fumbling around, all of a sudden your piece is in someone else's hands.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's
so
true.
better pull it out right away, step back and be like, look, you don't want to play with this. And like, everyone's like, hey, let's go get beers.
Yeah.
You know, like, fuck
Hopefully. Yeah.
Like, I'd be down to be like, hey, let's go get beers.
You want a beer?
Yeah. Look,
or you want a hole in your belly?
We don't have to go like this.
Yeah.
I got insurance for it too, bro.
It's still, well, yeah, you need the insurance.
You got to have insurance.
It's like with a
too.
pit bull. You can get you some insurance.
You got to have it, because you never know.
You know. Vet bills are expensive.
You fucking your pit's just defending itself and it eats something.
Yeah, someone breaks in your house and your dog bites them, and in California law they can sue you.
Or they shoot them. No, what needs to happen is that your dog needs to bite them, and then you need to shoot them and kill them before they get out the fucking house.
Right.
Because then it's self-defense.
All in the front.
It needs to be in the house.
Right.
If
in
it's
the
on
front of your body. You
can't
shoot them in the back.
True.
If they're running out,
Very
it's
true.
too late.
Unless it's all about how
even if they raped your daughter and took everything you own.
Nope, not true.
Okay.
Not true.
Okay.
It's all about how you articulate it. Because
I was just spitballing there.
Yeah, nope. And that's not true. Because
Okay.
if in an instance where it's like, fuck, I'm here, my kid's room's there, Perp's running towards my kid's room.
No, Perp has already raped your kid and he's running out your front door. You shoot him in the back.
I'm shooting him in the back and placing him right there, and I'm telling my kid, sorry about that rape, we'll get you therapy later, but that guy was running to you.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean?
Yeah. And then
it's all about how you articulate
it's 50-50.
it.
You know, I guess it's forensics and also who you know.
Insurance. It's all about it. You get that $1 million insurance, and the attorneys,
Boom, boom.
you know, it gets all figured out like that. Yeah,
that's very good. That makes a lot of sense.
It's not cheap, but you got to do it. If you're gonna carry, you have to be prepared to, you know,
be insured.
Make that decision. Yeah, because well, look, if it's between paying that extra insurance or between you or even between me and you, bro. Like, or being murked or me being murked, let alone being with my wife or kids.
Right.
Like if we're out somewhere and I happen to be carrying and something happens and your life is in danger, I'm fucking blasting somebody.
Yeah.
No questions asked.
Well, I think too at that point, even if you have a CCW
Sorry,
or
Democrats.
Not, yeah, sorry, Dems. Whether you have a CCW or not is going to be the smallest part of your problem.
Exactly.
After you murk somebody.
Yeah.
Because about 99% of that had nothing to do with your CCW.
Right.
And yeah, they may come back on you in court somewhat, but I don't give a fuck. If I have to do that,
I'm going to do it, whatever.
I don't care. It's like smoking weed. If I got to smoke weed without a recommendation,
Yeah.
well, guess what? To not kill a motherfucker, I'm
Yeah.
going to do it.
Well, and at the same thing, like, fuck, I'm going to find any weapon. Like, good thing it's a gun because that's going to prevent me having to waste time to go find a crowbar or something. Because I'm going to kill a motherfucker in certain situations regardless
one hit
of what
with
it
a
is.
blunt force object or may not survive.
I don't think I would stop at one.
No, that's what I'm saying. Just one might kill them.
Right. Yeah.
When I worked at the bar, there was more than a few times where it's like eventually your hands only heal so fast.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, all these things only heal. So you got your flashlight, and that's pretty much your last line of defense.
I have his flashlight, and it is sexy.
And I'm going to the beach tomorrow, so I need it. So I hope you're not trying to work.
It's charged up.
Good.
Actually.
Good. I was like, I don't want to go to Walmart and spend 65. It's probably 90 by now.
Oh, God. Oh, fuck.
I was making a list for the beach, and I was like, beach. I was breaking everything down in areas. And I'm like, beach. And I'm like, flashlights. And I was like, Kenny has my flashlight.
I thought you had 3 of them.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Well, I guess when you gave me it like 3 years ago.
That one, it's all metal.
Yes,
it's got kind of a sharp tip.
Yes,
in a way.
Sharp edges.
So when I worked at the bar, there was only me and one other dude that could have those. Everyone else had all the other ones I had, which was 3 rubber ones that had a little bit of a give. So if you hit someone with a blunt force object to defend yourself, well, they might not be bleeding everywhere.
Yeah, only management gets to
management,
give people concussions.
Because I was only going to put it to you if I really had to.
Right.
Because you got a bunch of other guys that are going to go over there and cordially escort you out.
And if you don't oblige, then you're going to meet the sharp edge.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even, really, unless you're trying to, it gets really serious, you're not meeting the sharp edge. One time, a guy comes running up, hides behind the front table. Okay, where we take money, we're in the front of the bar. There's 100 people in line, 40 people trying to ask questions, and you're trying to pat everyone down and take
happening.
the money. And guy comes running up. You've got straps and shit like the movie theaters up. You got your line, you got shit blocked off, a spot where people could walk out.
Yeah, like the ropes.
Runs up all scared, runs right up behind the money table. Normally we would already because we think you're trying to get the money.
Yeah.
Some dude's chasing him.
Oh, help me.
So now he's like, I want, and this fool's all scared. We're not letting him in the bar, but we can't get him out of the doorway either. And this big shirtless dude looked like a wrestler. Their traps are all big, and I'm like, fuck. Like, I'm gonna have, all right. So
I fucking hate wrestlers.
He reaches over and pokes me. Like from behind the straps, but reaches just far enough to get his 2 fingers on me, like right past my 2 dudes that are standing right there to basically like handle business if necessary.
Mm-hmm.
And so I get up and I go out there and he's like, we're going to go heads up. So you've already always got the flashlight in your hand just to shine it in their face.
Well, and that's your last
And this
line
is
of
just
defense.
some shirtless fucking vagrant, crazy, drugged out fool. He's like coked out, tweaked out. I don't know.
Yeah.
And there's all these people, and I'm like, I don't want this, but here we go, So I could tell we're gonna clash, and we go at the same time, and I just hit him right here with that flashlight, and there's just the whole thing laid open. Go to the ground.
Look like baloney.
Yeah. Everyone's cheering in the line. I felt like a UFC fighter maybe in the moment, But I'm thinking, I hope no one's videotaping this.
Yeah,
because it's gonna be on Stringer tomorrow.
Yep. Oh, Visalia Stringer.
And then you're gonna be talking to your boss, trying to explain why people downtown act like they do.
Yeah, and what are you gonna do, right?
What are you gonna do? But
luckily, it was a homeless guy because he probably got his ass up and fucking walked away.
Yeah, maybe it was just a bro having too good of a night, you know? But
yeah, ripped his shirt off. Woo!
I had his arm all cocked back, ready to snap it in half if I had to.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Let me go." So I'm like, "All right, we're gonna let you up. You better get the fuck out.
Get the fuck out and don't come back. Not
Bye.
tonight. Come back a little more sober tomorrow. We'll take your money.
Yeah. We'll see you tomorrow. It's not personal.
That's right.
I'm sure you need some stitches.
Oh, fucking shit. Oh, that's nice. Well, packing up sucks too.
Yeah, packing does suck. Luckily, I have an amazing wife that packs for me.
Oh, I love that part of being married.
So then if something's gone, I have someone to blame. What the hell? Didn't you know I needed 18 pairs of underwear?
Why do I not have a razor today?
Razor?
Well, you don't
What's
shave.
that?
Yeah.
For her?
Look at this baby
Look at that.
smoothness.
Look at that. You're going to be all broke out.
No.
No, I don't want to put that on you.
Yeah, thanks. Not when I do.
After you said you're all oily and then you shaved your face, I was like,
It was pretty terrible.
I live with
But
an
I
esthetician.
showered right afterwards, right? It was, like,
after?
Yeah, it was gym, shave, shower.
No, you fucked up the order.
That's how I always do it.
Gym, shower, shave.
Oh.
Clean face, then open all your pores up, and then you can put on whatever you want. You can put on some dream cream afterwards to soothe it.
That's true.
You know? I'm sure you can
soothe it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it works for me, okay? Jesus.
And it's fine. It looks fine. If I was you, I'd be bright in the face from You know, you get a long beard is basically your girlfriend or wife doesn't complain about it. That's the only way it gets
Well, they
long.
start out saying, "Oh, it looks so manly."
Well, I guess I already had the goatee and the size, so maybe I never heard that exactly. It didn't boost my manliness.
Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong, babe. But she was like, you should try to grow out the sides.
Oh, that's
And it was like right when beards weren't cool.
Right before they became
Yes.
cool.
She was always like a year before stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
So, I'll give her that. So I was like, I don't know. And so I let it go and go and go. And then it's like, you end up with these big old chops on the side because you don't know how to trim and you're afraid to trim. So
Learning how to do all that. Yeah.
And then finally you go in and they're like, hey, look, we're going to cut off like 2 inches up here. And you're like, oh my God, it feels so much better.
Right.
It's like losing a bunch of weight.
I remember you having like the most baby face though.
Yeah, that's what's under here.
Right?
Yeah.
It's still
I'm
there
15,
probably.
all
right?
under here.
Yeah.
No UV. I'm there, baby. Wait till I shave it at 50. I'm going to be like,
man.
I'm going to look like you.
I would so pay to see that like clean cut again like it was when we were teenagers.
I have a picture I got recently of me at like, it had to have been 14 because I had like a basketball bag.
Okay.
And I was obviously already
At La
as
Jolla.
tall as my dad. Well, probably like freshman year.
Oh, okay.
Maybe freshman summer.
Got it.
Because that's when it starts getting serious if they give a fuck, if you're
Right.
worth a shit. And I was so skinny. Like, like you are jacked compared to what I was, even though I was so tall. But it was like skinny white. My nipples are about 3 inches apart. I look back at myself and I'm just like,
That's awesome.
I need to carry this around and then show people, big guys
Yeah.
that are young, that feel like they have no chance.
Right.
That when you get in the weight room and you're especially in a basketball sport, all the weight is preset. So
Okay.
they don't have to take any time to change the weights.
Gotcha. So everybody's lifting the same shit.
Which, how often does that fucking
That's
happen,
crazy.
right?
Yeah, because you got different sizes of guys,
Yeah.
but it's all about endurance, I
And
guess.
basketball's
right?
a little different. So
Yeah.
it should all be light. But of course you've got, and it may be light to them, but like at freshman year, you go in there and there's the 45s on the bench. That's 135 pounds.
Yeah.
Fuck. I could barely do the quarters. I may have been the tallest dude there, but I wasn't doing the most weight.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
I'd get there and I'm like, then the dude's spotting you's doing curls because you can't even lift this shit. And no
Right.
one's going to take the time to move the weight because your coach is going to be yelling at
Everyone's
you.
going to get fucking yelled at.
Yeah, it's just like a trickle shit rolls downhill. God. And you're the younger one, so it's going to be your fucking fault.
Always.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I remember even like overhead. You ever do like military press?
I don't lift fucking weights.
Okay.
I just fight people.
The bar with 10 pounds on each side doesn't seem like a lot. It makes you look like a toddler should do it.
But until you do it 30 or 40 times.
Fuck, I couldn't even do it 10 back then.
Right.
But yeah, if you can build up to 30 or 40, you can turn into something.
Yeah. Well, and that's what it is, like you're saying, for all those big guys, that big skinny guys, like you just go out there, put the work in, you're going to convert that
and
muscle.
drop the weight. Don't try to lift with your little homies that can only move the bar 6 inches because they're so small. Yeah. And you got an 18-inch range.
Right.
Don't even add the weight up.
Yeah.
Just do all
Feel
those
good
reps.
about doing it and do it like the swimmers. They know what's up. They'll fucking do the bar 100 times.
Yeah.
Right. I can't do the bar 100 times.
That's like some Bruce Lee shit right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Different type of power.
Yeah, being able to go over and over and over. Like when you're fighting, do you want to be able to punch somebody like the Mike Tyson one hitter quitter, or you want the energy to go all 3 rounds and just pow, 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 pow if needed, right?
Yeah.
I kind of like the idea of the one hitter quitter though.
And I don't know if that's a fair assessment of Tyson.
It's probably not, but it's the glorified
But I get
assessment.
it. He's got that power hit.
Yeah, he does.
You know,
I mean, but he's
I
he's a great fucking fighter. I mean, I would say almost unstoppable even to this day.
Yeah, well, I think now, like he says, he fights exhibitions, which
Yeah.
have limitations to them. And there's no point. Him as a person is very valuable.
Yeah,
You
he
don't
doesn't
want him
need to
getting
fight,
hurt. No.
but that's his passion. Like that's where his heart is in the ring. Like Muhammad Ali. I remember, before Muhammad, like even when Muhammad Ali got sick but went into the ring just to get that feeling of being in the ring.
Yeah.
You saw the last time he was in the ring, you saw a completely different, like you didn't see, what was it, Parkinson's that he had? I don't even fucking remember. I feel bad. I think it was Parkinson's.
Was it? I just thought it was getting hit in the head too fucking much. Maybe there's a term for that.
Yeah, probably. I probably just assumed it was Parkinson's because I was young.
Yeah.
But watching the
Led
clips.
to.
Yeah.
I mean, he had CTE, obviously.
Yeah.
You know about CTE, I'm sure.
What is it?
I wish I knew what it meant, but look it up. Yeah. On the NFL, everyone's got it, and it's from the hundreds of small hits you take.
CTE definition. I used Google. Chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Encephalopathy.
Swollen brain or something?
Jesus Christ. CTE is a progressive brain condition that's thought to be caused by repeated blows to the head and repeated episodes of concussion. It's particularly associated with contact sports such as boxing or American football. Those poor guys.
I wonder what the stats would be. I bet there's some stats out there for how much of the league has CTE, or an estimate.
Google wanted to say how much of the NFL is black. Did you see that?
Yeah. Like that matters.
Bro, I don't care about that.
Do we need to know?
Jesus
I can
Christ.
count.
I mean, like, it is what it is. That's not... Boston University researchers diagnosed CTE in 99% or 110 out of 111 of former NFL players.
There you go. And about that same percentage aren't making the money that one dude on the team is making.
Right.
Who's not sustaining a lot of those hits most of the time. That's why my son will never play football before the NFL.
How many boxers has? That's lame. Come on. Have 20% of boxers. That seems vast like a difference.
That seems strange.
That's like an ocean of difference.
You know what though? I think it's because when you're like, I have friends that are, my age group, played football growing up, and by 30 they were already having problems just from going to college football. So it's your lifetime.
I think it also
it's not NFL.
It's like
before.
Those guys are taking full body hits too, though, right? Like I would say getting knocked around in the head, okay, that's one thing. You get hit helmet to helmet, your spine gets, moved in certain ways, your back, like you got vertebrae, you got intestinal issues happening.
That's true.
I could see why there's probably
CTE,
less in boxers.
I believe is up here. It's from
all
impacts
brain.
Here. Yeah. It's a brain problem. That's why they end up committing suicide, killing their wife. All of them are on TRT, so.
Brain bounces off skull, blow to head, rotation. Ooh.
Now, that doesn't mean you don't get hit in the chest and your brain don't still do that. I just mean
That's head to head. Yeah, it's helmet to helmet.
Even if you don't go helmet to helmet, the whiplash, hitting the ground.
Yeah, rotation.
Getting hit, landing on some other dudes, like a car wreck. Yeah. Your brain's just...
Yeah, that's fucking
And
terrible.
when you're young in football, I barely played, but I never even played tackle because I was already too big for the age group to be allowed. Like, even though...
Sorry, dude. You need to go play basketball.
Jet probably wouldn't fit into that, weight group.
Right.
Even at 5 years old. He probably couldn't play on an 8-year-old football team.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to let him. A lot of the best, like Randy Moss, I believe he was a
ballerina.
Well,
or not Randy. I'm thinking old school.
Well, Jordan did like ballerina type stuff because that's how they learned to get off the ground,
agile,
and, core strength and stuff. But I think Moss was a college basketball player. A lot of the wide receivers are from basketball. And then they do the best because they ain't been getting their shit knocked out their whole fucking life.
Right. And they know how to avoid. They can move faster than 90% of the guys
Basketball's
out
completely
there.
different. And when you translate that to football, the only thing you're going to be missing is the weight room, which can be quickly caught up in an NFL style.
6 months easy, right?
Yeah. And it's not even necessary. It's just if you're a smaller guy for your position.
Yeah.
If you're already, like a Randy Moss, you're already pretty tall and strong, you get up. You don't want extra weight there.
Yeah.
You're going up.
Right. You need to fly.
You need to fly.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of NFL guys that played basketball. Pretty much everyone that's super athletic in the air was playing basketball at some time.
Yeah.
And maybe it's like, oh, yeah, they're black dudes. Of course they're playing basketball. But really, it's kind of like either you're basketball or you're football eventually.
Right.
It doesn't matter what race you are. When you get into high school, you're playing, if you're a D1 of anything, you're only going to play that sport.
Right.
Or that coach is going to.
They're not going to let you. Yeah.
They're going to make sure that they put someone else ahead of you.
Right.
This is a year-round sport.
Yeah.
You know,
that's
you better
right.
be
That's true.
extra special if you're going to even attempt to play 3 sports.
Yeah.
Much less 2.
Yeah. That's rough. I mean, I couldn't even imagine, right? That's asking a lot.
Well, especially at that age when your parents, you're going off what your parents want and you're getting pushed into it, you know. So when I see kids at that age, sometimes here's what a guy needs to hear. At the next level, there will be groups of girls waiting outside of the gym, the bus, or whatever else.
Right.
So if you got some girlfriend right now that you're like, think you're in love with, and you're fucking 17 or 18, leave her behind.
It's practice.
Go to
it's
college.
all practice.
You can go to a. No one ever told me you can go to a junior college and then get a 4-year after that.
Right. No, they made 4 years.
I just
seem
assumed
so
if you went JC,
unattainable.
but when your parents don't know anything, how would you know anything?
True.
You know?
It's tough. Like, and we were raised in an age that I think our parents expected us to be educated elsewhere, right? And like, it wasn't like, oh, like for me, I'm always like, well, let's go talk to the teacher, or let's try and figure out what the solution is. You know what I mean? I didn't get a lot of that. Like, let's try and figure out how we can keep you, you know, ahead of the class or ahead of the curve.
And I think that helps when like the parents are involved and with the teacher, because they're dealing with most kids that parents aren't involved.
We are what's known as helicopter parents.
Are you?
Yep. So, you know, I mean, I'm sure you can imagine what a helicopter parent is.
I could.
Right? Yeah.
I could.
There's a term.
I've heard it before.
And we're proud of it.
You know, I'm glad you said it, but there's nothing wrong with that. And it's funny, like my sister, she has her, you know, baby's coming up on a year soon, and she's probably at a time or two talk shit about me like sleeping with Jet, or you know, sleeping with your kid.
Yeah.
And she had a baby, and she goes, "I totally understand now."
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like owning a puppy. I never let a dog in my bed. Next thing you know, that fucking dog's right in between you and your wife because you love that fucking dog.
Yeah, we never let our kids in the bed.
Well,
never, ever, ever. And that's, you know, I mean, to each their own.
Yeah.
I'm never, you know, I don't judge.
When my baby was young, he would only sleep 8 hours in the bed.
Yeah.
So it was a trade-off.
Well, and I guess that's not true. There was a time when,
I imagine.
when the babies are like part of the whole, all the time process anyways, right? They sleep wherever the fuck they want to sleep.
Right. But yeah. And now, I mean, obviously I wouldn't bring my 5-year-old in the bed. I'd rather just go lay in their bed.
Yeah.
You know, when you sleep with a 5-year-old, there's more room. When you're my size, you're just looking for the most space.
Right.
Have you ever seen those pillows and blankets and it has like hers and his on one side, and his is about this 25% of the side, a slit too, where I'm going to make a new one where it's at an angle, because that isn't true.
Right.
You know, you may have to lay like that, but they're going to be farther this way.
You got the, like, you know.
Yeah. There's all that.
Yeah.
There's no room for me to be like this in a bed with anyone else. Except for a child.
I'm like the
of my own.
Yeah, I'm like the ideal person in a bed because I don't fucking move. I'm little.
I can sleep like in a pencil pretty good. But when my back's jacked up, there's certain times where it's
Yeah,
like,
you got it. Yeah, that's true. There are times when like, fuck, I've been in this position for too goddamn long.
yeah.
I need to move.
And I think too, when you have a kid, you know, mine's 5 now, so I'm coming out of like the whole being uncomfortable every time you sleep for 3 years straight.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So you're like, oh yeah, I feel pretty good in the mornings.
What do you
move
know?
around.
Yeah. Well, you guys have such a good relationship, though. I mean, that's something that not a lot of dads, especially, put the time into, is making sure that you've got that bond. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's unique. It's unique for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's just,
Hey, this is a great joint.
yeah, thank you. You know, when I was rolling it, I felt like that tuck and roll thing happened all on its own, where the weed was just turning into a perfect log.
Yeah.
And I still had hella paper up here, and when I went down, it just went.
Because I'm sitting here, I'm like, God, it's not running. Like
It's like the perfect.
one
Yeah,
out. It's
I could
like,
feel it. I'm like, ooh, this feels good.
I could never roll a joint this good.
It's like slipping on a condom. I remember from a long time ago.
What's a condom?
I know, without like a little air pocket in it. You know, it just fit so perfect. It was just tightly wrapped. Because, you know, the little air pocket would be fucking shit up.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, the condom ain't even there no more. Like, fuck you, air pocket.
So let's talk about some crazy shit.
Let's do.
I think there was some stuff that we talked about last time for our dress rehearsal that hasn't been brought up. I have some stuff.
Shit, I was fucked
my
up last time. I barely remember what we talked about.
Yeah, we started way too early last time. I like this. It's, you know, we're a couple hours in and on our second glass. I think that's where we were like when we got started last time.
Yeah.
It was early.
Yeah.
But we
Well,
were nervous.
Yeah.
And luckily, the media gods were working in our favor and nothing worked the way it was supposed to. Kind of like this little video foobar, the small video foobar we had, but we have all the audio still.
Yeah.
So that's all that matters.
Yeah. You guys don't need to see this big ass bottle of Knob Creek.
You podcast whores.
Hopefully
I hope you like this.
God.
Oh, that's a nice one. I have to do that.
I don't like it till it's gone, and then I'm like, hey, that was pretty good.
Oh, this has so much flavor.
If I had a cigar, I might be able to, you know.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What you need to do is find a cigar flavored vape.
It's funny you say that, because I was like, I wonder if they have, like, I don't want to, they can't. It just, you know, it's like gelato pins. They don't taste like gelato weed,
yeah.
right?
But how hard would it be to make a, like,
I just want the same feeling from a cigar. Maybe it needs to be in something bigger, you know, something like that. Like those.
Yeah, you need it.
It needs to be maybe something like that, and it needs to be heavy, and it needs to be a fat head change, because that's what a cigar is.
Yeah, the 5% shit doesn't do it. It just makes my throat hurt before I get a head change.
And compared to a cigarette, this stuff, like these little vapes, they're the shit.
Yeah, they hit.
They'll get you like buzzed out. I used to not get it because I was only sober smoking them because I wasn't drinking. And my friend's girlfriend was like, hey, you gotta be careful, man. I'll hit the like fucking pass out. And I'm like, what? And I was over there one day drinking. Took a big ass drag off of one. Hadn't probably smoked one in a couple days. And I was like, this is what she's talking about.
Right. Yeah, you're like loopy. Dude, I don't know if you remember back in the day when I used to be a lightweight. But
I remember.
I'm now like whenever I've thought back, I'm like, fuck, it wasn't the weed and the alcohol, it was the cigarettes.
Was it?
It's got to be the cigarettes.
Maybe. I don't even know if you smoked. I didn't smoke.
Dude, I smoked. Fuck, remember I was a fucking ad kid.
I just remember we would drink and you would smoke a little and you would get sick. It seemed like
because I smoked cigarettes.
See, and I wasn't, so I don't even have that memory of you like being like, oh, Kenny's out there smoking cigarettes. Nothing like that. Remember we'd go right around the corner to that neighbor. I don't even know. It was like your people.
The apartments over there. Yeah. Carlos and fucking God.
I don't even know where we were, but Anthony. It was right there around the house.
So that was when I don't know. I guess I wasn't kicked out, but I also didn't go back home.
That was that same time?
Yeah. So that was the after effect, right? So when I didn't go back home, I moved into over there with those guys and we just partied all the time.
Well, I think we went over there one time before the party night.
It was probably the same summer.
Maybe.
It had to be. It was probably the same summer.
Remember I was able to buy all those 32-ounce High Lifes those Millers at that BJ's
Yeah, because we
right
did it
there.
a couple of times.
And we were about like 10 or, you know.
Fucking BJ's. How are you still open selling underage? Because it was
back then. Hold on. Back then, this is 15 years ago, probably, or more, 20.
Bro, like 25 years
Okay.
ago.
All right.
We're old.
Man, that sounds bad.
It does. Because 20 years ago we were 18. And we were younger.
It's
than
way
that.
worse now, criminally, I would say. However, back then, if you went there, remember you had to put the money in that little metal thing. They would shove. It'd probably have them in LA or something. Around here, they're kind of rare. But they shove the fucking thing out.
Mm-hmm. Like
and
the
your
safety
stuff's
deposit
down
box.
your stuff's down there. So as long as you put the money in and they can jerk that motherfucker back in with all your dollars and change, you can grab your beer.
Yeah, they didn't care.
And I remember the dude that worked there was the ball boy at COS.
Oh, really?
And I was like,
he was a little like, woo-hoo.
Yes, obviously. I won't say his name.
You know him.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because he was the ball boy, and I used to go train. You know, when you grow up in a town who wants you to eventually go there, they want you there in the summer and stuff.
Yeah.
He probably thought I was on the team.
Gotcha.
And I was 6'7".
Yeah. Well, fuck, he used to sell to me too because I had fucking facial hair, right?
Well, once you're, he like you said, he wasn't all there. He was a crayon short of a box,
Yeah. Easy.
Or two. But that motherfucker, we would buy like 15 sometimes.
The case of the 32
But even when they didn't
ounces.
have the case, he would go grab them 2 at a time and carry them all over there.
Yeah.
And I used to think to myself, this fool must not really give a fuck.
Yeah.
Because why would you take 8 trips to bring me our bottles 2 at a time?
He was pocketing
When you
all
could
that
just
shit.
be, maybe was. Yeah. Looking back, I had never had a job before, so I didn't know how things worked in the real world.
Oh, that guy was awesome. I actually sat and talked with him a couple of times, and he was pretty, cool guy.
He was
but
cool.
Definitely.
But out there at COS, when you're out there with a bunch of killers and dudes that have been brought in from other states and countries,
Well, and that's why he was the ball boy.
he was definitely,
Or, water boy. I'm sure
Yeah.
he filled in a little bit.
yeah, probably all kinds of things. I was only there for a little bit. I wasn't in college.
Oh, man. That's funny. I bet
This tip's all resiny.
Yeah, my lips are sticky. It's okay. It's still good. Just stick it in one of these extras.
I should have brought my knife.
That's why we're going to have a podcast pipe.
Yeah. I'm going to come. It's going to be like a Gandalf or like a... there's one bigger than a Gandalf. That would be... He would only survive here. When we just smoke
We need to
here.
hang it up on
and
the
it
wall.
goes right there.
Yep.
Every time we're done. Etsy people. You want some dope pipes? Go on Etsy. Handmade.
I need to check that out. I just break pipes so much that it's tough. Because especially when you go on Etsy, I'm sure it's not a $15 pipe like I usually get at the fucking corner store. Yeah,
No, they have them. Of course, there's probably going to be shipping, but they like a $65 or $80 pipe is going to be legit.
I would fucking cry when
They want
not
like two.
if, when I broke it.
I guess I come from the era when it was 2 something for a fucking cool pipe or more, 500.
Oh,
I remember pipes
something
that,
super heady.
that Rudy used to have, and they were fucking dope and expensive as fuck.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, fuck that. I'll give me a fucking $25 pipe. Now they're like $10.
I did that a couple of times, dude, and it's like I just break shit so fast it hurts my. You know how I am. Fuck. I'm so.
Yeah. Well, I break it. I don't know. I'd say we're close. I break shit.
I feel like you're pretty good. I've seen a lot of your gear consistently.
Well, you ain't broke your whatever your little your contraption is for dabbing.
Yeah, my fucking what is it, Puffco? Yeah, the Peak Pro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I only pull it out once every blue moon.
When I come over,
Yeah,
you're trying to let me taste the new taste.
Okay, Chad's here. I need to get him high.
Like, hey, well, I better charge this.
Yep.
Yeah, nothing worse than going over for
Speaking
a date.
I think I have it here.
Oh, I've been wondering. Going on a date, and they're like, "Oh, is the vibrator charged?" And you're like, "Oh, sorry, it's dead." She's like, "I'm gonna go home."
Party foul.
That's why you gotta have the plug-in one as your backup.
Wireless
You have the wireless waterproof, and you got the plug-in danger zone.
We're back.
All right.
Got my Puffco Peak Pro is what it is, and some biscotti diamonds
Oh yeah, some diamonds.
and sauce, not just diamonds.
Yeah. See, most people don't even know the difference.
Clean diamonds too.
No, yeah, most people don't even know the difference. You mean greenhouse rosin? Is that a thing?
Oh my God, don't get me started on rosin. You mean something that's been sprayed with who knows what, and then you're just going to smoke right afterwards?
Who knows what? I
With
bet we could find out.
No filtration. Yeah, we totally could. Wouldn't be that
You could
hard.
go put on the what sprays on greenhouse protocol on Google. I bet it'd cough that right up.
Right. Oh my gosh. Hey, so you know what I do want to talk about? It's some current events, and one major one that just recently happened that I feel like has proven a lot of my conspiracy theories about what's going on in the world today. But the Queen of England just passed yesterday. I agree
Supposedly.
1000%, right? So let's just, oh, here you go. Yeah, this will shut you up so I can get my
Let's hear it.
get my sentence or paragraph out. So
It's hard to shut me up. Go ahead.
I know, that's why I got to stick a pipe in your mouth. Oh, that's never mind.
That's what she said.
So I also agree, quotes, with the Queen just passed, right? Like, because I don't really feel like she did just pass. She could have been, would have been, you know what I mean? I think either way, like, God rest her soul. She's I almost been. No, you're sucking it right down into the bottom.
I'll get it right next time.
That's okay. Vertical.
All right. I mean, I can't tilt it.
Yeah, no, not like you're used to. Not that 45 degrees.
I thought
you're
you liked
used
the bend back. More
You
sensation
gotta have
that way.
the angle right, just right.
All right.
right,
So
my
you can
turn.
already like a taller man. See how high my microphone is? I want it coming down, not up. Oh, I can hear it. Yeah, show off.
You gave me the idea.
My turn.
Oh my God, that's so good.
It smells good. It tastes good. All the things.
Oh, I haven't dabbed in so long.
And I've been meaning to tell you, bring this fucker because we're not going to be able to get high enough in
Yeah.
a short amount of time without it.
That's what we needed from the beginning. Oh, double click it, the button in the front. Yep.
Look at that. Look at
Go
that.
back on.
For the low price of $5.99.
Yeah. Low price. Hey,
It feels like a high-end sex toy, I must say. You
it
know,
vibrates nicely.
It vibrates. I think it's ready.
Yep. It's one of those things though, like it doesn't get you that high. Like I'd rather have the crack pipe out here. Well, that was a good one. That was a good one. Oh yeah, when you reheat it, I think it
Yeah, it was already warmed up.
warms it up more.
What's that G Pen? I'm trying to think of the one I have, what it's called. The G Pen Pro. It's not the Pro, but
Oh, the one that hooks up to your dab rig,
Yeah.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
that one is pretty cool.
it actually, for $150, it's pretty cool.
Okay,
But if you can get a terp slurper
we'll swap that.
and you have the time and patience to keep that bitch clean and burn the fucking black off every goddamn time, it will taste amazing and you'll get 3 dabs per the same amount
Right.
that you get on a normal dabber.
Yeah, that's why I do like to low temp on this as much as possible. And I overfilled it. Like I just
Stop showing off.
shut up. You know,
I just want to smoke a real bowl. So how could you overfill a $600 piece? It should just be able to gobble it up.
well, because what happens is we smoke all the THC and all that's left is terps.
Oh.
Right, and then the
Right.
terps get burned,
And they taste like shit.
and it tastes like ass.
Burnt flavor tastes like burn.
Yeah, I mean,
Burn, yeah.
you know what I mean. It's not like we're smoking distillate here that tastes amazing. Every puff,
Every puff. That is true.
all the way to the end.
I remember having some broken distillate carts at a time. And a wise man told me, throw it in the dab bowl and then heat it up. Next thing you know, there's a whole gram of distillate in your dab bowl, and about 14 hits later, you got to sop half of it out because you're gonna fall asleep.
It's like a never-ending fucking bowl at that point.
Yeah. Yeah. I miss those days, kind of. But now, you know, we can just have the live resin on demand or in a pen.
The pens are nice.
The pens are nice. Shout out to the pens. But here's one thing I want to say about the pens. And let's just say it like this. Fuck Stizzy. Fuck heavy hitters. Fuck Garden. What the fuck are they? Garden with a Raw Garden.
Raw Garden. Oh, they're so getting sued right
Get
now
off
too.
Those brands' dicks. 99% of the time, if you're getting them on the street, you're not getting that brand.
Nope.
They're buying it from someone in a jar.
Verified from DH Gate.
Yeah. Yeah, DH Gate. You want an 88? God knows what's already just in the metals that we're already smoking in half of these carts that aren't using ceramic or Q cells.
That's right.
Quartz cells.
Yeah. And so I have very rarely smoked too many other brands of carts. I prefer one specific brand. Whenever I do, like you were saying earlier with the throat thing, every single fucking time, first hit, you can taste whatever it is they're putting in it. That's like the thickener or the cut or whatever it is, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's obviously some kind of cut. And I mean, oils begot oils, right? Like, is that how you might say it? They accept them.
Yeah, you could put any oil into any other oil.
Isn't that what happened when all the carts were bad?
When they were killing people?
Yeah. I guess I might be minimizing it.
Yeah,
when people died?
When in no time in history has anyone ever died from weed except when fucking shady ass assholes were cutting it with something. I think it was just vitamin E.
I heard, for your skin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard that they were. An oil. I read in a book that they were selling it in LA right there with the Stizzy boxes and the empty carts.
Yep.
And you'd pay like $1,500 for a jar of some vitamin E that you could have got at CVS for like $9.
Yeah.
Maybe they threw some PG in there. I don't know. I'm not a scientist or a chemist, so there's speculation.
There's a group of us chemists that saw the writing on the wall from the beginning, and we're warning people like from the beginning, like there's a lot of good brands out there, okay? And like if you get a legit Stizzy or a legit whatever, like it's probably okay because they have to go through certain procedures and different things to get on the shelves. If you're getting it on the fucking street, it didn't go through those same procedures. And you know, like what people need to remember is small batch, craft.
I think where people get confused is when you buy beer, like this craft beer I got right here. It's like $15.99 a six pack.
Right.
Right. So how could something cheaper
craft weed
be better?
Right.
Well, I think in the CBD game, what we're saying holds true.
Absolutely.
You know,
same thing in the CBD. I think it's even worse in the CBD game.
I think so
there's
too.
A lot less regulation.
Yeah, and it's way more legit as far as acceptance.
Being perceived as legit, right? It's terrible.
Perception and just the fact that it's for everybody.
I think that's good. Oh,
Anytime
that's so
anything's for everybody, the low quality is for somebody.
Right.
Nothing's all the cream.
Well, you know,
can never just sell cream of the crop. The crop's going to somebody.
Yeah, right. I mean, you can always get there when you sell something. There's 2 out of 3 options. You can get it cheap, you can get it fast, or you can get it good. You can only get 2 out of 3 of those, right?
Yeah.
You can get cheap and fast, but you ain't gonna get good.
I want a good.
You can get good and cheap, but it ain't gonna be fast.
Right. Well, I want it fast.
You want it good and fast, but it ain't gonna be cheap.
Well, what the fuck?
You know what I mean? But that's for anything, right? And the market is in such a way right now where everything just has to be cheap in order to survive, or else you're just gonna be, because I think the consumer is not as necessarily educated as we are when it comes to. Ooh, that was cool.
Yeah, I like that. Cheers.
Ting ting. When it comes to the local cannabis industry, the cannabis industry as a whole, I mean, fuck, we've been in it for 20 years now plus, right? So
yeah, we've seen an ebb and flow of pricing and qualities.
Pricing, qualities. You see people come and you see people go, and like I've seen black market folks be here for a generation. You know what I mean? So it says something for Those guys that are trying to weather the storm.
I would say most people in our age group don't go to the club unless they just started smoking in the last 5 years. Because no one, it's like gas. If gas was $1 your whole life, but it was illegal.
Yeah.
And then gas became legal. Would you go pay $5 a gallon, or would you just keep getting dollar gas?
Right. I mean, yeah.
That's
a
where
good. So, what do you think? Like, who is the market that's going to the shops right now? Because from what I see, it's like everybody.
I'll tell you, because I used to be in that game of a worker, 9 to 5 worker.
9 to 5er. Yeah.
You need a pacifier. When you work all day, you think, when I get home, I'm gonna smoke an eighth of weed, or I'm gonna drink a 6-pack, or both, and do nothing.
Yeah.
Because I'm so fucking miserable.
Because my day was so terrible.
I fucking hate this so bad.
Yeah.
So you do that 4 or 5 days in a row if you have a full-time job. And then Friday comes. And on Friday, you're like, I've been waiting all week for this fucking day.
To do nothing.
To get fucked
for 3 days.
To smoke a fucking quarter a day for the next 3 days. But the problem is you can only barely afford the beer and the weed that you need to pacify yourself.
But you can go and get Bud Light, and you can also get the super cheap swaggy shit, I'm assuming, at the shops.
Yeah, you could. But I still think even at the club, if we're talking that's still expensive.
Yeah.
Is
it a club anymore? I don't think it's a club anymore.
What do we call it?
Because I think when it was a club, went under medical when we were actually coming together.
So
right?
it's a store now.
It's a store. It's a storefront. It's
I like that because they sell store quality brands. You know, I imagine your grandma would probably cook better cookies than Chips Ahoy.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Why don't no one buy cookies from your grandma?
Right.
Because Chips Ahoy branded some cookies that are basic as fuck.
And it's all about marketing.
Chemicals.
Yeah.
Marketed them.
Yep.
Sold them to a specific store. Probably multiple of the stores that are all owned by the same person or brand.
And make it the only option.
Right.
Or one of few options that are all owned by the same
And then you're just
brand.
like, one day there's a certain generation that comes and they don't know about grandma's cookies.
Yeah.
They only know about Chips Ahoy.
Right.
And the internet's kind of like you search something on Google, it's the same shit for about 3 pages.
Of what?
Anything.
Yeah, of anything,
you search.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be mainstream.
And now ads, they don't give a fuck now. Now there's ad, this ad. It's terrible.
Yeah. And it used to be thousands of pages. When I used to go on dogpile.com, there used to be 13 fucking search engines for me to choose from.
Right.
I could search all of them in a row. You already knew which one you were going to use.
Right.
I remember using Dogpile and fucking loving it.
Yeah.
And there was thousands of results. Now it's just fucking news, this bullshit. That's why people are on TikTok.
It's what's being fed.
Right. You want original content.
Well, and TikTok's being fed too, but it's from
being
China.
Fed. So, goddamn, they know what to feed.
Right.
You know?
Well, what narrative are they trying to show?
I don't know.
That's what I'm trying to
figure it out
Yeah.
as I watch them. But
Because
when I see
you know
these
what's
videos,
happening.
some of them, I'm like, what would be the point of allowing this video? Sometimes.
I mean, you got to think about it though.
I need a bigger brain. I need a bigger brain.
If you're seeing more like progressive shit, like progressive in our opinion, makes sense, right? You have China trying to say they want us to disagree with our government, which we already
do. What do you call that? Like,
I mean, anarchy.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, basically, yeah.
I mean,
damn, that sounds so.
It's just
extreme.
It's just politics, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like being able to see through some bullshit. And
what does anarchy even mean? Give me a definition on anarchy, because I've recently heard, but I can't remember, and it was different than I thought.
It's not as bad, I'm sure.
No, it's not. That I do remember.
A state of disorder due to absence of or non-recognition of authority. Absence of government or absolute freedom of the individual regarded as a political ideal.
So freedom from politics.
Right. Anarchy is a society being freely constituted without authorities or a governing body. It may also refer to a society or group of people that entirely rejects a set of hierarchy. Anarchy was first used in English in 1539, meaning an absence of government.
You know what I would call that? And it rhymes.
Euphoria.
Harmony.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, it doesn't rhyme.
Yeah.
But it's pretty close.
Harmony, anarchy, you got the E.
Yeah, I'm a white boy, so, you know, if I was Eminem on the right track, it would rhyme.
It would rhyme. It would totally go.
I'll stretch it out.
Yep. That's
But
crazy. Well,
we're taught anarchy is like fucking kill everybody.
right. Exactly.
Not freedom.
Well, and it's funny things too. Like we like to talk about snowflakes a lot, right? Have you ever looked up what the definition of a snowflake is?
No.
It's amazing. We'll thank Alicia for this one.
I'm not too. I know what it is. I know people say it. I'm not.
It's amazing. No, because first of all, before I look it up, if you ask a liberal what the definition of a snowflake is, they're going to say, oh, it's something Trumpy. You know, Trump came up with this word to talk about Democrats, blah, 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 right?
Okay.
I mean, because that's how, we talk about it. But
Yeah, you're talking to someone that knows nothing right now. I know what a snowflake. I've heard it on the news. I've heard people talk about snowflakes, and I just take that as a liberal.
Urban
and I
dictionary.
imagine if you're a snowflake, if I had to guess,
granted,
you melt easily. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Under pressure.
Yeah, yeah. If the external
but
influences
it's not that intense.
warm up.
It's not that intense,
Okay,
right? So
okay.
it's even just like, and
So
if you think about it, you don't want to be. So
All right.
a very sensitive person, someone who is easily hurt or offended by the statements or actions of others, right? It has
Yep.
nothing to do with politics. It even says right here, this has nothing to do with politics.
You know what? What side are we on? Urban Dictionary. All right, we can't be here.
Okay.
This is what people define it as. That's what Urban Dictionary is. In the gaming community, if you want to fuck with someone, you turn their name into an Urban Dictionary name. If you can convince Urban to take it, you can get some fucked up shit under their defined name.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, you know.
But anyway, here's another thing I had on my list.
Snowflake slang. Here we go. Wikipedia. Wikipedia is a little better.
A little better.
A little better.
A little better.
Derogatory.
Have you ever heard
Oh,
it? Go ahead.
You see, they're going derogatory. Inflated sense of union. Oh, that works.
Well, you wouldn't read it otherwise?
Well, I mean,
What
I
the
was
fuck?
gonna, but I was
You
gonna
were just
have.
gonna vet
I was
it
gonna have.
first?
I was gonna have different vocalizations.
Yeah, okay,
right?
okay.
But snowflake is a derogatory slang term for a person implying that they have an inflated sense of uniqueness, an unwarranted sense of entitlement, or an overly emotional, easily offended, and unable to deal with opposing opinions. So it's still kind of
a little bit more extreme, but
it's a little
the
more
same.
extreme. Okay, I like
It's the
Wikipedia's
same. But
definition better.
definitions. So have you heard of the wayback.com?
No, I haven't.
All right, so Wayback is a website. Maybe just type like Wayback or something like that. You can go to any website that used to have. So you can go to Wikipedia a year ago and see like what
they're archived.
it said.
Yeah,
it's
they're archived shit.
you know?
Yeah.
And they've been changing the definitions on shit like recession. I don't know if I mentioned that to you.
No.
So the definition of recession used to mean like 2 quarters of non-economic growth.
Okay.
I believe it was quarters, maybe something else. We have to look it up.
So there was like an economic definition.
Right. And now that's been changed officially.
Well, let's look
So
at it.
now we're not in a recession because the definition doesn't match the word. And when you hear the Biden's, press secretary, whatever you want to call her,
a period of temporary economic decline during which trade and industrial activity are reduced, generally identified by a fall in GDP in 2 successive quarters.
All right. Okay. So go to Wikipedia.
Sure, it's down here.
Because that's where everyone goes, right?
In economics, a recession is a business cycle contraction when there is a general decline or economic activity. I mean,
So forever, it's been defined as 2 quarters of decline, period. So we almost had that, and then this became a huge deal. So maybe it got changed
it
back.
says here 2 consecutive quarters.
Okay.
Maybe
Right.
there was
Good.
enough conspiracy around it, right?
It became a thing. I saw it on all kinds of podcasts.
Right. So what would be funny is to go way back, do the way back.
We could do the way back,
and then like see when
and
it
then the
changed,
way back in the
and then
middle,
when it changed,
and then
now it's back, right?
Yes, yes.
But and see here's what the problem is with most of you fucking people is you don't do the damn searches. You let Wikipedia just tell you what it fucking is instead of like doing like look, you see how much shit we just Googled even Google is not really a trustworthy source.
No.
But we put in the iota of effort that it took, right, to actually come up with our own opinion.
Yeah.
Not be told and spoon fed. I wouldn't even say force fed.
Yeah.
Because it's fucking
spoon
spoon
what?
fed.
You know why? Because you know what fits in a spoon? A fucking headline. And that's all
it's easy.
motherfuckers read.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Anymore, that's all it is headlines.
Facebook is like 75% female. There's a reason why the design of how the ads and everything and the articles come up, because it's mostly girls.
My kid just informed me old people.
Duh.
Yeah, I realize.
You must be old.
I'm old, yeah. I guess kids
already
are
knew.
not even
I've been
about
telling
the book.
kids.
Yeah.
It's funny you say that. I was just saying this the other day. I'm trying to remember now when. Maybe a glass of whiskey ago. I could have remembered.
Salute.
Bourbon
No, you'll
whiskey.
remember better. No.
Yeah.
It'll be more better, trust me.
So what was I talking about more betterly?
You were just trying to recall something we were just talking about. Were just talking about.
Oh, boy. Well, look, you were saying, oh, shit. Well, look. That's a good time to move on to the next topic.
To the next topic.
Yeah. What do we have here? We never got Kim K's ass pictures out, though. But we'll get them next time. I'll come more prepared as far as...
we can fade them in.
Yeah, that's true. I'll email them to you. Okay, so we did deliver. How about Andrew Tate? What do you know about Andrew Tate?
Oh, a little bit. I only heard a little bit, but
what little bit do you know?
No, not. I've only seen headlines.
Okay, what did the headlines say? That's what we were talking about.
That's what I was. Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Headlines.
Thank you. Or you're welcome.
Right, so
I've just seen the name Andrew Tate, but I haven't looked at it. I've been so busy.
You don't know anything?
No.
You don't have one idea?
Nope, not an idea.
You just know his name?
Yep.
Just heard your wife said anything?
Nope. I don't even know what the fuck. Who's Andrew Tate?
Okay.
Is he famous?
Well, I don't know if I'm the one that should be describing who Andrew Tate is officially, because I'm not his fucking spokesperson.
Oh, is it like that?
Well, he's a controversial guy.
In a good way?
I would say yes. And the only reason I hesitate is because this is our first podcast. And
this guy. Oh, okay. So
look.
I do know who Andrew Tate is, but not by his name. But I follow him. I know him by his physique and tattoos and shit.
Yeah. So he's a world championship kickboxer.
You're right. He's badass motherfucker.
Was raised poor as fuck. He's got a brother. They tell a story about going to KFC and taking chicken that people left behind for their protein when they used to train.
Andrew Tate has been banned from social media.
He went on Big Brother.
Harmful content still reaches young.
Now here's the thing. I think I might have told you about him a couple times, and I'll say it like this.
Yeah,
he's the kind of dude that when he drops a video or a clip and you're listening to it, you may want to agree, not next to your wife.
Okay.
It's
most of the
type
shit
of content
that I've heard him say is get the fuck off your ass.
Not all,
know what I mean?
But there's a small percentage that comes across a certain kind of way that isn't
sexist.
Yeah, and
no, you know what? We have to come up with a different term. I was talking with a buddy here in the office the other day, and he was saying how there's a war on testosterone right now.
Fuck yeah, and that's what this dude talks about.
Oh well, fucking A, right on. So that's
the problem.
Okay, yeah.
He's saying real shit that no one would. If you're trying to keep your relationship, you wouldn't be fucking going at your girl like this. But he's saying shit that is facts.
Yeah.
Right? Like your doctor doesn't.
I'm sorry. Like any real man and woman relationship, I'm sorry. There's I am man, you are woman, right? That's just how it works.
We're all equal, right?
Yep.
Okay. Until we got to dig an 80-foot trench that way.
Right.
Okay. Then who's stronger?
Right.
No. Who's stronger?
We already
know.
It's the man digging trenches,
the
building
person,
buildings.
Man or woman, because nowadays it wouldn't matter. Whoever has more testosterone in their body is going to be the stronger one.
Look, let's not take the credit away from the few females that are out there doing men's jobs.
Digging trenches.
If you are digging trenches as a female,
work,
come back to this first episode and Me Too me, because I want to hear from you. You're out there digging. You don't see them. You at least not.
Look,
I don't know. I mean, you don't see them.
We could drop another clip in here.
Let's do it.
Of other girls. We'll add it in.
Yeah, we're getting there.
But no, I'm not even that. It's just I don't even know it right now who it is that actually breaks it down. But it's one of these girls, and she's just they're asking questions.
Yeah.
All right, girls can be powerful. All this, they're just breaking the same type of ideology that Andrew Tate's trying to explain that. Or Jordan Peterson, who is on the other spectrum, but as a highly sophisticated way of saying there's male roles and there's female roles.
Right.
And not that you have to, but you can't say the norm of everyone has to do, You
Well-
can't change the male and female roles, and the structure of society stay
Nope.
the same.
And I think it goes deeper, in which a lot of people just don't want to talk about. Is it's kind of it goes off energy, right?
Yeah.
And some people have, whether you're male or female, some people have masculine energy.
Yeah, I've seen some
people have feminine energy, no
Yeah.
matter what sex you
That's
are,
true.
right?
Everyone's kind of a blend of
So
that.
whatever energy like you have, portray that shit. You know what I mean? But like, don't fucking diss on me because I want to be an alpha. Like that's not my fucking problem.
Totally. But what I'm saying here specifically is that 99% of the jobs that no one wants to do, like that show Dirty Jobs, are done by men.
Yeah. I dare anybody to come in and have.
No, that's a fact.
Yeah.
There is no dare. It's a fact. There's plenty of shows out there, clips. No one can just, but they'll be like, they don't like it.
Right.
But then they'll say, well, how about this? Do you have a 40% female community that wants to do these jobs? That wants to be covered in roaches under New York City or all across the country doing these
No, because what
dirty
happens when
jobs?
the bug comes into the room?
Well, fuck the room. That's going to go in their collar of their shirt or wherever. And I ain't going to lie. I don't want bugs in the collar of my shirt.
Right.
Not even 100% of dudes want to do these fucking
That's
jobs.
right.
So don't try to tell me that 50%
Yeah.
of women want to do these
Give
jobs.
the 1% of those
like
men.
we're holding them back.
Right.
Hey, you can come on down.
Yeah, that's
I've
just-
done some real hard work and I've never done it with a girl.
That's right. I mean,
And I live in a little area. So maybe if I was from a bigger area, I was a big city boy, I'd have worked with some real women. But around here, I never have. And the dudes I work with were the size of women, and they could barely fucking do it too.
Yeah,
You know?
but they do.
Not all dudes can even do it.
Yeah.
That's the point. So if not all dudes who are pumped full of testosterone their whole life can do it,
Right.
how can women be the equal to that?
Yeah,
You can't. The math doesn't line up.
that's right. I mean,
We're equals emotionally, intelligently. Okay.
right.
Physically, we're not.
We're not. I mean, it's
We're not.
it's facts.
Burn me down. Burn me down.
It's facts, though. It doesn't even have to be like, oh, that's your opinion, right? Like there
It
might
is not
be
an opinion.
There
Those are
might be
scientific
one
facts.
bitch in the world that can come and be like, "Yo, pistol,
Hey,
I'ma fuck you up."
I know girls, when I was playing in sports, they were extra special. And it was about one out of a whole grade level
Yeah.
every time. So,
So
you got
you're
about
a
400 or
fraction
500
of a
to
percent.
1
Yeah.
or 2. Now, this is like in a conservative white people area, Hispanic and white. Maybe in other cultural areas where they have maybe a different populace,
Yeah.
there might be more.
Yeah,
But
You'll-
then-
you'll get a different.
Then you're
ratio.
a dime a dozen. So no one cares. Right here in town, CVC, guys get taken like D4, D5, whatever they are. You get a college degree from playing at a D4,
Right.
beating a bunch of little like farm towns.
Yeah.
What? Like, that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
Or why do they take you? Because you have money?
Yeah.
Or is it because you're the best? Because if you were at a D1 high school, you probably wouldn't be worth
You
a
wouldn't
shit.
be the best.
You might not even make the team.
Right.
You sure as hell ain't going to be the quarterback.
Well, and that leaves those guys in that D1 like fighting tooth and nail.
Oh, majorly.
Right? For each
Majorly.
other, knowing that someone that's in this school that was paid for.
No one in those D1s can afford to go to that school. Everyone in those D4s can afford to go to that school.
Yeah. Hey, I want to bring it back to what we were just talking about so we don't ostracize all women.
Yeah, bring it back, Kenny. Help me out.
Because we do love women.
Let's get some dirt off.
But I do feel like there's valid points to what we were just talking about.
Hell yeah,
right?
I love women.
Right, but that's
Especially
it's
my wife.
It's all about the roles that we're built
Yes.
to live, right? And I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, like, look, we were given testosterone. Like, it's all about genetics. We're given testosterone. You're given estrogen. You're meant to carry the baby. We're meant to be out hunting and providing and doing these certain things while you're doing that. That's just how we're built. Like, but it's 2022, almost 2023, right? Things are different. So, bringing it back to the energy thing, I think everybody's allowed to have whatever they have inside of them. But if I'm expected to believe that this guy is a girl or this girl is a guy, then like let me be me. If I'm gonna let you be you, fucking let me be me too, right? Like I appreciate it, accept it for whatever it is, but don't fucking hate on me because I got big balls. I mean, fuck.
Yeah, well, I know you got big balls. I've known you for a long time.
That's all that's big though.
But I think we should go into part 2 of this Project Veritas shit and see what that other video says. Yeah, we don't have to watch the whole thing. Just go to part 2.
All right, so to bring it back, this was highlighting how they're indoctrinating our kids with very democratic views.
Have you heard about the genderbread man?
No.
You haven't?
Genderbread man?
Yeah.
Fuck.
He's got a swirl right here because it could be anything.
Oh, Jesus
Because your
Christ.
gender doesn't have to be part of your identity.
I'm getting so sick of this.
So you might have to go to a whole nother page because they do this very like drawn out. I swear I got an email the other day and it was like, we need funds to release part 3. And I'm like, not for me, homie. You better talk to your fucking,
You're barking up the
your
wrong
conservative cronies. I'm just fucking here for the ride, dog. Like,
All right, so this headline's great.
let's hear it.
Prestigious New York City private school director touts sneaking her political agenda into classrooms. Disrupt wherever I can. I felt like a double agent. Huge contingent of white boys are just horrible.
So that's a good example of headlines, right? So that might feed to a certain side.
Yeah,
Even though
it's kind of broken up, right?
This video, yeah, it's very broken up, and this video is gonna obviously spell it out. So it's direct quotes, but it's pretty interesting what she says.
Bam.
I work in a really fancy private school. It's definitely a school where conservatives would not feel comfortable.
A fancy
I-
private school.
How I feel, but I can't pretend I'm promoting an agenda. Even though I clearly am. I can't promote all the stuff I'm doing. But when I started there, I hid my whole life. I felt like a double agent or something. Yeah.
This bitch got picked up on like a fucking dating app. What's the swipe?
Like Tinder.
Yeah, you know what I mean. This bitch
Bumble
got
or something. I just heard about Bumble recently.
Fucking this bitch got picked up. She thinks she's like
It was
out.
Bumble. You know why? Because on Bumble, the girls have to hit the guy up.
Oh, okay.
I just learned this.
Okay.
This is new info.
Yeah.
Look at her.
Oh my god. But I mean, what is that? Well, she's probably like out there fishing herself,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. She's bumbling.
But she,
Unfortunately, it's the white boys who feel like very entitled to express their opposite opinions and just push back. Well, there's a huge
What?
you fucking white boys.
that are just like,
You guys need to keep your opinions to yourselves.
Why do I feel like the undercover dude isn't white?
He's gotta not be,
Right? He's
Because
probably like a sexy
would
Mexican
she say
or
that
black
to a
dude.
white boy?
Yeah,
right? Yeah,
right.
no.
Director of student activities at the 209-year-old Trinity School.
Oh
in
my
New York
god. We
This shit is crazy, bro. We don't gotta watch it all right now, but this is some real shit.
this
you
is
know?
homework.
Yeah. And
That's
so go to part
crazy.
3. Part 3. Roll it.
Even just the small the excerpts out of this.
Yes.
All right.
The headline is not lying in this case.
Okay, that's different. I love these
Let's
guys
hear
did a
it.
different
Let's hear
headline. New York City assistant principal becomes second school official to reveal discriminatory hiring practices. Child indoctrination strategy. If candidates answer diversity, equity, inclusion question incorrectly, they are just an automatic not hire. What the fuck?
Yeah. Totally legal.
Wow.
This is what happens when you work somewhere for a long time.
But it's all about the money too, right? You got the money to make shit happen.
Well, money makes things
I'm an
happen.
assistant principal. What would you do though as a principal?
Look at this guy. I'm trying to give my son this haircut and he's fucking it all up. Look at this fuck. Look at him. How old are you?
Did you hear the
And
first?
you're-
Did you hear his first? I'm the assistant principal,
Yeah.
Principal, if you knew.
and not the. I care.
Hey.
No, he's not the assistant principal. I take it back. I'm sorry.
No. Start it over.
I'm an assistant principal.
Yeah.
Oh,
What would you do though as a principal if you knew there was a conservative applying? Would you hire such a person?
If they say that like diversity is about, like everyone is equal, it's like that person.
Yeah.
Like
hold on. Wasn't that part of the agenda?
Hold on. I don't even know what to say about this. I haven't seen this one. I saw the other two. This one came asking for money, so I never saw it.
This one's only 5 minutes long. We might end up watching the whole thing. All
this dude.
I'm starting it over and not
I wonder what his
interrupting
boyfriend's name is.
I'm an assistant principal.
Todd. What would you do though as a principal if you knew there was a conservative applying? Would you hire such a person?
If they say that like diversity is about, you know, like everyone is equal, it's like that person.
Yeah.
Like for kindergarten for Pride Month, it's like you should be whoever you feel like you should be. The conversation's deep in.
They're trying to turn our kids gay.
Why do you think my kids are where they are?
That's so crazy. And look, I
This
don't
is
have
the
a
shit I
problem
see.
with sexuality and like
No.
gayness, but like, don't
Here's the
indoctrinate, like using these words
With all 10 to 14-year-old girls right now are either
That's the hot button.
bisexual.
Yeah.
Bisexual is the easy one, right?
Right.
Because then you're cool with your friends and you might be cool with your parents, most
Right.
likely. You know, in our house, we don't judge. We don't care.
No, you can't because
No.
that's your baby,
No.
right?
And if you do, they want it more.
Right.
So God forbid they do
Oh
want
my
something you
God.
don't want. Well, they're
Yeah.
going to want it extra. I mean,
Right.
just be real. You know, we're grown
Yep.
now.
That's the way it
We
is.
all live through it.
Yep.
But
All right, let's continue.
let's go.
Meet Todd Soper, assistant principal of neighborhood charter
Hey,
schools
Todd.
in Harlem.
How'd you know?
Sorry, but stereotypes are
I'm sorry.
real, right?
His boyfriend wasn't Todd.
He was Todd. Gee,
Maybe-
many crickets.
Did he say in the beginning? Like, did we hear that
Did
already?
we hear it? Do we have to
I
start
don't-
it over?
Just keep
just
it
for-
going.
Yeah, we'll keep it going.
check later.
He's in charge of
I don't
Fuck it,
think
he didn't say it.
670 students.
I would have called you out.
Like
Somebody's
Jeremy
gonna call me
Boland,
out on
vice
social.
principal in Connecticut, he also refuses to hire conservatives and has a line of questioning to reveal their political views.
What would you do though as a principal if you knew there was a conservative applying? Would you hire such a person? Yeah.
We have like very specific questions, and like ultimately, like our diversity, equity, and inclusion question, like our DEI question, is like it's very.
There's an acronym.
What the fuck?
There's a
These-
fucking acronym.
They're in charge.
This is
They're in
and this
charge.
is New York City. This is where all of the politics and everything starts and
This
trickles
is a
to us.
reflection of California.
It
or
is.
to California.
This is what we emulate. That's
Yes.
exactly what
Yes.
happened. It starts over there. We're
Yep.
like, oh, that's what the
Yep.
cool
East
people
Coast,
are
West
doing.
Coast.
I'm not a happy camper. The DEI include. Oh my god.
Colleen, if somebody has like done a lot of work within themselves, within the profession,
But even conservative, like even
well, and it comes out like if people don't answer that
This is a
question
date,
right,
too.
they're just an automatic no.
Oh,
like
yeah,
what?
look,
Give
he's
me an
flirting.
example of not
Yeah.
answering that question. Like one of the
They
words.
didn't
They
send a
say
girl
that,
for
like,
Todd.
Oh,
diversity
he
is
evens it up to him a little bit.
about-
I appreciate that.
Like even
Well, and it comes out like if people don't answer that question right,
Yeah.
they're just an automatic not.
like
hire.
what? Give me an example of not answering that question. Like one of the
If
words.
they say that like diversity is about, if they say something that lends itself to be colorblind,
Yeah.
which could happen like, oh, it's like, you know, like everyone is equal, like those things that are well-intentioned statements, but they're missing the depth of understanding
Yeah.
of how like the intersections of our
Huh?
identity live out in the world. It's like that person.
Yeah.
This begs the question: if Soper
I don't even know what the
won't
fuck you
hire
just
any
said.
What the fuck? No.
What
you
kind
know
of
what
college
he just
speech
said?
was that?
This,
Speak it down to my my Cro-Magnon brain, brother.
Basically, what all he just said is that anybody who doesn't believe what I believe isn't going to get hired. I mean, that's all he's saying, which is I thought was illegal.
It got so wordy.
Yeah,
it is
it's
illegal.
so weird. I thought this whole process was everything that he's admitting
How did
to
you
is
say it in
illegal.
so less words than he did? I'm so confused.
Maybe it's never mind.
What does he do with teachers who already work for him who might already be
I was wondering
conservatives?
this myself.
He was quick to tell our journalist just that.
So there
I bet he was.
teacher who almost like refused to talk about Juneteenth a few years ago, and didn't want to like teach a lesson like in addition to their neurodiversity and their special needs, like our students' lives matter based on the color of their skin.
Yeah.
And how that intertwines into the context of the world. And so if you're not willing to...
Where is the camera?
This is a kindergarten through 4th grade.
Aspect of our students, and that
Principal.
Why does this fucking matter?
K through 4.
Injustices in the world.
This ain't high school.
I don't know if you're going to be able to, like,
First of all, when I was a kid, my parents would be worried about this guy raping me in the fucking bathroom stall. And now he's a principal of kindergarten through 4th grade.
That's strange.
That's
in an Epstein world where you don't even have the list of who fucked all the kids. What the fuck? This is the same shit.
This is crazy.
He may not be his buddy. This is the same category.
Right.
All this weird shit. K through 4.
What was her reasoning for being resistant?
She didn't want to teach Black Lives Matter.
To K through 4s. You gotta go. You don't want your K through 4s trotting around with Black Lives Matter, George Soros funded flags?
No, because all lives matter. And I will fight that tooth and fucking nail.
Look, here, let's break this down as 2 white guys. Black Lives Matter. Okay. Dot. That's true. Statement.
Period.
Okay. That's a statement.
That's right.
Okay. Corporate slogan. Black Lives Matter. Owned by old white billionaire motherfucker. 2 different things sound like the same.
Right.
And in a headline, they are the same. So no one can differentiate it.
Well, it's always white folk pushing this agenda, right? Which like seems off all in its own right. And to me, like, what's wrong with all lives matter? Like, I don't understand. Like,
well, it's because it sounds like Black lives don't matter the most.
But nobody's life matters the most.
That's right, because they all do.
Everybody's.
They're saying,
if you're my friend, your life matters just as much as mine. If you're my enemy, my life matters more.
Yeah, it's called divide and conquer. And if you study any kind of history, you'll see that in Greece or Rome or any time prior, French Revolution, all these things have happened before.
It's always divide and conquer.
There's a book called Generations. Y'all should read it. It's the last 500 years. And every 80 years is the same cycle over and over and over.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
History repeats
Roughly.
itself. It's been
80
proven.
to 100 years.
Right.
But there's some great YouTube videos about it. I'm sure you could find it. You know, you can find all the crazy porn you guys find. You could find this video.
What's porn?
So it's PORNHUB.
Do you Google that or do you DuckDuckGo?
Well, you put on your VPN, right? First off. And then you just go down the rabbit hole. You might hit Reddit. You might hit Pornhub. So you might hit the hidden folder on your iPhone. Depends.
Yeah.
What you're in the mood for.
So here's time for an asterisk.
All right.
I feel like we really want a big audience, right? And this is I'm talking to you, right? Yeah. But at the same time, we want to speak to those who have the same like opinions and feelings and stuff that we do, right?
Right.
I think that transcends a lot of the bullshit that's going on right now. Oh, your wire.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can't hear me now. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you better now.
Good.
All right. I apologize. Continue.
I feel like all of this shit like will transcend. Like a line is being drawn, right? And it's going to transcend because I hear a lot of folks with different like sexual preferences than me and different lifestyles than me and different things like that, but still also like saying, like what's going on right now? And you know what I mean? Like, it's not just like we're straight, white, middle-aged men and this is our opinion. Like, I don't think that's what this is. And that's not like what we want to be, but we're straight, white, middle-aged men that have an opinion. And I think a lot of other people that don't fall into that category might still have that opinion as well.
Andrew Tate, maybe we just need to play a video.
Let's do it.
I'm not saying that he's the...
wait, should we finish this?
Well, Todd.
It's only 2 more minutes.
All right.
1 more minute.
Come on,
2
Todd.
more minutes.
Let's see what else you got.
Is he going to redeem himself?
No.
Thinks that the race is a big deal. So she was
He's going to make it worse.
It's not that big of a deal. Like, I love kids, so it's fine. I was like, well, no, like you have to love all of them. And so you have to acknowledge that there is the potential for the person to experience discrimination.
Yeah. Was she fired or?
Yeah, she left. So she would have probably been fired eventually, just based off of like mindset. But yeah, she left.
It's clearly worrisome that these institutions will be responsible for our children's growth and well-being. Classrooms are not.
It's clearly worrisome that these institutions will be responsible for our children's growth and well-being.
There it is.
There's the headline right there.
There it is.
And, you know, like, and it's tough because, again, I do want to use the schools as a tool for the most of my kids' life until I'm like, bro, like, you need to get a career and this is what you should do and I'm going to help you. And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But this is this is insight into our future.
It's definitely something that's coming.
It's coming.
And we'll see how quick it comes.
I really hope the blue flag comes down hard this next election because we need to be recognizing this and talking about it.
I saw an ad for Fox Nation. Have you heard of Fox Nation?
Another Fox network.
Paid for. And you know what their main banner was?
What?
Who's like something about who's the real Joe Rogan or something. I bet if you typed it in, it'd be right there. And I'm like, because
we're done with Todd. Bye, Todd.
Yeah, Todd, get out of here. He
said, what was it again?
It was Fox Nation, like Rogan advertisement or something. It may just be their fucking main screen for all I know. That's how I came across it.
So Joe Rogan is officially sold out.
I don't know. He just said on his podcast, like, hey, if you want this shit to end, vote right.
Well,
and I don't think that's a very bad way of putting it.
I mean, and that's without having to give too much. But
yeah. I mean, this fool's a liberal. He's been a Democrat his whole life. You got Elon Musk. You got big names out there saying to vote right.
I was a Democrat my whole life.
I was all about Obama.
Right.
You know?
Mean, I
and now
I didn't
it's
like Bush. You know,
we didn't know enough to like anyone. And you know what? Before Trump, probably. Did you know Obama was the richest president ever?
Yeah.
Pre-presidency.
Were we just talking about this?
Did we already talk about that tonight?
I think we were talking about No, not tonight. We didn't talk about it tonight,
all
so
right.
everybody can listen.
You should probably put it in. Like, who was Obama's stepdad?
Oh,
and there's a whole bunch of videos of Judge Joe Brown breaking this shit down. About it's like the Sotoro family or the Sotelo.
Yeah, there's some shit. But
just put Judge Joe Brown on Obama or something like that, and I bet you probably get something. Google's all nope.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. All right, duck.
All right,
let's duck and go.
You duck, go. I'm gonna TikTok. Let's see if China has it.
You know they will.
I know I have it saved, but I know I emailed a bunch of shit.
Judge Joe Brown drops bombshells about Obama's past.
That's probably going to be on it.
And the last one, number 44, and the one before that, 43.
Gangster first, Judge Joe Brown.
OG.
Him
speaking this shit,
yes.
I was like, I didn't have to go double check.
Right. You know, if it's coming out of his, I fucking love this guy.
Bush and...
But I'm a middle-aged old white guy, and black lives don't matter to me, apparently.
Well, you know, if you weren't such a white fuck.
Yeah.
You should.
And I'm actually really not white.
No, you're not as white as me.
I'm Mediterranean.
Yeah, you're fucking. You can handle this. I'll die.
Obama?
I gotta go to Alaska.
Well, there are pictures.
All right, we're
in
gonna
the
start
last
this over
one, number
big
44,
screen.
and the one before that, 43. Bush and Obama. Well, there are pictures of Bush with his arm around 8-year-old Barack Obama because his stepdaddy, adopted daddy, Lolo Sotoro, had done a lifetime worth of business with the Bushes.
Wow.
Uncle George Herbert Walker, after whom George Herbert Walker Bush, Bush 1 president, was named, founded Halliburton in 1946 in Oklahoma. And Lolo Sotoro had been international executive vice president for Standard Oil.
There was talk of...
And he's like, I remember this.
Well, yeah, see, he ran the death squads for the Indonesian
This is
army.
all from memory,
On his own
fucks.
call, anyone could be assassinated. So when George
By Obama.
Herbert Walker Bush became head of the CIA under the Ford administration, he just got with his old buddy in the oil business, Lolo Sotoro, and pulled off the hits. See, Barack's grandmother
Yeah, hold on. I'm not Googling this.
has been acknowledged as being the woman that operated the channels through which CIA money went to the Southwest Pacific. So she introduced her daughter, who had just had Barry, Barack,
Yeah.
to
Obama.
Lolo Sotoro, and they got married, and Lolo Sotoro adopted Barack Obama. The name was changed to Barry Sotoro. Now, when he went to high school in Hawaii, I know about that high school. I almost sent my oldest son to it. I could afford it, but I didn't think he deserved it. 20 years ago,
Private.
the tuition was $95,000 a year, not including room and board.
High school.
When Obama went there, I've talked to two of his classmates. They independently state that the tuition, not including room and board, was $45,000. Now, Business Insider reports his income for 2017 at over $200 million net. That's after taxes, deductions, write-offs.
2017.
For this last year, 2018, they
Hear this
reported it as $570+ million. And that's after all deductions, tax, right? Trump doesn't make that net. I mean, even some
Yeah,
of the
let's look
richest
at somebody
people in
else's
America don't
taxes.
make
Thank
that.
you very
Why?
much.
Because when his stepdaddy died, he was one of the 10, 15 richest men on earth. And he left everything in a trust
Top
fund
Illuminati.
operated out of Indonesia, so the American government can't touch it. That makes Barack Obama 1/3 beneficiary for the assets of one of the 10, 15 richest men on earth. See,
Boom.
Bam.
Boom.
Bam.
How did no one know
God
this
fucking
as he was
damn it.
becoming president? Because he was
Well, and so
built to be that at
And
that time.
here's what's-
by after Bush.
Right. Well, and here's what's funny is
Planned out.
he was already a fucking gajillionaire, and we
Yeah.
didn't even know it.
Yeah.
No wonder he fucking won. He had the
Yeah.
marketing, he had
Yeah.
the money, he had everything
Where do you
behind
think-
him.
where do you think
And
all-
now he's all proud of being the richest
Yeah.
ex-president.
Yeah, he was the richest before.
No
Richer
wonder.
than Trump.
Fuck, I thought Trump was the
I
richest.
did too, and we all thought that.
we all thought that. You know,
It's only
and
been the last 6 months that I've seen these kind of videos pop up.
That's crazy. Well, you know what? It's because the tide might be changing.
Yeah.
And the tide should always change because you know what? Sometimes it does need to, right? It has to ebb and flow because you have to even out because I never used to 100% agree, and I don't 100% agree with one side or another side or anything.
75% of people don't vote. So 25% of people, we can look that
I
up.
think it should be mandatory that everybody needs to fucking vote. If you're an American citizen, you need to fucking vote. Your opinion should be fucking heard, or else it doesn't matter. Because if
Well-
I go and vote and I'm only competing against the 25th percentile, I'm sorry, people.
Here's the thing.
I'm a fucking genius.
All right.
I don't
if
won't compete
everyone
with
can
that.
if everyone can pay their credit card bill on their phone and they can order Taco Bell to their house, they should be able to vote on their phone.
Why not?
If I can authenticate myself with my ID over my phone, then
That's-
why can't I vote over my phone?
That's true.
Period. Now, I'm sure there's some arguments against that.
And I'm just,
Even though they're giving IDs to
Yeah.
every motherfucker right now.
It's crazy.
You know?
How do you regulate that?
You don't, but you sure as hell don't let 75% of the country not get involved.
What it needs to be
Unless
is,
that's how you like it.
it needs to be whoever wants to be fucking president. You rip off your fucking suit, get into the goddamn Coliseum, and let's see what you got. I don't want to
Fuck.
see your pussy ass.
It's been a
fucking-
while. Well, you know, we should have started this a little while back.
That's how it used to be. It probably wasn't even that fucking long ago. Remember the Wild Wild West
Like
before
100
there
years
were
ago?
cars? Less than 100 years ago?
You mean back when there was electric cars the first time? In the 1800s?
Yeah, I mean,
He said,
I feel
I
like
don't know if I want to agree with that.
I feel like that's a whole other show, so I
Yeah,
can do some
yeah,
research
yeah,
first.
next time. Next time.
Yeah. I mean, I think so. This actually brings me back to what we were talking about with when I brought up the Queen. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the crazy shit that's going on in the world and how I do believe that there's some shadiness going on with the death of the Queen. I think people have been talking about she's already been dead for a long time.
Yeah, no,
right?
that's been being said.
You know, that she's got a body double or whatever it is, you know, and whether she's been passed or she's been on her deathbed or whatever it is, you can tell that the power, that other outer powers have been battling for something right now.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
And
who's going to get that power?
Who's going to get it? And then you got fucking Charles now, King Charles. Did you hear his signed thing that he put out?
No.
It's so crazy. And then it's like signed King Charles the 7th or whatever it is. And it sounds so terrible.
Well, it's because it's just old school as fuck.
And it's not even, you know, I appreciate the old school.
No one gives a fuck about no queen or king no more.
Bro, I feel like, honestly, the queen has been the glue holding this planet together because she's been in power for 70 years. Who else has been in power in the entire planet for 70 years on any country?
With her influence, she's kept certain things from happening. Atrocities, possibly.
I'm sure.
Because she has...
I mean, such power and influence.
Strings.
I mean, the queen is the queen. Like, nobody who fucks with the queen?
I mean, in chess, nobody.
Okay, but let's talk like
in America. I don't know about a queen. I've never seen a queen.
Well, if we're talking like globally,
I don't even maybe know enough about global politics to know what the queen can do.
Nobody fucks with the queen.
You know, I seen pictures and video of kids falling out of the queen's castle, out of the top window. You seen those?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, they were probably Andrew's friends.
Oh,
Prince Andrew.
God.
You know,
right?
Epstein's buddy.
Yeah. No, I don't know.
Well,
see, and I don't know.
Well, that's a whole other show too.
That's a whole other thing. So
these are clear as day. Like, motherfuckers just falling out the top window, diving for their life.
All right, so I want to see that.
It's.
I want to see that, and so and again, this is something that nobody knows anything about, right?
Yeah.
But all we do know is this person has been in power for 70 years, the longest reign I think of.
I guess
any
I've never considered
ruler.
that. So there's a lot of implications there. Yeah.
You know, and maybe like I say the glue that's been holding things together, but maybe the power that has, you know, but now we got the shit going on in Russia.
I just feel like when you have Vanguard and BlackRock, the queen is not above that. And those are the two companies that own every brand of everything in the whole world.
But we don't know, like,
we may not know.
We don't know, like, with the church.
The Vatican, yeah.
The Queen, like, we got these people that.
You know, the Vatican's up there, above most.
And I would say, I mean, I don't know where the Queen and the Vatican.
I would say the Vatican's probably over BlackRock or Vanguard, but then at the same time, those are all old families. Like, they're all the same bloodlines the same 15 motherfuckers that go back from whenever.
Right. But if you want to talk about bloodlines, right? Think about now you got fucking Vatican and then Queen. You've got
they're in the same realm.
You know what I mean? So and then now we're talking about, you know, the two that, what is that? BlackRock and
Vanguard. They're just companies that are owned by the most powerful people.
Like
in
the Brambleberry. What the fuck is it? The
There's like three. There's one other one, but everyone, it's like the Bilderberg group, I think. Bilderberg is what you're talking about. And so we used to hear about that, but we never saw it. And now we hear about the World Economic Forum that we do see. You know what they say? You'll own nothing, you'll rent everything, and you'll be happy.
Nah.
You'll own nothing and be happy.
Right.
Because it's going to be so cheap to rent. Why would you want to own it and have to store it?
Right. Well, and
there's a little sliver there that I see how people might get sucked into.
Well, because a lot of people get into that. Get something, pay it small,
they're already
work
doing it.
Hard.
Next plans. And you can next plan your fucking Xbox.
We all have credit, right?
Yeah, but credit's changed.
Oh, yeah.
It's changed. It ain't just your card. It's go on fucking Best Buy.
I want to come back to this Queen shit real quick because I'm tripping. So we got the BlackRocks. Vanguards. What was the B ones?
The Bilderberg group.
Bilderbergs. Now you got the Queen and you got the Vatican, but you've got like organizations, right? Yeah. And maybe the Queen was just as much a representative as like our president is a representative,
right?
And they've got their money, but that's what it is. It's like it's just big money everywhere. Yeah. You've got big money in different countries controlling
big
things.
Influence too, you know. I mean,
influence, and you've got lemmings that are willing to just go along with it. Sheep that are like, hey, I'm totally fine. You want me to it's worth $5,000, but I only have to pay $25 a month for the rest of my life.
Yeah, when they pump us full of reality TV and all these kinds of things that keep us busy and worried about all this bullshit, and you got your fucking Klarna account, and you're worried about your Shein clothes showing up, and your whatever that didn't get here.
Amazon comes same day, next day.
They're telling you to, in what, 2026? What is it? When do gas cars go away?
35.
No,
in
but
California.
at a certain time, it's sooner in Cali. It was like 35 total can't build them, but they have to be phased out by sooner.
Oh, so I thought I just heard the new thing that went down just recently was 35 was the official date with that they weren't.
So maybe that's what it is. I'll double check too. But
yeah, I mean,
even if it's
but
35,
still, regardless,
what were they telling us this week?
Who fucking cares?
What were they telling us this? I got solar, so they always say, hey, if you unplug everything in your house, basically, you can get a discount. Right. You can get all these points, not even discount. You can get all these points towards winning a laptop or winning a fucking trip to Universal. So all week it's been like 2 times the points today.
And
then it's 3 times the points today.
They're gamifying
it, right?
They're
gamifying it.
Yeah.
And then when you go on the app, it's like spin the wheel, use 200 of your points.
Fuck that. Bro, my house doesn't get below, when it's 100 outside, my house doesn't get below 85, fucking old ass ranch house.
Yeah.
Even with my AC going from 9 a.m. nonstop to 9 p.m.
Yeah, that's rough.
That's why I have the fucking fuck you, Southern California Edison, and your fucking stupid shit, because
fuck you, Edison.
You got me in this program where I'm paying as much as people with like 4,000, 5,000 square foot buildings because I'm in an industrial area. So I'm paying the same fucking rate that they are. Yeah. And I pay, my bill this month's going to be $1,100.
That doesn't make sense.
I don't even grow weed anymore.
Yeah, that's weed growing.
That's weed growing fucking money.
What the fuck?
Are you fucking kidding me? I'm just trying to keep my family alive.
I need to go pee.
You read my mind. I was just about to be like, ah. What did you say last time? My teeth are floating. Yeah, my teeth are floating. But we just learned why. That's it's kind of it's what's been indoctrinated within them
through school
for the last 20 or 30 years.
There's an argument that maybe there's a certain level. It's scary when you see K-4 principals and assistants.
That bothers me.
Saying that.
Well, and that's
why
I'm
high
like,
school type shit. You would expect that maybe
you shouldn't even have that mentality, because at that age you should be preaching to everybody, like, love one another, hold each other's hands. There's no such thing as Black Lives Matter. There's no such thing as fucking racism. Because at that age there's not. These kids don't know what it is unless we tell them.
That's 100% right.
Jesus Christ. What were we talking about?
I don't know. We were on the Judge Joe Brown, but I don't think
Brown.
we ever gave Andrew Tate a clip.
Oh, yeah. That's what we were talking about.
That's kind of where we started.
Andrew Tate. So tell me more about Andrew Tate while I look into him. And what should I Google
on Big
first?
Brother. You might just... Can you go to TikTok on your browser? It's going to be a lot easier for short clips.
Bam. Whoa, that's disgusting.
Yeah. That's the shit Cassie watches.
It's not a login.
Welcome back to my cat grooming salon. Today's
welcome
back to my cat grooming salon.
Ah! Help!
I think
Turn off the sound.
Yeah, mute.
All right, search.
Anyway, just put Andrew Tate.
Andrew Tate.
There's a million clips, but everywhere else he's hard.
Wasn't he banned? Look.
Oh shit! They got him all the way off.
Whoa.
I bet if you go on, well, hold on.
I bet he's got some stuff like saved, right?
I just pulled something up.
Andrew Tate's TikTok. So fuck you, China. I thought you had our back.
See, look. Oh, look.
It's all on YouTube.
I spelled it wrong when it came up.
What happened to Andrew Tate? In response to the recent onslaught of press coverage of Andrew Tate, most of the major social media platforms have banned him. Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok have all removed his accounts. That's a weird insertion of a word.
There's a bunch of clips.
Citing violations against their policies of violent speech as of YouTube and Twitch. What the fuck? I've never heard him speak anything violent. Like, he's a little aggressive.
He's aggressive.
But I've never heard him say violent or hateful anything.
There's probably things that I've been considered have said violent tonight.
Bro.
Under the new definitions, and that's the thing.
definitions.
They're changing the definitions of things. When you change what things mean, it's significant. And I'm not some fucking smart motherfucker. Don't take it from me. Go look at Jordan Peterson. And
So
one
you
of
know
these
what's going to
smart
happen
motherfuckers.
throughout this process is I'm going to become less and less accepting. Because, you know, I'm a pretty neutral guy
Yes,
for the most
no,
part. I
you
try
are.
and be
You
Switzerland.
are.
I really like to be Switzerland. But at the same time, like, when an injustice is happening, I'm always the first fucking
Yeah.
one in the middle of the
Well,
fucking
when it becomes
shit.
blatant, most true-hearted people can't just stick to their doctrination.
Right.
Now, if you're 200 grand in debt for school, that's a deep.
But why aren't people like evolving? Like, aren't we supposed to evolve and become different like every day and better?
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
get this. All right,
Unless-
what you got for me?
All right, look, I got a lot of clips right here, but
Can
they're
you
all on
send me
TikTok.
something?
I don't know how to send it to you.
Here, do this.
Hold on, I can email it to you.
Okay.
You got your email?
Email it.
This is a very short one,
Psycho.
but I'll find some more too. This is just the first one that popped up.
It's not on his account though, is it?
Hell no.
Yeah.
But it's got his picture.
Poor fucking guy.
I'm not even gonna cherry pick these. I'm just gonna send a bunch through real quick.
Yep, I'll do number one first.
And then we'll check them.
Couldn't preview the file. Download, I guess, you asshole.
You have a son and he tells you that he's gay, how would you react to that?
It wouldn't bother me. I don't think I'd really care. It doesn't matter if he's straight, doesn't matter if he's gay. As long as he's got his head screwed on and he's working hard and he's living a good life and he's doing good things, then that's fine. Then I don't really care what they do too much.
Okay.
Okay. I didn't cherry pick that.
Yeah.
That was just the first one that came up
No,
on TikTok.
I'm glad you did that. No, I don't want my game hacking.
I'm gonna send one more. So there's like 3 of them, I think, total. We'll just start with that. See what it says. I can't even hear them because I got these fucking headphones on.
I mean, I smoke cigars, but I know what the fuck I'm doing. Give me a big fat cigar. I'm risking cancer to look like a mafia boss. Fine. I'm not sitting there smoking cigars and going, I can't believe this is bad for me. No, like these fucking vape bullshit children. And what kind of parent lets their 16-year-old vape anyway? If I had a 16-year-old son, he's like, I got a vape.
He's not from here, is he?
He's from the UK. He was on Big Brother.
Big Brother UK.
Yes.
Not ours.
Right.
I guess.
But it's filmed, streamed here.
So no, tell me a little bit more. So he did that, and,
Okay,
and then
so
did he go UFC?
No, before.
He was UFC before.
He was a Porsche. He tells a story.
I want that.
I'll send you the video.
Because I know I love this guy. He actually is one of the guys that's like gets me up off my ass. I mean, I'm a very motivated person, but I love when people actually make me more motivated.
Yeah, I listened to Goldcast. And
This
some
one
of
you
those
just sent me?
YouTubes. Check that one out. I didn't vet it.
No, give me one. I want a story.
Sent the third. Is there a third one that came?
Andrew Tate speaking the truth.
So even if you look at things like women's rights, women need rights, women need protecting, women should be equal under the law. Completely agree.
They said they wanted women to work so people could pay more taxes, no?
They want people to work so they can pay more taxes, double the tax base. But you know what else they wanted them to work for?
Get the kids out of the...
To get the kids out of the influence of the parents, right? When the woman's at home and the father's at work, those children are learning from the woman, who's probably learning from the father, and you get to instill your own beliefs in those children. Government doesn't want that. Government wants the children to belong to them. So they get the woman out of the house, and they send you to school for as long as possible to reprogram you. This is why you will see YouTube videos of children arguing with their parents, and their parents will say that's not true, and the children will say, I learned in school that a man can be a zebra, or whatever they learn, and they start arguing with their own children. You don't own your own children's minds anymore, because your children's mind is owned by YouTube and the school.
I've seen this,
right? And the school will
This is
say
a
to
good
you,
one.
if your parents ever yell at you or get aggressive to you, you come to me, and we'll tell the police. Don't worry about that.
This is right
so
up
they do it
my
to brainwash
alley.
the children, right? Because this is how you control the future. So the whole educational system in and of itself is a scam. They use feminism and the whole women's rights bullshit to get everyone's children into the indoctrination machine. They keep you there as long as possible. They want you to finish in debt because then you got to get a fucking job and become a good slave. But they don't teach you anything of value.
We should watch that 5 more times.
Right?
There's just a lot happening right now, and it's like it's
I
hard
sent
to
you one more.
articulate. It's hard to articulate,
Yeah.
right?
No, it's very hard.
And it's
because-
nice to have like guys like this that are willing to like put it out there, and like we're all living it, and like we articulate it to each other all the time. Like
yeah, everybody does.
you know what I mean?
But to
And-
go out in front of everyone and say it,
yeah.
and I don't even get on Twitter and shit like that. You know, I might look, but I don't really interact. Or Facebook, or Instagram's probably the only thing I ever post. But even Instagram, since I've posted a lot of videos from I'm not going to share a video that I feel like some straight bullshit. Okay?
That's right.
And I may have not known at the time that these things were going to be verified later. But turns out they were. I feel like a Maury Pope, like a Maury show.
Well,
and you're like, it is the baby daddy.
Right.
That's what I feel like, but I'm the woman.
And tell me, like, I feel the same fucking way, right? Like, because all of this shit, I've just been, like, sitting off in the background because I'm just like, look.
I've been listening to these dudes like Andy Frisella that I've been sending you. And so I haven't been. I've been sitting back, but I've been thinking all kinds of shit because these guys are, like, telling you, just seeds in the mind.
Yep. And that's how it should. And I'm so glad that we're not the only ones. And granted, this is, we're launching this, we're starting this right here, right now, but we've got legs and we've got lots of room to grow. And this is just the fucking beginning, right? Like, I want to unwrap. There's so many things that I just want to unwrap and unravel.
That's why we couldn't have our other first episode, because I had too many things to say.
Because it was too many things and we were here for 6 hours.
You got to keep me on like 8 topics.
Right.
Because I got 800.
And it's
I
okay.
only give you a pinch of each. And you might think I'm a crazy motherfucker.
Yeah. Well, you are a crazy motherfucker.
I am.
But it's okay.
I mean, I don't think I am, but I heard I was.
I heard
too.
It's all a fucking scam.
I heard
all
that
a scam.
too.
And this is how the whole world has always worked and always will work. And people at the bottom just don't seem to get it. They don't seem to wake up. And they don't seem to wake up because the people in charge try very hard to keep them asleep.
That's us.
If you had a whole bunch of people who were your slaves,
nah, fuck that shit. We ain't at the bottom anymore.
Why would you do that? No.
Hey, hold on. Pause. Fuck you. No, we ain't at the bottom anymore. It's been a long time since we've been at the bottom. You know what? The people at the bottom, those are like the pigs that are in their own trough. And you want to live that fucking life. That's fine. You know what I mean? But like, you've been an entrepreneur for long enough to know what it's like to have to fucking make your own shit. Like, if you don't work that day, you're not getting a paycheck, right?
Yeah.
Like, what that's like.
Yeah. Or if you don't work every day.
Every day.
When you have a job, you have the weekends off. When you don't have a job, you have no days off.
And what does job stand for? The acronym. Just over broke.
Oh, all right.
And that's where they want you.
Yeah. The JOB.
That's where they want you.
Yeah.
Right?
Hell yeah.
They don't want you to come. And you know what? They'll accept you once you get to a certain level.
Well, of course.
They'll be like, okay, you can come into this fold because you got something that we can utilize and take advantage of.
It's kind of like when you work at a job and you get moved into middle management. And then the middle fools are the worst, right?
Where you get paid the same
right?
with twice as much responsibility.
There's a level above that.
Right.
That if you're not a fucking dick, you can get into.
Yeah.
And then maybe you can slide into one of those 3 positions at that whole company.
Where you make $2 more than the person that you're in charge of.
Where they're paying you, well, let's say they got you salary. What's the minimum right now? 15?
Oh, fuck.
Kelly?
I mean,
is it 15?
If it's not 15, I know 15 is minimum in most places.
All right, so it's 15.
Here, let's do some math.
You know what they said? I saw the headline. $22 and by next year for minimum. Now,
okay,
I agree with that.
Wendy's is
back when I was 20.
We're talking management, right?
Unskilled labor. Burger flipper starting out 22. However,
fuck you.
Here's my thing. When I had worked at the gym and we started like at 8 at one area and some might have started at 7. So you get 3%. I remember my 8 was like 43 cents.
Yeah.
Okay. So who knows what 7 was? I'm not a mathematician. So years later, minimum shoots up and they hire new people and they're making the exact same.
Right.
Because
they don't give you raises.
They had to give the old people just a tiny bit of raise just to catch you up to the brand new motherfucker that don't know not a dick from their towel.
Well, and that's why people with experience aren't in management positions anymore, which is why there's a deterioration of all retail fucking markets. I'm talking to you, every fucking restaurant in Visalia.
Oh, you guys are
You
horrible.
can't go anywhere and get good service.
No, there's one.
Where?
Vintage Press.
Okay, I haven't done the VP yet.
Well, you know why? I'm
Why?
not going to say it because
Because I'm Jewish. And when I look on Google, it has $3 signs.
No, trust me. We need to go there and have a dinner. One night, maybe before our podcast.
That would be fun. We'll bring the camera. We'll do some B-roll.
It is amazing.
Okay.
It's
hey,
amazing.
I did Ruth Chris. That was fucking awesome. I don't mind.
Here's the difference.
Look, dude, I don't mind fucking. I will tip $100
if it's
on
worth it.
a $40 bill
Yeah.
if I had great exceptional service.
Yeah.
But people don't look at me and realize, oh, that's his Shelby out in the fucking parking lot, right? Like,
because you don't got
because I go like that. I don't have a
Rolex
chain. I got I look normal. I wear flippies.
Well,
you know
most
what I mean?
people that have money don't.
Right.
So that's their bad.
And I'm okay with that.
You know?
That's
why-
the norm I want to fit in, anyways.
Well, the VP, they don't give a fuck because every judge that you've ever been before will be there for dinner with one of his bitches.
All my judges are in Seattle.
Last time I went, here's how often I don't go. It's hot around here.
Yeah.
I had a little tank top on. They don't let tank tops in there.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, I
so
want to go
my
then.
homeboy that used to work there, that I used to know from another scene, and I'm like, hey, it's good to see you here. Doing good. He's like, hey, we're gonna bring you a chef jacket because you can't wear that. And I'm like, maybe I'll just go get a shirt.
Yeah.
I don't live that far.
We're
He's
down.
like, nah. They made me feel totally fine about it.
Okay.
Until I got in the restaurant and I felt like fucking ostracized. And I see the old fucking judge that I've been before more than a couple times right there. And I'm like, damn, I can't even be in here in the right shirt, looking like all kinds of
man.
trailer park in this motherfucker.
That is
I was like
awesome.
Joe Dirt of the VP that night. And then my girl had to just kind of laugh. My wife had to just kind of, laugh about it.
Oh,
What are
that's
you gonna do?
well, yeah, because she's always done up to the 10s.
Yeah. It was a good time. But VP's good.
I'm a
And-
tank top guy all the time. You know what? Here's the thing. If you don't let me in a tank top, it's not worth my money.
It is.
Okay.
It's the only spot.
Can I wear a t-shirt?
Yeah. Just gotta have sleeves.
No tank
Your
tops.
girl could have a thong bikini. They wouldn't give a fuck.
Of course.
And why the fuck is that?
Well, I wonder why. Maybe
don't
it has
know.
to do with the
Explain it to me.
indoctrination.
Explain it to me.
of what's happening.
Specifically.
Well, because our girls look a lot better in thong bikinis than we do.
In tank tops?
Well,
Not all
I
of
look
them.
pretty good in
Not
a
all-
tank. I look pretty good in a tank top these days.
I don't know what a thong. I don't know. I don't see a lot of thong bikinis unless it's on Instagram.
Yeah.
And I've never seen one of those in the VP.
I'm sorry if my wife wants to wear a thong bikini, because I would be like,
No?
nah.
I would say yeah.
Sorry, boo.
I would be like, get it. I don't know.
No, because, not everybody has to see those handprints that I put on there last night.
Well, that's even more reason. You want to use my basketball? You want to dribble it around? You see that right there? That's when I dunked the shit out of it last night. That's the shit I like.
Yeah, and you know what? Nobody dunks it the way I do.
Yeah. I can palm that motherfucker. Oh, yeah, that's funny.
We just went south.
So,
hey,
technically, yeah.
Oh yeah, we gotta watch this.
Come on, let's hear him.
I want to hear.
So
I wanna
in the
know this
same
guy's
day he was
history.
taken off. Sorry to talk over. He was in the same day he was taken off every platform. Why would that be? How would they have that kind of chronicity?
Yeah, it's
They're all
three
individual
people,
businesses.
No, 3 people got in a fucking room, and one person said, "Hey, this isn't copacetic. This guy's getting too many views. This guy's getting too much attention. You need to ban his ass." And they were like, "Here's my number. Here's my number. Here's my number." And this 4th person shelled out, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's simple. It's really simple, because I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck who you are. Everybody has a number, no matter what it is in this world. Everybody has a number.
It's all a fucking scam. All of it's a scam. And this is how the whole world has always worked and always will work. And people at the bottom just don't seem to get it. They don't seem to wake up. And they don't seem to wake up because the people in charge try very hard to keep them asleep. If you had a whole bunch of people who were your slave, why would you tell them the truth about the world? Why would you do that? No. When's the last time you went to school and learned how money works? Or banks work? Or taxes? Or any of the things that they use to control you? No. They teach you about fucking photosynthesis. They don't want you to know anything. They don't want us to know anything. They just want us sitting there going, okay, he's a panda, and I stay in my house because of Corona. Clap for the NHS. You look like a performing seal. Look an idiot.
It's hard to
and people
deny.
are idiots. So they control them. And then they come to me and go, Tate, how'd you make all this money? I opened my fucking eyes. I looked around me. I started to think. Things that people never seem to do. I don't know how they live in a dream for so fucking long. I woke up out of the dream, right? But this is the truth. Governments are absolutely the enemy of the people. They always have been. They always fucking will be. Fuck all of them.
There's the hate speech. I was waiting for it. I was fucking waiting for it. Like, where is the hate speech? I haven't heard any of it.
It's there. There's worse than that about women. And here's the problem. We're all too afraid to define the roles.
Okay, show me. I want to see something that can be perceived bad. Show me the argument. Show me the argument.
All right.
Because you know what? I mean,
my brother has a daughter.
I say a lot of shit. And I say a lot of shit to my wife. And she still loves me. And she's a woman.
Yeah.
You know? And like, I've got a mom and a sister and a daughter and like all of these things. You know, like I would never... All right, let's watch. This is 30 seconds. This is Andrew Tate's final message.
Yeah, I don't know what
is
that
this
is.
the one before he got banned?
My brother has a daughter, and she's beautiful. She's my niece. I don't want her to grow up in a world where women are hated. I don't want her to grow up in a world where men are oppressive and hurting women. Why would I possibly want that? I want her to find a strong man who can protect her, who can provide for her, who can make sure she's safe. But I don't want anything bad to ever happen to her. My own personal circumstances regarding family are something that are once again confidential, but I can confirm to you that the last thing I would ever want is for women to be marginalized in the future.
Good for him.
I need to find one of his videos that everyone's up in arms about, though.
Well, because his shit's been banned, they probably, you know,
Yeah.
because it's not as bad as they want us to believe it is.
They take little clips, and I've seen them, and there's girls sitting all around him when he says it. Hold on. I know one. Andrew Tate.
No, I have hella tabs open. That needs to stay. That needs to stay.
He says one about girls on yachts, and it's about being on a.
If you can't find it, can you paraphrase?
Yeah, so the gist is, he says, he's on a yacht. It's like $1 billion yacht, one of these super yachts.
Is he doing like the party music video type thing, or is it just like we're out chilling, like vacationing?
Out chilling, people got invited there.
Yeah.
He called them Moldovan girls or something from some certain area.
Okay.
Okay. And he said, the guys on this boat needed, I'm trying to think how much the boat was, the yacht. It was like
Shit ton. 20, 40,000.
Okay. No,
Easy.
No, like millions. Like super yacht.
To own the boat
Own
or
it.
to charter the boat?
To own it.
To own it, 200 million.
Right. So he's like, this dude's got to be making this much a year.
Right.
You know what this 19-year-old girl needs? Makeup. So that's the kind of shit that people
But is it wrong?
No. But that's the kind of shit that just doesn't sound
Because it's the
good
truth.
in
It's
a-
the truth slap.
Yes,
You get
yes.
hit with the truth slap.
Yeah.
Nobody likes to get slapped,
No,
right?
no.
But it's the truth slap.
No.
It's
When you say, hey,
just like you said earlier.
that's a
well,
factual
fucking
statement.
Yeah.
Right?
That hurts.
It hurts.
It does.
But, you know, when I'm out of shape, when I get down and try to do push-ups and I can't do as many as I think I could, it hurts.
It hurts. The
Now-
truth hurts.
Truth hurts.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers need to be hurt more often.
You
it
know
would
what?
benefit them.
And I think
Pain is growth.
Pain is growth. No pain, no gain. You know, we were at the beginning of like, or I think at the tail end of you had to fucking work, earn your trophy, earn that fucking first place.
Yeah. Not everyone gets a trophy.
Right before the participation award. You know, I don't know, like your sister's closer to your age than my sister. Did your sister get the participation awards?
No.
Because
No.
my sister, you know, my sister, like everything that like the soccer and the stuff, everybody got a participation award.
When I was little, we all always got trophies.
So maybe it's an age group thing.
But when you get older, if you're in middle school or high school and you're getting a trophy for not being first,
Yeah, if you fucking lose, you lose.
I don't know what the fuck you're getting a trophy for.
If you're not in first, if it's not
What-
first, it's last.
Yeah, if you're not first, you're last. You know, and I remember being in tournaments where you would get like I'm trying to think what they would call it, because the brackets would break up. So you'd have the winners bracket. It's like the consolation bracket.
Right.
You know?
And then they would go against each other.
And then the consolation prize would be between the two teams that just didn't beat these two up here that happen to end up down here.
Yeah, fucking losers.
Losers.
Yeah.
But decent teams.
But losers.
Losers.
Right.
Yes.
Like when it comes down, there can only be one.
If you lose the first round and you go into the consolidation, I God forbid, I hope that that's fucking right. I grew up playing basketball my whole life. If that's where you ended up, you pretty much were like doing 80% the rest of the fucking tournament.
Right.
Because you felt like a piece of dog shit. Your coach didn't even want to be there no more.
Yeah.
There's no, if you don't win the first game, you ain't having an opportunity.
Yeah. and your coach is going to make you feel like that.
And you got to go sleep in a fucking hotel somewhere with these motherfuckers all stacked up. Half of them trying to sneak out and party and get pussy, and the other half all scared in the fucking hotel.
Right.
Where do you think I was?
Scared.
Yeah.
That's where I would be too.
Scared.
Yeah.
But my friends were the ones going out.
Telling you about all the cool shit. Well, you were like, younger on varsity. Yeah.
You know, I was the only one they were going to be like, yeah, dog, come with us. And I'm like, nah.
I got some diamond juice.
Diamond juice?
Or diamond juice or liquid diamonds. I don't know what it's a project I'm consulting on. So I'm trying to figure out, you know, when it goes in the product, you know, it's diamonds, but it's through a pen. So I do some consulting here and there on some good stuff.
Well, I know you egghead motherfuckers have all kinds of big thoughts. I'm just a big body, small brain type of motherfucker.
I mean, I wish I could just call everything. It'll fuck you up.
So I'm going on vacation tomorrow. This is for me, right?
No,
How much? How much?
No, but I'll find one for you.
All right. I'm sure we can find something. Or at least some batteries.
Actually, I might give you this one. This was a...
No, I'll take a full one. It's cool.
It is. That was the first thing. You don't want this one? That's
yes,
fine.
I do.
I'll go
no,
find it.
I want it. I want it.
You remember that game?
I want it.
I was like, if it works, you can have it. And you're like, dude.
Cassie's still is like half full, that full gram one. And it died finally because I think it sat under the couch for a week,
Oh, yeah.
you know.
They eventually killed themselves.
And then on the wedding night, it was dead the whole night. Finally had it. And now I can't find it. I'm like, there's a whole gram in there somewhere. It's in the couch. It's in the car. Like, we're trying to find it.
So, you know, this project I'm consulting with, we did the 2-grammer things, which is like supposed to be the new hot commodity, a 2-gram vape.
Bigger.
Fuck a 2-gram vape. I get so sick of it. Like, I'm about like a full gram and I'm ready to switch. You give me 2 grams of the same flavor.
That's true.
Like, I can't do it. I've had the same 2-gram tester for weeks. What you looking for?
My water. Sorry.
Agua.
Yeah.
I need booze.
I just got to drive to the coast in the morning like a happy camper.
What time are you getting up?
Hopefully like at 9. For me.
Well, it's 1
It's
a.m.
1 o'clock.
What, you know, we could call it. What do we want to do? What are you thinking?
Oh, do we have something more on our list here?
Well, there's...
What were we talking about?
We were... Well,
the Queen of England.
We're still trying to figure out Tate. The Queen of... There's so much to talk about with the Queen of England.
We'll just do a whole thing. Look, next time I'll come with all the crazy videos about the Queen. And Andrew. And Epstein.
Yeah, see, that's what... let's make it a little more... Let's just do Queen. Let's make it a tribute to the Queen.
Andrew Tate has a great fucking little speech about the Queen, how she moves all over the board.
Well, we could do that right now.
How the...
Well, we probably can't find it. Huh?
Yeah, God forbid. You know, I don't know if we got to be on TikTok. I swear to God. Just put Andrew Tate about, you know, the Queen or something like that.
Andrew Tate reacts to Queen Elizabeth's last words. Oh, well, that's cool.
Well, yeah, we'll hear that. But.
Let's listen to that.
And when I look at our country today...
This is a fucking scam.
Clickbait.
Clickbait, you assholes. Yeah, we're not going to find anything cool, Andrew Tate. Let me go to Duck. Where's Duck? I will be switching my default search engine by next.
It's so weird. It wasn't. I was like,
this is recent.
It's been the last pretty much since COVID.
Yeah, and I guess
you may not have noticed it because you're into like learning.
Yeah, I'm in a bubble sometimes. I am in a bubble.
Hey, how do I make?
You having issues there? What's the problem, yo?
No, just limp dick.
Wah, wah,
Never
wah.
heard of it. All right, so Andrew Tate's dad was a world chess champion.
The downfall of Andrew Tate and its implications. Oh, that's sad.
That sounds terrible.
Why was he arrested?
He
was arrested recently? We could do a whole episode on Tate. It's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is good. I feel like we've got a good episode in. And, you know, like, what is there anything else we like feel like we want to wrap up? What did we talk about? We got Andrew Tate. I think it's, you know, we like that guy. Judge Joe Brown and Obama.
I love what you just said. I like Andrew Tate because I would say that normally you would prefer to kind of stay more neutral. Andrew Tate is very controversial right now. I will say I love Andrew Tate.
Yeah, well, and see, I don't know.
You don't know enough yet.
I like to be.
I want you to hear his most worst clips.
That's what I want to. That's
yet.
what I want.
So
I want.
you
I want
say
some
you
of
love
his.
him,
I want some of his like
I know
grabbed her
how-
by the pussy Trump
Right,
shit. You know what I mean?
right,
Because even
right.
that, I'm like, man,
it's not that far out there, but it's not something you're gonna preach to your girl when you get home.
Yeah, but I'm
it's the
sorry.
realities
Sometimes
of
in
life.
the bedroom, I'm gonna tell my girl some
Yes.
snotty shit. I'm
Well.
gonna smack her on the butt. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Like, I'm sorry. All of these woke ass bitches don't tell me when they get sick of that pussy ass boy that they just made that they ain't gonna go cheat on their man and look for someone that's gonna smack him around a little bit.
Yeah.
Tell them
Hey,
they're a dirty girl.
You don't gotta
I mean,
tell me that.
Come on. Like,
you know.
that's
Every
why it's
girl
nice
I've
to
ever
have
got
a real
with was
woman.
like, oh, you're way more manlier than the last dude I was with. That's strange. I'm like 100 pounds heavier than them too.
Well,
at
when you're
least.
shaped like Thor.
Yeah.
I mean, like
genetics. I'm
you've
just
got
lucky.
that. You've got that
You know.
fucking.
If
You
it
were
wasn't
obviously
for-
a Viking.
If
in
it
your
wasn't for
past
my
life.
micro penis, it would be a complete package. But it's all right.
It's okay.
It's
Hey.
not the 99%.
You know what? It's the motion of the ocean.
Yeah, you just
it's
get
what you do with it.
right up underneath.
Yeah.
It's like
Hey,
your two fingers. You know,
I've
when
done
you're
a
in high
lot.
school.
I've done a lot more with the tip of one finger than I
Hey,
have with the whole
man,
entire.
I never realized how wore out your forearm could
Oh,
be.
Jesus Christ!
That's 16.
Judge Joe Brown supporting Trump versus
Man,
Obama.
the Judge Joe Brown shit just blows my
That's
goddamn
crazy.
mind.
The Rogan Nation.
All right, so the fact that Fox covered Rogan, and I know Rogan's like, fuck Trump. He's not saying fuck Trump. He's saying, I'm not supporting anyone. I'm not trying to be the one that sways this. But how do you end up on here? But did you hear about Mike Tyson's Hulu?
No.
All right, so Hulu did a video or a autobiography, whatever you call it, of Mike Tyson without any fucking okays or whatever.
No, that's
lied
not an
about a bunch of shit.
autobiography. Yeah,
whatever
that's-
you call
yeah,
that.
it's just a biography.
Okay,
Auto
all right,
is
yeah.
when you do it yourself.
Okay,
right?
thank
you.
you.
Know, it's
thank
like
you.
auto
You know
basing.
me. You know, just I don't know shit. it rhymes with biography. So, you know, auto must have made it happen on its own.
Right.
But anyway, they did one. They didn't consult him. They told people they did, so they were able to get a bunch of his story. It actually sucks.
I hope he sued the shit out of them.
He was on a podcast I saw. That's the only reason I knew about it, because it was all happening right then. It was already on Hulu, and then he's going on these podcasts, and he wasn't making a big deal about it, but he was mentioning it, of course. And then Dana White came out saying they weren't going to cover it. That'd probably be a video you could pull up.
Oh, I love Dana White.
So he said, hey, we found out that Tyson didn't want to, be part of this, and so we
Dana
decided
White
not
reacts
to
into
promote it.
Tyson.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
that's something.
Hulu. Put it in like Life Story or Hulu or something, because it's like his life story. The dude looks nothing like him. Jamie Foxx, they've been shooting a movie.
There we go.
As Tyson. There you go.
Mike Tyson in Hulu dispute.
Just
I
one-
killed the
another
deal.
friend of yours that praised you, and I hadn't quite heard the story, and I didn't know if you felt like elaborating. Mike Tyson gave you praise for respecting him as a friend and honoring him in something that was going on between him and Hulu. Can you clarify what that was more about and what was going on there?
So we did a deal
we're about to do a deal. We're on the verge of a deal with Hulu to promote this Mike Tyson, unauthorized biography or whatever it is. And Craig Borsari, my head of production, came to me and said, "Hey, I'm hearing that Tyson isn't happy about this thing." So
it happens because you know how Hollywood works is he said, she said, my guys, your guys, my people, your people type thing.
Yeah.
And enough people are like, Mike is you get told Mike's behind this. You're like, oh, Mike's your guy. He's like, he told, you know what I mean? Like,
well, you know why?
And now he's like, I'm roped into this fucking shit.
So the era of Mike showing up on you and knocking the whole side of your teeth out are over.
Right.
So that's why this is happening.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
there was a lot of time
because he
could done a Mike
still
Tyson
do
story.
it, but he just ain't that.
Why?
He ain't got that guy anymore.
Well, you know.
Oh, this is stupid.
Let him get back into his training mode, but just listen to Dana.
I called Mike and I said, we're in a deal with these guys. We
He's
have
not happy.
a verbal to do this deal with them. And he said, Dana, they're fucking me, and that's all I had to hear. I said, I'm out then I'll squash this deal. So I killed the deal, and I told him that it was over and that I killed it, and we won't be promoting that show for Hulu. And and then he did what he did.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fucking A. Mike didn't like it, and so either did I.
You know what? Well,
Fuck
and that's
Hulu.
how it should fucking be.
Fuck Hulu. Don't
This is
watch
my guy.
it.
So here's my thing
It's
with like
shit
loyalty
anyway.
anymore. Like that's kind of what's going on. Like we're taking loyalty away from the masses. Like the shit was like, look, I'll ride or die for you no matter what. Like if what I agree with what you say or I disagree with what you say, like this is a ride or die situation. So like I'm on it. That's a ride or die fucking situation, right? Like it sounded like Dana might not have known like what the fuck was happening.
Obviously.
Right? And then like got schooled and was like, and then here's Mike, like
gotta call him.
Yo, what the fuck, man? Like this ain't right. You know
and
what
I
I mean?
heard him on his podcast or one of the podcasts talking about it. Like they're trying to fuck me.
And I'm sorry, if you actually watch the fucking Mike and know the guy, he is the sweetest
Not only that,
teddy bear in the world.
they know he's making his own life story biography right now. They know it. That's
Right.
why they're trying to get out ahead of it. Because they were probably already trying to do something.
Well, I'm glad. Oh, they got him on fucking Hotboxing too. Is that recent?
That's his podcast.
That's Mike's, right?
Hotboxing with Mike Tyson.
Yeah, that's got to be recent. Then I want to see if it is. No,
You care about me?
No, it's last year. All right, let's keep thumbing through. Who is Joe? Okay, I want to finish this because did Joe Rogan sell out?
I don't know.
Or is he just trying to be Switzerland?
Are they just using this as they please?
Is he? I'm sure he's in approval with this, right? It's Fox. And
he's not
if
a Fox dude.
Yeah, but if
he's
you've
a
noticed,
fucking MSNBC type dude.
a lot of his stuff has been neutralizing a lot of his speech. And you know what? Look, I'm not going to hate on it because the more money you make, the more fucking shit you have. Like
The
you're
more
like,
conservative you get, because you
fuck.
realize that you don't want to get fucked for your money.
You don't want to give. Yeah,
That's why you live in Texas. You see 50 Cent?
Right. No, is he in Texas now?
New York City was going to be 50-some% tax, and he's like, "You're going to be my partner?"
Right.
There's that clip. I seen that one. You know.
Oh my god.
You gonna be my partner? Like fuck. You know, I'm gonna move over here. You might have a house in New York City, but you ain't gonna be living there.
Oh my god. Oh, it's all long. Well, and that's the thing, is it's all fed. Everything is so. Next episode, no more Google. Google is not, because we do like to be on the spot, right? Like we're talking about something, we want to be able to reference it.
Yeah.
But obviously, like we're not being fed a neutral opinion, right?
Because it would all be spread out.
Because you would be able to see like this side and this side
Yes.
and in the middle.
Yeah.
And like this is like a live instance of us trying to just be like, look, we're not spouting fucking bullshit here. Like, yeah, we got our own opinions and we'll tell you when it's our opinion. But like when somebody comes out and fucking says something, like we want to just be like bloop. And it should be
there.
easy.
Why am I pulling up TikTok and we can't pull up Google?
Yeah, right. You know, and
TikTok's from China.
TikTok is from China, and they have their own fucking agendas, right? And what
Which
would
is
be
maybe let the information fly. Sometimes that might be more detrimental.
but
than
it's going to
control.
be what information they
They
want,
let fly.
right?
Right.
And it's not going to be like, look, I wish
It's not going to be against China.
Fuck, I wish it was back in the days when like you had to go to a library, right? Like you go to the library and you look through the fucking drawers that have all the shit and you're like, I'm looking about, and then it's like a scavenger hunt to find information.
Ooh, we should do
right?
that.
It's not like where you fucking type something and they tell you what you're thinking.
Because if you go to the library, you might find a book old enough to tell you some truth.
Right. That, bro.
Like pre-1957.
Dude, that would be fun. We should totally
Yeah,
do that. Let's
we
go.
should.
We should totally go to the Redwood Library because I know that's an old
We
library.
live in an old motherfucking area.
It's an old area. We fucking both Redwood alumni.
Yeah.
I didn't cause too much trouble.
We'll go take some pictures. You got your camera.
Now we'll take some video.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, we got some 4K. That'd be fun.
Do some research.
Do some research. Like, let's pick a topic.
What's like the oldest Encyclopedia Britannica you can research?
Fuck, I used to have those, but
You know?
you know what? Yeah.
Like pre-52 maybe?
Right. Dude,
Before
Encyclopedia Britannica has been around since the 1800s. If I,
yeah. Oh.
How? Encyclopedia.
Yeah, it's all dictionary.com. How do you spell encyclopedia?
1768.
All right.
It was first published between 32 volumes.
However,
there was so much good information in those old
You go
books.
back to the 30s and 40s, there's some wild shit.
Right.
I've seen just videos of. I haven't seen like what we're talking about doing. I haven't seen it on this.
Right.
But I've seen books with videos.
You know, I've been thinking about this. I guess I'm getting nostalgic in my old age. But I just, you know, you see things happening a lot faster, right? Like when we were kids, it was like there was no way. Computers like just became a household thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like
at 12.
At 12,
Or
13.
11.
I mean, like I had a computer in my house in junior high, maybe not till high school. You know what I mean? And I wasn't allowed to touch it because I could fuck it up. And it
seventh
cost
grade, we had
$8,000.
We got them for free because my grandpa was a draftsman. So computers were coming out so fast.
Yeah, you did have a computer first.
So I just had one.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't have the newest Nintendo. I didn't even have last year's Nintendo, but I had a computer.
You had a computer.
But I didn't appreciate it because I didn't even know they were expensive.
I remember we played pool on that shit. Oh, fuck. You did
Actually,
have
before
OG shit. Yeah.
I moved there, I had one at the other house. It was called the XT Gold.
Okay.
And you played, my boy Mike knows about this. You would play Jump Jet.
Jump Jet.
And all you were was a fucking triangle, and you could either cursor to the right, which would be forward, or to the left, which would be back, and obviously up or down. And there'd be little shit for you to fucking.
They don't even have
Jump Jet.
Anything. No, XT Gold. There's nothing.
It was literally black and gold on the screen, like the letters were gold.
Oh, that's the operating system then, not the computer itself.
Okay, yeah.
Like whatever the shit. Yeah. Yeah.
It was like, I remember in third grade at our school, I don't know how, we had like 30 Apple Macintosh computers.
Yeah. Okay. So I remember that in school, right? Like you had the,
but then
with
by
the
like
green.
we would play Oregon Trail.
Yep.
And you play
I love me some
Pong
Oregon Trail. Yeah.
and shit like that.
Pong. I don't remember Pong.
It was like
but
they had the little,
yeah.
you know, the little dial. It was like an Atari, but hooked up to the computer.
Yeah, my
Pong.
school wasn't that cool.
I feel like we were at a school that was like 98% white, public school, and you had your one friend that spoke Spanish.
Yes.
You might have had Mexican friends, but Mexican Americans. Then you had like one friend that was like,
where was your elementary?
Royal Oaks.
Oh, so you were here, Visalia,
Yeah,
all
fuck
through it?
yeah.
Fuck, dude. So I went to elementary school in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Oh shit!
Lots of natives out there.
I bet.
Super cool folk, that's for sure. They like to fight. and they like to pick on the white guys.
What the fuck? Why didn't you learn to fight out there?
I did. I learned how to take punches with my face.
Okay.
Like really good.
Yeah.
You know, you could, and you won't knock me out. That's for damn sure.
Yeah,
but
okay,
you know,
okay.
I'll bruise up really pretty.
You'll feel good about it.
Yeah. But I remember out there we did have like the Mac, right? The Macintosh, the original like green screen
With the Apple on the fucking
the
thing.
Apple, and you had the big like discs with the
Floppy drive.
the really flimsy thing inside it.
The floppy drive, right?
No, floppy was the 3.5 inch.
No,
right?
that was a hard drive.
No, hard drive is what goes in the computer.
No, look.
Floppy, look, I'll tell you right
Hard
now.
disk. Let's look it up.
Look right now.
The floppy disk
floppy
is
drive.
like this big. Put it up.
I can't type with the mic.
Put it
Here,
up.
mic.
Got it. I know there's a difference, but I may not know what the second one's called.
So the floppy
That's-
disk is a 3.5, or you're talking about the vintage, like
Yeah,
the-
that. What's
no.
that? That's what I know as the floppy.
They call it vintage floppy.
Okay, so the floppy.
So I guess we're both right, but
All right.
this is the 3.5 or whatever is a
Is
floppy.
also called a floppy, but it doesn't flop.
But it doesn't flop.
Those are the floppies I had right there. That third one
This
over.
is that's what
Pull
I'm
it
saying
up.
is what we started
All right,
with.
we better show all this.
This is what we started with. Look,
Yeah, those are the floppies I knew. Those in third grade. I mean, fuck, I'm 37. So, what was that?
You're 37. I thought you were my age, but just a
No.
couple months.
No, I'm 37.
You fucking asshole.
So what was that? Fucking. How don't you know that, you old fuck?
I said
Look
floppy,
at it right there.
you
Look
asshole.
at that picture right there to the right.
They're
One of
all
them looks.
they're all floppies.
They're all
I think
considered
that's
floppies?
yeah, they're all floppies.
So in my generation,
so we're all right.
We would consider that one to the right a hard disk. You know why?
This one,
Yes.
no, it
You know
was
why?
because
Why might I consider it a hard
okay, because
disk?
it was a solid case, right? Like it was,
Made of plastic, right?
okay,
It was hard.
I got you.
There's
okay.
only one of those that's hard out of those three.
No,
I don't know by definition. I'm not saying that I'm right by definition, but in
No.
those days, it's like chronic.
No, because you're
It's
wrong. Because a
fluid.
hard drive is what actually
A
all the
hard
memory
disk
goes on.
is what I meant.
Hard
A
disk. Okay.
I'm sorry. I misspoke. And I'm a little fucked up.
But they were all floppies.
But
so
that one
we're
with the
both
hole,
right.
that one with the hole in the middle, to me is always a floppy disk.
Whoa, they're selling these?
Look at, how do they call them floppies? That don't even make sense to me.
No, because it's a floppy.
Well,
Okay.
how do you have a floppy drive and a floppy drive? Because we used to have one for the big one and one for the little one on those Macintoshes.
So okay, so what happened
Two
was
floppies?
it started out with the actual floppy, and they did name, but it's always been floppy. It's
Okay.
just like I said.
All right, so
it's always been
any
floppy.
disc is a floppy.
No,
is what we're saying.
any
almost?
so
Not a CD.
removable. It's
I'm not-
a removable disc, so
Okay.
it's a write rewrite. So okay, my nerd is showing.
All right, bring it
Fucking
out.
Asshole.
Come on, let's hear it. Break it down for me.
So these are like the very first generation of write rewrite CDs, right? So where you could put a CD in, you know how some CDs you could only write the disc, and you would sell those for $5.
So those are probably right.
They're write
Because you
rewrite.
play them as a game.
No, but they're write rewrite. So they have that little metal protective thing that comes over it. These didn't have it. It's all the
Right.
same
Call
technology.
them the hard disk, just so I know what we're talking about. When
Okay,
we're referring
so-
to three things that look completely different.
But they all okay. So the thing is they all
Say
perform the same
a hard
activity.
disk floppy.
So until
So I know what you mean.
Oh Jesus Christ! This is
It's like
gold.
three different size bullets, and you're trying to call them all the 223. I just want to know, like,
No,
what the
but see,
length
but
of each
223 and 556 they're
Yeah,
interchangeable.
all right.
So
But call
what
them-
happened is
Call them what they are.
So you see what happened was
what happens was
is they all
because I
have,
got one of those.
They all have the same technology. So
Okay.
you've got like the vintage floppy.
Vintage, okay.
Is
Stage one.
flexible because they didn't have the rigid shit back then,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But the insert part is still like a film, like think an old school camera, like 35 mil camera, right?
Okay, okay.
So they could write and then rewrite to it. They had some like they could like
they
a
could
record.
put it on it because that's how something got on there in the first place.
Right, exactly,
So there's
right.
no such thing as just right. It has to be.
There
right.
is just right. The same thing with like CDs. Like there's just
Like
right
software
CDs.
where it just goes on and no, that doesn't make sense.
Well, so all right, so let's fast forward. So all of these are the
right.
same technology, just different casings, and they shrunk it. So think about, remember, like you used to do the CDs when you used to burn
Yeah.
like mixtapes and shit
Yeah.
like that. So some CDs were just like where it was just like you write it on there, and that's like you're only getting that mixtape. CDR.
Yeah.
And then there was CDRW.
Yeah.
Rewrite.
Yeah.
And all it was the foil backing on top would take you could over inscribe over it. Where like a record, you etch into a record and it's permanent.
Okay.
That's what the ours was. Like they had a one-time foil type thing.
Okay.
So on the rewrites, they had the thing on top that you could like re-etch into it. And it would lose quality quickly, right? But we didn't fucking know back then with Napster.
I guess I'm like, what did that provide?
The
More
rewrite?
music? Yeah. What was that? Getting it onto your computer? You could download it
It's
on
like
your
when you
computer
had
now?
a cassette tape. So we're
either
always
way-
repeating history, right?
Yeah.
So it's like when we had a cassette tape and you could re-record over the cassette tape. So you always want like, this isn't perfect. Let me make it better. Right? So now we have the ultimate. It's on it's basically invisible tape.
Right.
You don't like it? It's gone forever. Do it again.
Okay, so I will agree with everything you said because it's a little bit over my head. All I was caught up on was the
physical attributes,
the physicalness of the card. Because when I was younger, and even with dealing with my old grandpa and all this shit, it was called a hard disk, and you had a floppy because one's floppy and one's hard. It was very basic.
So
now I know by definition that's not true. This is like layman's terms.
And the only difference is talking to a techie, right?
It's like plastic, but then the other one's plastic, but it's like thicker plastic. You're like,
you've got, HDPE versus LDPE.
Right. And I've been just call it plastic.
It's plastic. It is.
I'm like, but that may mean,
Well, I think at the end of the day, what it is, it's the same inner workings, but just it's evolved over time.
Right. It got smaller and smaller.
But if you're talking about a hard disk, so let me just tell you.
Tell me.
Sorry. If you're talking about a hard disk, you're talking about the main information drive of a computer.
Well, like a hard drive, though, right? Not
right.
a hard disk.
It's the same thing because of the fact that those were we didn't have
You're inserting them. Now it's built in.
Correct. So when the computer started, if you didn't have one of the hard disks inserted, and the floppy would have been considered
a
hard disk at the time, because that was telling it the operating, like what you're because remember, like when you had the one game, you had to put that shit in, flip the little dangle thing down so it didn't accidentally pop out, and it would spin it somehow, right? It was the beginning of the CD-ROMs.
It was like a tape.
It was like a tape, but a CD, and I don't know, I only know the basics of it because that was the beginning of me getting into the computer tech and all that shit.
So there's a little thing I heard recently about tape and how with tape, there's a magnetic field connected with the tape.
That's right.
That you don't get in something like this, like you're
Correct.
talking like a tiny tape.
Yep.
So they're saying that within the magnetic field absorption tape, you can actually have a different type of sound and feeling through tape than you can ever get through purely digital. Have you heard that?
Yeah, well, I haven't heard that, but what I would liken that to from my experience is a difference between analog recording. Like what we're doing right now is digital recording.
Yeah.
This is all going through a digital interface that's going into a computer, and we have pretty decent mics and everything is decent, but back in the day when you have analog, it's totally different. It's like live, you get such different nuances and frequencies. It is totally true that the difference between tape and CD is not as rich, you know what I mean? And you can that's where having control over your throwing iPads on the ground.
Yeah, that's why they got the outer box.
It's just an iPad. That's okay. Throw that over there.
$150 box to keep it safe.
Yeah, OtterBox that was half as much as the iPad.
I wish it was only
half.
Yeah, no.
But no, the difference between live and digital is drastic. So I could see tape. I mean, but I kind of tune things to that rich sound too, right? Like that old tape kind of feeling. But you don't get that.
Next time I'm gonna come in with some little videos and shit. 'Cause some of these ones I was watching, it's like hard to re-describe some of the stuff you hear.
Yeah.
You know, that we're explained in a certain way.
Well,
and I want to, like, you know, you think a lot differently than I think. Not saying that we don't agree on a lot of the same shit, because we do, but we also don't disagree, or we don't agree on everything.
Sure.
You know, but sometimes you need someone with a different type of thought process to hear the shit.
Yeah.
So that you can, like, reverb off of what the fuck they think, even if you don't agree with it.
Well, how long's it been since you listened to a tape? Do you remember the last time?
No. Well, my stepdaughter has records, and she has a record player.
Nice.
That's the thing now.
Yeah.
If you're 14, you play records.
I
Get ready.
am
Get your
all about
get
that.
ready.
I'm about to start DJing again then.
Yeah.
If records
They're
are
back.
becoming cool again.
They're showing up to my house in big ass boxes and shit. And
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck is this?
And now they're probably expensive as
I
shit.
bought you an iPhone.
And
you're ordering records. Did you know on your Spotify membership that song is
it's
on
all
there
included? No, but records are cool, and I think that goes back with like what you're talking about with tape. I haven't listened to tape since we were kids, and we used to listen to my dad's setup. Remember, he had the record on top, the multi-disc CD changer, the dual tape desk with the 4 speakers around the living room.
Yeah, I do remember you guys having a little setup.
And we would rock out, like we'd listen to like Eminem and
we would listen to
Queen,
Carlos Santana.
And
try to call
Satriani.
into New Rock or something. And
Oh
then
my
wait like 3 hours and not even get your song.
Request the wrong song for the station. We're like it's like calling the hip hop
That's
station.
true.
You know,
That's true.
like we didn't know. We were kids. We thought we knew.
Yeah.
But we were unsupervised children.
I think one of those nights was when we drank all my mom's tequila out of that honey bear.
Oh man, that was fun. That was like, that was. We were like what, 14 or 15?
Yeah,
maybe
good.
16 at that time.
That's when you learn. Nowadays, by 13, well, they got Google on their iPhone, so the things they know are only limited to their imagination.
I'm about to take that shit away from my kid.
It's too late, dog. He's a boy.
He's indoctrinated.
I got a girl, and girls are a little bit different. And certain girl, I'm lucky, the type of girl that we have. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not everyone's so lucky, but with my boy, I'm not so worried.
Right.
It's a double standard in life.
Yeah, I think with girls, you worry about keeping them off the pipe and the pole.
Yeah, all pipes.
All pipes, all poles.
And the boys, you just try not to make them a pussy nowadays because school.
No, we try and make our boys not to be pussies, but I don't think that's the common theme.
It's not, but luckily, I have one that's in an early stage of life.
Yeah.
And obviously, he's very spunky.
Very spunky.
You know, so I'm going to foster that. What do you call it? What do you call it?
Embrace it.
Yeah, embrace it.
Yep.
Because when I was young and big, they said, don't go your hardest. Don't hurt your friends.
Yeah, fuck it. Hurt
Don't.
'em. Yeah.
Don't do this.
That's what they
Don't
told me
do
too.
that.
And maybe that's why I was a
Fuck
pussy
that.
fucking 4-eyed nerd with asthma in
100%.
junior high.
And guess what? I was a pussy ass bitch the same way. I was a bigger body. So when I decided to
when
go
I
off,
saw you, I was like, this guy's got it.
Yeah. It
Right?
was the
Like we
opposite.
met at 13, 14. You know what I mean?
That's when I was getting punked out the hardest by the older dudes. But that's when you're learning. And then you're like, you need that.
Right.
You need those alpha motherfuckers to just run you down and show you that you ain't shit.
I swear to God, let one person that used to bully me back in the day, let's go.
Yeah.
Invitation.
Well, it's like when no one really used to bully me, luckily, because I was
Because
in the
you were
1
huge.
percentile of size.
Yeah.
Even though I didn't know it. I wish someone would have been like, hey, if you're in the 1% of math, I feel like people tell you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you should. You
Yeah.
should be told. Like, hey,
You should be told.
this is.
How would you know?
You know what
Have
I
you
mean?
ever seen a big dog that runs with little dogs, but he acts like a little dog?
Yeah.
Because you're from a town of little dogs.
Or cats, right?
Yeah, or cats.
Yeah.
You have a dog that thinks he can climb trees. He's like a bulldog, but he thinks he can climb trees. Because why? He grew up with cats.
I would love to see your dog try.
That's how I felt. I grew up with cats and chihuahuas. If I
Well-
would have grown up at CVC in a D4,
try thinking, you know what? That being said, try being an adult and realizing you could have been a bulldog, but you were told you were a Chihuahua your whole life.
Even worse.
You know what I mean? Like, and that, like, realizing it now, like, nobody ever encouraged me to be badass. Nobody ever, you know, all I had was my intelligence. All I had was that, or whatever. Nobody ever said, like, you could work through your asthma. You don't necessarily have to rely on that. Right?
I learned that, like, when I got into sports, it was magical. My asthma went away. You know why? Because no one gave a fuck.
Right. Because they're going to keep fucking running.
And wheezing.
Yeah.
And do you think I wanted to be sounding like a kazoo on the court? And, you know, no. But it was happening, and I had to deal with it, and eventually it would go away.
Yeah.
Next thing I know, I don't have asthma.
Yep. No.
You know, because I was like the quick version of, you know, forced through it. But you see all these dudes around you. That's the one thing I'll give school. School puts you around you. A lot of people the age group as you. You're feeling assimilated. You're like, well, he's handling it. He's handling it.
You have to know what your competition is at a certain point,
and
right?
depending on how you're raised mentally till that point.
Yeah.
You know, like you want to console your kids. You want to be there for them. But at the same time, you want to prepare them for the shit they're going to handle in life.
Right.
You know,
which I think is more important than fucking chlorophyll and the way, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like math.
Yes. Right. Like what they were saying on that video earlier.
Like you have to be able to understand how to live life to be able to live it. Like it shouldn't be, fuck dude, I didn't get it till 30. Yeah. I didn't get it until I was 30. Yeah, how much of my life did I waste because I just didn't get it and I was drinking the Kool-Aid and you know what I mean?
Well, imagine if you were fostered by your parents in the right way until 30.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not all about keeping your
I
kids
couldn't
at home.
because my dad fucking bounced and my mom had to fucking raise me and work 18 hours a day.
Imagine with the intellect you have, if you were just raised up without all those emotional straps and baggage.
Which is all I can do for my son.
Right?
You
That's
know what
all
I mean?
you can do.
That's all I can do is be like, look, this is what I thought I needed as a kid. But he's going to be pissed and be like, you didn't give me what I needed.
The scary part to me, and this is even the same with mine, because she's learned a lot at school.
Yeah.
Learned a lot.
Exposed.
Okay? Exposed to a lot. And I'm all about knowing it all. Luckily, she's got the mindset where if I bring an idea to her that like is counter to hers, she's not like, no. You know, but a lot of kids are. Well, Jet will be.
Right.
She won't because it's not full blood. It's more like an idea.
Yeah.
With him, it'll be like Dad's trying to say.
True.
So if her mom says something, she takes it completely different than if I say something.
Yeah,
it's
you've
just
got
like
that. It's
beyond noticeable.
Right.
You know, there's like you could subscribe it in a book, like exactly how it happens. But with Jet, I 100% know it won't be like that.
Yeah.
That's when it'll be like, my friend has to tell him.
Right.
When I was a kid and you played baseball and you hated your dad, but your friend's dad could tell you what to do.
Right.
So you buddy up. All the dads buddy up.
Right.
And they have, hey, look, you tell my son, I'll tell your son, and everyone gets better.
Let's come together on this. Yeah.
Right. You know, and that's part of like life, evolution. You know, I don't know. It's a man thing.
Well, it has been. I was just talking to my wife about this because it has been scientifically proven when someone from your family, it really doesn't matter who it is from your family, but when someone from your family tries to give you some advice versus someone outside your family, at a certain age, you're always going to go for that outside opinion.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
So our job is like, hopefully by that point, we've given enough of our own indoctrination that it's like, okay, don't
that's when you just send them to our house.
Don't fucking disappoint me.
And we don't ruin them, but we show them the other things that your parents don't blatantly want to tell you.
Right.
That's what your aunt and uncle type people are for.
That's what aunties
in a
for,
normal
and
environment. We're white people, so we don't know what that is. We never had no aunt and uncles and people that were around to support us.
Yeah.
You know, you're 18, you're like, fuck, I'm out. And your mom's like, peace, bitch.
Yeah.
You know, she's trying to go fuck at the bar and you're trying to go fuck at the bar and you're like, wait, what the fuck? There's only so many bars around here.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah. I don't think my parents
I don't know. I guess that was just
bar.
my house.
Yeah. Yeah. That was about the same time, wasn't it?
Yeah. My mom she didn't go to downtown, but I was having parties at the house.
Right. So she was doing her own shit. Whoop. And you got to do
You
your
ain't
own
coming
shit.
home once I
Yeah.
realized there's a pattern here.
Hey,
you
that's
ain't coming
perfect.
home.
I
Until
mean-
one night she came home, poured everyone's booze out. It was a sad night. I was like, Mom, booze is not free. And that was not mine.
Flashbacks, totally. And she's like, this is the payback when you and Kenny used to steal my tequila, my Jose.
She poured her own Jose out thinking it was like rotted fucking Gatorade.
Well, we would substitute sometimes.
I'm like, Mom, you didn't smell it? You drank that shit nightly.
It was good still.
You didn't know? That
I
was
mean-
tequila in there? I didn't mix it with Powerade. It was an empty Powerade bottle filled up little by little.
Oh, God, the
with-
bottle.
Even
The
when I came
bottle,
down there with the
yes.
honey bear,
Oh,
that
God.
wasn't all of it. That was just what we could fill.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Probably that I gave him at some time.
Exactly.
That he just is so picky.
Hey, you know what? Chad's going to have a great vacation and smoke all of those.
I'm smoking all.
I'm going to give him some too.
I'm going to be like 5 in one mouth.
Oh my God, that's my new thing. Double barrel.
Multiples, yeah.
Oh my God. I fucking love it. Especially one with a button, one without.
I was trimming recently. You know, I'm getting old. So sometimes when you're at a trim table, there's a variety of age and they know things that you don't know. I thought I knew everything. So he was like, I'm going to roll the joint. And I'm like, oh, great. Here we go.
New kid on the
Little
block. What's going to
puppy's
happen?
going to roll the joint.
Yeah.
So, goddamn, I think 25 minutes might have went by. 20 minutes, I don't know. It was a while. I
It
was
better
getting-
been perfect.
I don't bitch, and I was getting ready to be like, hey, you want me to roll that fucking joint? All right, so finally, the joint comes back around. And it's got fucking 2 tips in it. It's called the double barrel.
Oh my God. I've been talking about I want to do a cart double barrel battery double barrel.
So it's fucking just 2 tips in one big joint. It's like a blunt joint kind of thing. And it's
So
the
it's-
craziest easy hit
Just
you
throw
can
that
ever
there,
have.
It's okay. It's already a broken iPhone.
Yes, it is.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And I was like, all right, well,
Okay,
it took
so
a little
you
long.
youngins, bring that. You know what? When we got some stuff we want to hear, I appreciate that like a motherfucker. 25 minutes?
Maybe I'm exaggerating, but I was like focused. You know, when you're focusing,
How to
time
smoke.
moves differently. But, you know, he was young.
How to smoke? Was it good?
Yeah, hella good.
Was it 2 tips independent or like
It was
rolled
2 tips.
within?
All right. So, I wasn't trying to like stare him down.
See, the double barrel, it'll get you.
But next thing you know, it's a big ass fucking joint in a zigzag, king size zigzag, which I hate because they're too round. But it makes perfect sense for a double fucking barrel. So those 2 fucking tips stuffed in right there perfectly, probably after he rolled it, even though I would roll a tip in it,
Yeah, because you're gangster like that.
you know, but it was like, it was like the smoothest.
Lots of airflow.
Yes.
Well, because you put those 2 next to each other. Now you have airflow here,
Yes.
here,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. And it's not rolled all tight because it's Young Bucks. You know, it wasn't like that joint we smoked
Nah, but it
earlier.
wasn't perfect.
It wasn't perfect.
It wasn't perfect.
A gas mask isn't perfect.
I'm sure it ran a little bit.
Maybe.
It had to have run.
I don't remember it being
that
a
joint
problem.
we smoked earlier was like perfect. The one you rolled by hand was like. Well, it was missing.
Maybe next time
it
I'll
did
roll a
need
double
crutch.
barrel. And we'll see how it
Yeah,
burns.
you should.
Those ones I brought are slims. We can't
Uh,
roll no doubles in there.
Yeah.
We need a big
No, you
girthy one.
gotta like double stack them, right?
Yeah, you could do shit, what they used to call it. You put them end to end.
I've got wraps.
A swivel.
Next time
Swivel.
I'll bring wraps. Let's just see how much you can put in one of my wraps.
We'll weigh it out.
Yeah.
And we'll time it too. How fast?
Yeah, let's do that. We'll time it. We'll
Or
weigh it
maybe
out pre.
Okay.
And we'll put as much weed as we can possibly fucking fit in it. And then see, and then we'll fucking smoke that shit.
And then if anyone thinks that's some bullshit ass time, they can post their own video
Right.
of them doing the same thing.
Yes.
With the same weight.
And make it look prettier.
Bring it.
And spend less money.
You can always spend less money as long as you go anywhere But to the club.
But to the clubs. That's right.
Unless you're, I think the only people that go to the club, bringing it back to the way beginning, are the people that.
Yes, that's what I want to know. Who's going to the club right
the
now?
The 9-to-5ers.
Yeah.
Right? You know why? Because they don't have time to worry about finding weed.
Because
they just want to get up and show up to their house. And their tolerance is so low.
Are there
working
deliveries
40
like
hours
that right
a
now?
week. Yeah. Hell yeah.
With the legals?
Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I'd call them legal, but there's legal shops and then there's deliveries.
Yeah. For sure.
The grays.
Yeah.
Like the aliens, the grays.
Well, but that's where you want to be. Like the expensive guys, are they delivering too? Like the Valley Pures and
I think
shit
even
like that.
they have some delivery, but I think the deliveries that dominate are the gray deliveries.
As it should.
Did you see New York City taking all the weed buses out?
Man, they don't even know what's going on.
We don't live
there.
in a city, so we don't really, this ain't really city around here.
I used to
if
live
there
in
was
the
a
city.
weed bus, everyone in town would fucking know it in a fucking second. They had like 15.
Well, you're not supposed. Okay, first of all, trapping 101. When you're a weed bus, you don't put weed bus on your weed bus.
It did seem to be working though for a while. It wasn't like.
But they got impound. It worked until it didn't, right? Like they.
I would say.
Do you think they made enough to figure out what's happening?
I think that they made enough to cover the cost of that dumbass bus that all the motherfuckers took was that.
That's not.
How many days
I want to see how
could
that
you
plays
drive
out.
around New York City making money? I can see why you just push it to the fucking limit.
Yeah.
Like you're already.
I guess
it.
if you're making like
if you can just like bury your cash somewhere,
they were pushing eighths all day,
oh
right?
yeah, little
just
shit.
eighths.
No, it wasn't packs.
Yeah, just
it's
eighths.
little shit. They're fucking banking.
You want
It's like 50
an
an eighth.
ounce? Okay, I've got 8 eighths.
Yeah, 8 eighths, 400
full price.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh balls. Jesus
Well,
Christ. I think it's getting late.
Yeah, it is.
I think we did. This might be a 2-parter. That actually would be good. We could launch a little early and do a 2-part episode. But I've had a lot of fun. I think
it was fun.
we
It was good.
breached on some topics. I think it got a little more risque after the whiskey came out.
Well, if I'm here, it's gonna get risque.
Well, yeah. Well, you did start with the Kardashians.
We didn't even get to see her ass. It's Sloppy Joe, by the way. They don't even look good.
Sloppy Joe.
Sloppy Joe.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I don't know. Maybe it tastes good, but it don't look good.
Oh, man.
Ask Ray J. He only knows what it tastes like when it was fresh.
Ouch.
Oh.
That takes some...
Hey,
all
don't
right.
ask Kanye. Shit.
Jesus
I ain't
Christ.
seen no videos of him and her. I seen Ray J all up in that motherfucker. Pull it up.
I'm not pulling it up. I'm trying to change the subject.
Oh,
Jesus
shit.
Christ.
Are you looking for
so
tabs?
The blue marble. The blue marble. I was trying to.
Okay.
So on that note, look, I think we had a great night. This was a lot of fun, bro. I look forward to this.
I won't burn it down, I guess.
No, let's burn it down, but we'll burn it. We're wrapping up, so we can't revamp into a whole other.
All right.
I had a great time.
Me too.
Yeah,
Me too.
this
That's
has
good.
been fun. I think this is going to evolve into something fabulous.
Well, even if it doesn't, I'm going to be here over here every week.
Yeah, I think if it doesn't, we don't really give a fuck.
No, we don't care.
Because we're going to put out like what we want to put out. Because this is fun. Like, we're just here trying to have a good time. Hoping you guys are imbibing, enjoying along with us. Look, we've been here hanging out for a few minutes and, we'll split it up. But I think there's some good content here and there.
Yeah. Well, there's plenty of shit coming out nowadays to talk about. Let's say that.
Yeah, we could do this again tomorrow.
Yeah. And there's a lot of old shit to talk about too.
Yeah, that too. We'll figure out a tradition. I think we'll come up with like a way to bring it in.
Yeah.
And a way to bring it out. But I think to start with, because this is our official first one, the audio, I've been recording nonstop, so we've got no fuck ups there. So we'll get a full audio track.
Okay.
So this is official episode 1. Video fucked me a little bit. But we'll put some bars or something there and figure it out. And then next is editing. That's going to be fun.
Yeah.
But you're going to come and hang out with me a little bit.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
Well, I'll get
you'll
back
be
from
gone
vacation,
till Wednesday.
so.
Fuck you.
Yeah, you'll have a massive amount done by then, I'm sure.
But let's just cheers, salute, fucking smoke some weed, drink some booze, enjoy the show, and we'll see you here.
There you go.
Sharing is caring. And we'll see you next time.
All right, thanks.